did. So when you arrogate the power of Christ to one particular person, and that means you start worshiping Mammon. That is what many are doing in Nigeria. See, we need to get this thing. I remember when Pastor Kumi said they should go and throw their TV, that is sin for you to watch TV. My neighbor then threw his own TV, threw in a duplex, for Grand Bazaar. I was angry. Why didn't he tell me now? I come and took it. And that's how my neighbor ignorantly did something that led to the death of his own son. I love that boy so much. The boy fell down, broke his hand. They were praying. That before they took him to the hospital, the boy fainted. I love Joshua. His name is Joshua. I love that boy. That was the mistake he did. My father was mad. My father almost ate that woman raw. Because Joshua was one of his favorite boys. That is to show you. Then this pastor who came back. He said, he apologized. He said, I am sorry for preaching that word to you. Then that same man of God is not telling us. Una remember, say, the other man of God, the Papa, Gio, also said that we should cool down for Agbado to continue. Now he has brought his second brother, his twin brother, now came that, hey, don't worry, he's going to do better. The third brother is coming, they are in stage by stage. These are all politicians. They are like the Pharisees. They are the politicians who never want people to know God, but they want people to know God through them. The Old Testament. That is who they are. They are the Pharisees, the politicians in the house of God. God said we should be mindful of them. The Bible also tells, Jesus went about doing good things. What we are doing is good in the eyes. It's good because we are trying to tell people good thing, how to take their birthright from who snatched it from them. We are doing good thing. We are not doing evil. The Bible says all good things come from the Lord. We are not doing evil. But they that describe themselves as GO, they are the one perpetrate evil using the gospel of the living God. And God said that. He said at the end time, many will come. They will come in my name, but I know them not. I don't know them. That is who you are seeing. That are the people you are seeing. They are so big. People will say, oh, this one is big GO, he get everything. Look. Do you know when Jesus told that man, he said, go and sell all your properties and follow me. He couldn't. Out of all these pastors that are coming out, if you tell them to go and sell their property now and follow Dr. CM, that God has anointed Dr. CM to tell them, none of them would believe you because they are the Pharisees. They are the ones who were selling antiquities in the house of God, whom Jesus thrown away. Look, all these people in the wilderness will they remain. They will crawl down like a serpent. They will never rise again. If you Christians are so docile, your docility will take you to hellfire. Your docility. A Christian is not supposed to be docile. A Christian is supposed to be active and bold. Because your battle is not of the Lord. Your battle is of the Lord. You are supposed to be bold. To speak the word of God, despite nobody. You are supposed to ask questions and be bold. When Paul was preaching the gospel, they were asking him questions, and he answered them with boldness. Because they need to ask questions. That's why you see the Israelites, they are bold, taking their destiny because they know that God is with them, the hope of glory. Is God with these people? Is God with these people? God is with us because it's the hope of glory. We are not docile. We are not those that are docile, but we are those that are active with the word of God. Because when you hear the word of God and you make it inactive, then you are not a follower. Then your faith is dead. Our faith is not dead because we know the God we serve. He said, all ye are gods. We are God existing to dominate the principalities and powers of this earth and not the pastors. So we should rise above principalities and speak. Forget about these men of God. They are politicians. They are the Pharisees in the house of God. They are those that don't want us to know the true word of God. But what they know is finances. how to buy helicopter and plane and fly everywhere. That is what they know. And Mammon has taken them off. I have the spirit of Elijah because Elijah was never docile. He was a top prophet. He was a man that speaketh truth. And when you go, he come with the Holy Ghost violent to you, because none shall mock my God. So we should know. That's why I don't like to say, oh, I'm from this church, I'm from that church. I come with my own thing, my God that I serve, which is inside of me. Yes, sir.
Black Panther, please don't, if you can, don't, this religion something.
It is not religion.
My,
I'm not
my,
talking about
my,
Christian. I'm talking about Bible. I'm not talking about Christianity.
I know.
Me, I'm talking
Okay.
about Bible.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, well, let me couch my one
So
sentence.
I'm not abusing anybody.
No, it's okay.
But I'm trying to tell people that we should know, like what our sister said, God does not live in the church. He lives inside of you. And God is not docile.
Let me just pin you back to Kumuyi. Anybody, now this is my definition. Anybody where they take religion deceive, say you never civilize. That is just my anybody. I don't care the religion. They take religion, bamboozle you. Say you are not even.
You are right now.
You
They
never
are there.
civilize.
All of them are there now. They are all there. Congregation. If you talk about their pastor now, they go holla. Now something they have for Nakod and say, oh, na God, na the God, na him do like that. They are docile people.
Anyway, please, I want to pose this question in case somebody may disapprove or sort of, argue. Shey una know say Nigeria don't become Almajiri democracy where then go take trailer bring rice.
We have said it before. Did you not say it
officially
yesterday?
now? Almajiri, the people they line up to collect cup of rice.
So you know the meaning now. Okay, if you chop rice finish on Monday, what thing go happen on Tuesday?
We got them
You
yesterday
chop
now
rice
that
again.
they want to force us to continue the system of what they have in the north, and they've started it, and
Exactly.
most people, many multitude, will fall to
Can
it.
you imagine? Abi, you don't. America is look just for people listening to us. Australia is a federation. Canada is a federation. United States federation. Brazil is a federation. Germany is a federation, and which other one I forget? Big countries. So India is a federation. There's a state. Okay, let's say for in so which means every month. So people where they Nebraska or California or on a where they Texas. So on a trailer go land. then go begin share rice.
No, mind all of them. Look at what they are doing now. The same thing they are doing. They've been doing with them for 40 years. They are still doing the same thing. They don't know.
See, you see why? This is exactly why P2B. I don't know. Even if you want to do expo, to be honest with you, even if na swagbe, na in the rigging, with what P2B said, you go don't still do expo tire. They do certain things. So you know, say if you had announced that now you are going to mobilize so $1 billion, and you've guaranteed signed contract that under 8 months, the 9 months, 2 refineries will be up and running. That one is a more welcome news than to tell people, say, man, they watch out for your trailer load of rice to every local government. That's not Majirina. Everybody go carry plate come. That is what Nigeria has really become. When I listen to it, I say, you see, they don't know. Then they go share 5 billion to every state, which is 180 billion. Now they go share. So every governor go come, they say how many local government. Anambra is 21. They don't say how they go give it out. Look, is that really the federation we are running? Okay, if we chop the rice finish, what happens?
CM, let me interject you a little bit. Does it mean that the northern system of poverty, how they created Alamajiri on the streets, so they transferred that down to the southern Nigeria because they want everybody to be at the same level
with them?
You see,
can you imagine?
Sometimes, sometimes. Let me tell you guys something. Do you know why sometimes I join people to say, "Oh, Nigeria"? Not because I believe Nigeria is going to be good, but I would just want to see the other side of it. Let's see how far PRB can actually go. Sometimes I don't want to say some certain things. You see, some of the things that I said since 2020, they've all played out. They've all played out. Even some big top, some of my people reach out to me to say, what do we do? I say, I don't know. Don't tell me, don't ask me what do we do. Because we just want to see the end of some certain things. Some informations are not meant for public consumption yet. When the time comes, we don't have to disseminate those information in the public, and we're going to take action. We're not sleeping. So we've been working since 2020 because we already have so much information in our disposal. But let's just keep watching. We just hope that the judiciary don't mess up, because we want to give Peter Obi the opportunity to see how he is able to restore the system back. And failure to do that, then we're going to do what we still have to do. Remember, I always say on this platform that what will happen will still happen, because these people already made up their mind. We know. They made up their mind what they want to do with Nigeria. We know, but we just want to still give them that
brother,
benefit of doubt.
let me throw more light to it. You see this system of coming to the center, share things to the bottom. This is the Alamajiri system. Now, people don't want to know. That is why we are telling you people that your constitution is Alamajiri constitution. You don't have a federalism that works that way, for my brother and sister. It's Alamajiri come beg for money from center. Your life is in their hand. It's not a federating system. That's why we say the constitution is written in format, is like an English format, but it's an Alimajiri, the system they practice in the north. That is what is given to you. That is why we are fighting Nigeria. Look here.
Yeah. So every state go, they wait for their own trailer. Hey, Chineke God. So when the trailer arrive, they will say, how many local government? Okay, 1,000, maybe 200 bags. Okay, for for how many towns? 20 bags, 16 bags. Eh? Yes, please.
As much as this can be laughable, it's also not a laughing matter, because it just threw the country back another 20 years.
Na pain, na laughing pain. Not be say.
And this and the youth, Black Panther was talking about docility, the youth and the people that should. At this point, I just believe that we don't even need to wait for Peter Obi anymore, because these guys are just taking the country back 20 years again. You are living in affluence of stealing the resources that belongs to all of us, and you take mega thing to go share to the people. Come on, what kind of wickedness is
Give
this?
us a mandate. You know why
There's no
we are
help.
smiling?
Amen. I don't know.
Give us a mandate. You know why we are smiling? See, these politicians, they know they change their system. You will go and look at what happened in the Second Republic down to this one. They've never changed their system. They just refine them. They just refining oil and gas, everything. They know they change. It is the same constitution you are using. You will get the same output. That is why we are laughing, because a man that knows the system. Do you want me to be aggressive towards anything? It is the same thing. People that don't understand, it's like you are seeing Eba every day. Eba. The same Eba you chop. When I tell you Eba you chop, you say na pareyam. That is the reason why we are not laughing at everybody, but we are laughing that people are not seeing this thing we are explaining every day. That is why you need to even speak the local dialect for them. You are practicing Alimajiri system. That same thing that happened to Afonja in Ilorin. They tease him so that they can bring Alimajiri system into Kwara. They tease him and they buy him. They deceived him. That is, he was a king. They deceived him now. That's how they came in. And now they change your system. They're taking your tradition. They're taking your heritage and turn it to their own. And now you cannot do anything tradition.
Was Afonja the king, or
he
the
was a king in
army?
Who
was the army that went to parley with the?
Na Alaafin be the king. Na Afonja is like
Afonja was like the top soldier, the whatever.
It be like what the Oba is doing. Like our Oba go Inoji, be like a Noji.
No. Alaafin was the Alaafin was the one commensurate to he's like Oba of Benin, right? Afonja was like, wasn't he the in charge of the army?
Yeah,
he was in charge of Ilorin. They gave him that district.
No,
he was a general.
Alaafin they in charge of Ilorin.
Yes.
Afonja
is like a soldier or maybe a
like a
military.
commander, a general of the army.
Yes.
That's where you say like the prime minister, like in Benin, you have the ESA.
Thank you. Yes.
You have the ESA. ESA is the prime minister of the Benin Empire. You understand? So the ESA of that which is Afonja, the Alaafin, if you go through the history, you will understand the same pattern, the same system, gradually creeping across the southern Nigeria. Believe me. Just watch it carefully. Watch it carefully. The same system, the same pattern.
Wait, Afonja was in charge of the military. He wasn't he was not a premier. He wasn't. He was in. He's like the commander. He was the general of the army, like the top. He was one control of the Alaafin's army.
It's the prime minister. After the Alaafin,
prime minister.
Afonja is called the prime minister. Like in Benin Kingdom, like the ESL of Benin Kingdom is the prime minister. Like the controller after the Oba is the next in command.
No, he was the chief. He was like a chief military leader. He was like the person controlling the army. He wasn't the premier.
That is why when they caught him, they caught the entire empire. That's why when they caught him, they caught
so he wasn't a premier. I just want us to get it right because this is historical.
But those days, I'm looking at it from that angle. Those days, if you caught the prime minister, because when the Oba gives command, he gives command to the prime minister. The prime minister disseminates that information to the commandants. So it's like their head. They carry out those.
So the premier was like the head. Is that what you're saying? You're saying that the premier was like the head of the military?
No, the Alaafin is the head. That Alaafin is the head then.
Yes.
And then you have the Afonja, who is the prime minister. The prime minister is like the command of the military of all the forces in that kingdom. Just like the Benin Kingdom, the prime minister is the one in charge of all the military forces. Whatever information he gives, that's what the military goes with.
So if you see the system they use then, that is the same system they are using. That is why they gave you, they said, quota. That's why they gave you quota system in your constitution. Quota system. Go and read the constitution very well. You see where they drag the South back. Small spot, they drag you back. That's why you cannot produce more than 4 generals. And they can produce 20 generals. That is the system. Alimanjiri, beg, collect general, beg, collect corner, beg, collect everything.
I want to throw something in again. The main disadvantage, the drawback of this Almajiri civilization is that it mutes. As we mute ourselves, it mutes creativity and thinking. You can't be useful to yourself. All you do is rank a dede. So
you cannot even develop. Look at Niger Republic. Look at the Niger Republic. Look at Nigeria. What is the difference? Niger Republic, look Niger Republic, extra and well. Then extra Nigeria well. Tell me, what is the difference?
The thing is that the thing I can see is that during the election, then go open door for them.
Thank God. During election, your own election, we said they go there, go vote too.
Then go come in, can't tell you, say, the vote from Casino never come. Just the announce it and Delta.
Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world.
Vote for?
Everything is. My friend would say everything is cuckoo yeah. I used to say.
They just I make just a round up with Edo Delta Cross River. He said, they never announced Casino. Men are never happy. By the time they announced Casino and Zamfara,
Mr. CM, Dr. CM, they ask one question. What is the difference between the poverty capital of the world and poverty in Niger? You want to tell me the difference now so that I go know. What is the difference?
The difference is like 6 and half a dozen.
I don't know.
Thank
I
God
don't
you don't
even
talk
think
am.
anybody can tell the difference because they are more. They are one.
They are
So
one. Thank you, my
and
brother.
and Nigeria is saying they want to go restore democracy in India.
We want
I
to
just
restore
pray that they
democracy.
should go. Believe me, I just pray they should go. Oh God, this is what they say. I just pray that they should go. Since they truly want to go, let them go. I just pray they should go. I'm not on that side saying, oh, don't go. No, just go. Just go. At least so that Nigeria can breathe once and for all.
Anyway, on a another perspective, yes, the who spoke now. I think I support so that some people go in their general tag because you have to go to war. If you survive,
Yeah.
if since 1970, we just they get general from barracks, they promote themselves. No real battlefield. General now when you don't go come. We survive, battle sky. So
And
maybe.
the generals, they come from one side, though, one island. That is the northern island.
uh, Nigeria,
All this,
we dey laugh,
all
but
this,
this thing is serious. Okay,
our big tummy generals. Let them go and try that big tummy. Have you seen Nigeria general? Big tummy.
okay, okay. This Almajiri something now. Say the next thing where you go hear me say one trailer where they carry rice go one state, they will am for road. Oh boy,
You see, Dr.
this
Tien, you
this
see,
na
when I
comic
was saying,
relief to me.
Dr. Tien,
Yeah.
when I was telling everybody the other time, we were saying, oh, these people are going to Islamatize us. I said, why would they think that way, sir? These people, they want you to turn beggar, not Islamatize, they want you to turn beggar. Islamatization not be like this, they do am. This Nigeria is too big. It's too big and too many culture today. How are you going to change them? How you going to? Do you think you can change West or even the West where they don't penetrate? Then they say they'll be fake Islam. That is to show you that is not the agenda. The agenda is to be in control of your development, be in control of your food, be in
Is
control
it?
of everything so that you will not be developed, so that you continue to steal the money and develop wherever they want to go and
No,
develop.
but
Steal the money.
again, if you also look at it the other way, if someone controls what you eat, how you do things, and someone is fully in control, then you are in nobody, which means they can impose anything on you. So if you also look at it that way, so that's why we have to be careful when they want to control all of these things. We say no because they're going to graduate from one point to another point. So
You know,
Okay,
being,
I want to ask a
I mean,
question.
Islamize, how they call it, I don't know.
is
You know,
Let me ask you a
Islamized.
question. If they wanted to Islamatize Nigeria, since is it not very easy to do it through the military, where Muslim is 80%?
no, they can't do it. There are, if you know, most of our military are very strong too. We have a lot of and more people in the military, even though they have enough people from the most. Are you ever aware that most of our military, the skills is always coming from the southern military guys, not from the northern military guys? They don't have skills. Are you aware of that? If you go
Yeah.
to the north, just go check the people who are at the forefront of taking decision, making this fight. It's the certain guys. You put the northern guys, they will perish. Just one, they're like like I don't want to use some West. Do you know that during Buarita, they have to withdraw many northern guys who are into the military from the forefront because they will be key, they'll be quiet like chicken, no skills, nothing.
That is
They
why
have to push.
they
They
are
have to
help.
push forth our southern guys.
They are going for pilot skill in America now. They are coming here. Most of them now they learn how to fly to Kano. That they are fake airline they to train for America. Now they learn them now. They carry about four of them, 4 northern guys and 3 southern guys to come and train in America to fly to Kano propeller helicopter. They say they spend money. It's where they don't condemn here, where they do surveillance for drug, surveillance for border for Mexico.
Yeah,
They can't sell
yeah.
na fighter jets for Nigeria. And people were praising them. Oh, they bought Tukeno, they bought Tukeno. You people don't look. See, these educated people for Nigeria, there's something is wrong with their brain. Something is wrong with their brain. Something they use in going through border look mark all these drug peddlers for borderline. Then they are not very fast, and they cannot fly in high altitude. They fly low altitude so that they can monitor and fire immediately. That is what Buhari went to go and buy you.
Because are you aware that Nigeria does not know how to monitor their border, including airspace?
They don't even have.
They don't have any equipment to monitor their border. And if, for example, you have like the way spy balloon was sent to the United States, if you have such sent to Nigeria right now,
you go enter our bedroom now.
I mean,
Nigeria gets everything to monitor their border, my brother. The only wahala wey dey for that country, not be say they not get what they go to monitor border or to make Nigeria a standing country among country of the whole world, not even Africa. Nigeria get brain if you understand every discipline for life. Nigeria get the money to match any country to obtain and buy if they go figure the license to acquire any kind of thing with a need in terms of defense, in terms of medicine, in terms of administration. They get them. That is why you see if Nigeria enter any other environment, they dominate, or at least they measure arm with those where they top notch. Now, because of the brain ability to assimilate and understand knowledge where they dispatch out. The only wahala we get for that country be say, we not believe say we be one. So we not get country for hearts, number one. Number two, we not they deal with we get the culture of impunity. Where we say if you do something, nothing will happen. If we fix those two things alone, the country don't set. Only that two things will be the problem for Nigeria. I don't diagnose Nigeria. The few years I don't stay as human being.
Yeah, Nigerians are very smart. There's no doubt about it.
Very
smart. But they don't. Well, my point, my problem with Nigerians is that they don't use their smartness for positive effects to kind of like to build their own community. They don't do
leadership. Now leadership.
So let me tell you, they have very greedy minds. Everybody's just like for themselves.
The place where you did, so my brother, the place that you did America, or you did for UK, or you did anywhere where you did. So long not be Africa. If now first world country, you never see where cats, animal they behave like say they get better sense past the one way they for Africa. When you go see dog, they go lock door. Now they train them for those areas. They train animal to behave more sensibly. Now about leadership, now they worry Nigeria. If somebody they go fit direct the team we will gather for our brain to the next see Obi say he go make sure say all those people they call saying about picking that they do Yahoo, not to brain, not everywhere Yahoo that they succeed the jazz or juju. Now brain, the brain has smart your brain. They beat the white people for thinking. Now make you say that they chop.
My brother, your
laws, direction, not leadership.
Your laws are too weak.
The same thing boy to leader. That's what they call leadership.
Look, it's not. Look, people always say old things. You know when you don't talk about this leadership for more than 50 years, you don't talk about leadership.
Because leadership refuses to work.
Let me tell you one thing. There is. Look, the leadership. If you have a good, strong law, do you know we are still using the colonial criminal law for Nigeria?
Which kind of colonial law? Look, the colonial law will change it. The colonial law will get.
Britain don't change their own more than 20 times. So,
my brother, make I tell you, me when I talk to you, so I know what they talk about. The one where you get, if you they implement them, Nigeria no go be the way they. The one you get to say the colonial. So, if they implement and say, if you do something like the way that the colonial law, they not supposed to
this thing.
Hi.
I've said this thing, my brother. I've said this thing on this platform. If Obi enter, believe me, if it's truly practice, we're not going to be in this mess. Just the position we have. If it's truly practice,
how are you going to practice what is fake?
Not if they work, not to be fake. Now we they fake out. There is no fake law. Quote one fake law for me.
It no go feel work because when you open, you tight one door. Let me tell you why. When you tight one door, so that somebody no pass. If you go to the law again, they open the other door for the person to pass.
Okay, make I answer the other, make I react to that when you talk. The person when you open the door, listen, you be government, I they come, give me chance. I they come, give me chance. You be government. Government gets all power belongs to government in any jurisdiction. So anybody when they open a parks, if the leadership get the willpower to make sure say that thing remain the way in talk am. You know what they go do? They go investigate that person. They go bring him come outside, take him through court, try him. If they guilty, he serve the punishment. My brother, the next person they plan to go open him again, he go think 2 times. Now better they worry for Nigeria.
See. You know why they say no law? Because when guy man write law for you, when guy man write law for you,
don't hug the platform. Get person when they here when never talk since I beg. God's power never talk since. Black Panther, I beg. Mona give him a chance. May him talk in your own self. May him talk in your own too. God's power, are you still with us?
I did.
Now you be God's another God's power day here.
My name now be God's power.
Now me now.
You be, oh, you want if you say you want do Ojoro, you want you start talks like 2 times.
You said sleep, you don't sleep, wake up.
Make I talk now. Me and I be God's power, the power of God, the inside God. Okay, so like what are they talking?
Wait, Dr. Ken, wait.
No, you are Dr. Ken.
Now 2 times you come platform, now 2 times you dey show.
See me for you now. I did tell you it's not me the God's power. You saying no? Power of the God, the power of God.
God's power. I dey look another God's power for you.
Okay.
If you want the God's power when they there, you on your mic now.
If I quiet now, you know go hear that. No, you dey call God's power. I no go answer from now till Tinubu come out because Tinubu go come out very soon. So that's why I said,
okay, look, I keep quiet. I rest my.
Okay. Call God's power. Now, what I go talk?
This is ringing.
Where God's power? You know they talk now. Maybe God's power. Power of God, God's power. Now the same thing. They just be Christian. Okay. You think they say if I talk any God's power come, I go shut up. You think they say my brother and sister, the law we did for Nigeria, it did perfect. Perfect, not weak, is strong. Kakaraka. Now, as law don't day, this way they put leader for making day they say implement the law. Now be what it doesn't make you do. Not be say make you create the law. The one when he did there, implement them. The law don't talk say. If somebody get 25%, like okay, let me look at the national, for example. If person will get 12% and may not get 25, he no go enter. So what he will talk now? The law don't talk. The law no go fit implement himself. Now the leader go say, you not qualify. Move. The judicial law. You go say the president implement the judges. They go say, look am, the law talk am, and we go implement them. If the person not get the willpower, the interest to implement them because they don't dilute a willpower with money or something. Now then you go consider the law be like say stupid. Not they say they can't do new law. The one we get so they say don't they colonial, it don't old, now British one. If they use that law we get for Nigeria, make we follow and the country goes straight like the way Canada did in every area.
Okay, God's power. Let me interject a little bit. I could understand what Black Panther was saying now. Like for example, the Nigerian police force is under the executive, which is not supposed to be so. So those laws, this is the reason why they are not.
Who thought they're not supposed to be first?
You understand?
You know you talk so. You know you talk just now say not be supposed to be. Who be you? That be the thing. The thing be say make I tell you one thing about law. Organic law. We have different kind of law.
The police force is not independent. They're supposed to be independent, just like other countries where you are. So
no, let me tell you. Let me interject. Let me interject. Once you don't see law, if they don't sign law into a bill into law, it don't turn to law when you go, they size everybody for a particular jurisdiction where that law go go ground. If you don't say something at law, it means say the people where all power belongs to, they don't confide their power inside that law. They don't agree. So make it be like this. So if the law bend, not also not be so supposed to be, we don't talk. It means say all of us don't agree. That is why if you look at the Constitution for 1999, they say we, the people of Nigeria, the Nigerian people, we don't agree.
Which people?
That be the Ojoro what would they talk so? Because you know what they use that.
You know why they use that a little bit because human nature tends to want to take the easiest route. So sometimes if a system is not well structured, actually if there are too many loopholes, people are going to use those loopholes to to do some stuff. So definitely you need to block those loopholes. You need to create a system.
The only way to block them, my brother,
that those loopholes are blocked, are taken care of.
The only way to block them, the only way to block them under democracy or democratic rule, you can't go through that. The law can't show you how you go take block your own loophole, which means say 1/3. You must gather up a quarter, a forum, a quorum. When you go for amount to get power enough. Now they will come vote. Say this team we could change them. We agree. Now they waka.
How do you want to get a quorum? Wait. How do you want to get a quorum?
Now it be the team will be say.
Let me
answer you now.
Let me use DC where I reside. Let me use DC as an example. Number one, you have FBI. Let me use DC as an example. You have FBI, which is the headquarters of the whole of FBI in DC. Now, inside that same DC, you have the DC local, which is a county chairman. You understand? That is in charge of the county. Yes, this is a state. I mean, it's a capital. You understand what I'm saying? But you have the local chairman in DC. You're aware that if an FBI want to go effect any arrest in Southeast DC, the same DC, they will have to go to the FBI's office in Southeast DC and inform them that someone right there has a case to answer. Now, the FBI right there in Southeast DC will have to effect that either they invite not the FBI, the headquarters. They're not going to go straight just to the person house to go pick the person or whatever. No. Otherwise, the FBI in DC or the police in DC, they will arrest that federal FBI because they crossed from Northeast DC into the Southeast DC.
Yes, you are right.
So, such laws
doesn't exist in Nigeria. Law. It's too weak.
We get law.
It's too weak. Brother. You cannot look. Let me tell you one thing. An example. If you, as a person, you walk into let's say you walk into Holland. You walk into a Holland, you be person where not day online. You can't walk into Holland. You stay 1 week. See, because they have a strong law, and the law, they force the people, the structure to implement itself. You will not want to find yourself breaking the law.
Yes.
But when you have a weak law, and the weak law does not give strength to the body that uphold the law, then you cannot function as a state. That is where they break. You make one law, you create one loophole, you create one door. You do this law, you create one door. Go and read Nigerian Constitution. It's contradicting itself.
No, the law not weak, my brother. Listen, I tell you what it happened.
Can he explain this thing to everybody? No, you know they say when they explain that.
It's not weak. You want to show me? Let me tell you. We're supposed to be.
It's not as if the law is completely weak. It's just that there are so many loopholes.
Listen,
so many loopholes in the law.
Number one, we take our copy of law from the USA. Make I start from the background. We practice a copy of the United States democratic pattern. Now, USA now do they practice true federalism? We will be federal states, but we know they practice them. When would they practice them before? Now, a time. Everything they work out well. But after military can't take over, now they can't say they can't cancel all those things. They can't bring the whole country into a unitary government. We're not supposed to be. Everything can connect to center. Now there you go how they say police from Abuja go just take reports. Waka enter Tinubu, I mean what it be name? Sanwo-Olu.
There's nothing like federal state for there. So look and well.
Listen now, we be federal state, but they need to practice some. That the military they change them. As they come out now, they can't do their own constitution. When they go favor the whole thing, say it must be like that. Now it be the 1999 constitution people they say they don't want. Say they must change that because the constitution of 1999 it gets a lot of jabba. We be say in all line up with the
if
states.
You go back to history, if you go back to history, it was a Aguiyi that brought every structure to one center. If you go back to history, yes. So that's what I'm trying to say. That was a very big mistake because Nigeria was actually practicing federalism, which means every state, every region takes care of its own.
Absolutely. I want to there watch everybody grow by their pace. If they do industrialization like Oyo State, tourism, they make money.
It was actually greed that made him to do that stuff. And at the end of the day, they didn't work against him, yes.
That is waiting Peter Obi, they talk, say, make we go back to. Now be waiting Jonathan and the other group, they come say, okay, make everybody call. They do national confab. You remember that confab we will do? National constitutional, like a referendum. So it's a confab. Everybody come do and they pack them for there. When Buhari come, they say go implement them. You not implement them at all. That is what you see. People they talk say they ask them Buhari. I mean, all this contestants will just pass all this election candidate. They say they go do one. They go bring me sure say Nigeria do like this. A run on that particular piece so that you know go time my failure, my success, jam your body. If you know want so now I say they go cheer. By the time Lagos don't work hard, where to go invest.
That is what my brother. Hold on. That is why I dey talk say, if Peter Obi won't function and won't practice all the thing when he talks, so it is going to be a constitutional amendment. It go change everything. You know be work with this constitution. The waiting they talk so they not go agree because they go they take it to Supreme Court. You must follow the constitution. So it's going to be a constitutional battle which the people have to be on his side. We have to uphold that one. That is what I'm saying.
Black Panther, I don't think that Peter Obi is going to be able to change the Nigeria constitution. It takes a lot. He's just a president. It takes a lot. Unless he's going to have all every members of the house to be on his side, which
Obi no need to work for that thing. My brother will not be behind. Obi no need to go do anything. Let me tell you.
So Obi is not going to think about those things.
Obi no go do those things. The things are already done. Jonathan time.
They don't have the comfort. Regime now.
Listen, make I tell you, the thing is done already. They don't do them already. I don't know why you leave Nigeria. They don't do the confab during Jonathan time. Now only to sign them. Now the president to sign them. When Jonathan want to sign them, now they come advise and say, if he go sign them, the North people will be called that they don't want them, so they go lose more. They don't go vote for them for second term. Now they cannot consign them, they can't leave them for there. So that if you don't finish, you don't enter second term, they go consign them. They don't agree. All the whole little ethnic group for Nigeria, they don't gather together during Jonathan time. They pay them money to host them for Abuja, write the whole thing. So the whole thing don't set. If Peter will be enter, now he go can't use that in mind. They'll be saying, no, say not get anybody one favor. You go sign up twice. When he sign up, executive signature don't put for there. It means say everything go join the change. This one go like this. This kind of fund they go like this. Everybody hustle for themselves. He could just implement. They don't already do one for grant. He did there. Now just to sign up. Now they tell Buhari say go sign up. Now lie. He lied to us. He not do until 8 years. So the thing did there. So Peter Obi go say, make I go lobby for this governor or this senator, make they come or this. No, they don't do and finish. Everybody don't bring to their table. What they want to make it reflect.
Now that one I talk now. I say it not be the confab where Jonathan do. That is what we are fighting for since. Now we they fight. Now people they talk say no. Now we they fight for now. That's why I thought say Obi got to uphold that thing before it will function well.
When Jonathan was in 2015, I witnessed it at the Ego Square. Jonathan told Buhari, this is the Nigerian constitution. But more than anything else, this second document is the most important. These are decisions of Nigerians in the 2014 confab.
Of course.
Because people forgot that when APC and Buhari were campaigning, they were campaigning on the basis of $1 could be 1 naira. Shibajo went to Ojoalaba, my cousin there. He said, when I wear the import, now $1 we want to make so that you can do your business. Everybody shout. You know, when you tell a businessman, if he want 30 naira where Okada give him, he go equal to $1. You know, say he go say, I no need to go abroad. After all, this 1,000 naira, why I take the chop now $1,000. Hey,
they were scammers.
No, they all scammers now. So now so Shibajo go. Because I ain't deliver. Because this one I'm telling you is that. So when they did all these things, they came in. APC manifesto as of 2015. If I read it, in fact, I used to have a copy. The thing captured the very essence of Nigeria. That is to tell you, a scammer is always clever. There's nothing they didn't put there. But when they came into power now, they abandoned that and started to implement the manifesto of Miyetti Yala, Ruga, cattle route, cow colony. All those things, the APC manifesto. You can never hear see Ruga there or cow colony. So when they now came in, they say, what of the 2014 something? They said, they don't know anything about it. They said it, they abandoned it. And that was what dragged Nigeria to where we are now. So Peter be coming in like somebody observed. It doesn't need, just go and bring the thing immediately, dust it, and then send it to National Assembly, certify, then that becomes our constitution. You know, the thing people think that constitution is maybe this is as we they talk so. If all of us maybe we are from different, let's because we are from different parents or different mother, let's say we are all from different tribe. For us to gather on Niger Watch the talk, whatever we say here on how the rules we make here, that's our constitution. It's as simple as that. That is the constitution. 2014, because Michael Zekome said they can't believe it that more than 1,000 items was agreed upon. Just by agree, when they read it, they say yes, any dissenting, no, all this. They agreed. Most of them didn't go to vote because if you go to vote, he said they just agreed on it. To the extent that they said some states feel that they can cope. He said if a state cannot cope, you can merge with the other state next to you or whatever, and then run your service together. Maybe you want to be paying one commissioner for education instead of two commissioner here. There's things like this. He said a lot of things. It was totally agreed. But because remember where we started from, because of Almajiri, you know, the people you are doing something with. That's why sometimes when I mention Fulani, people always feel that hey, I'm calling. No. Because they have their own ulterior motive. Now, what they want is to Almajirize Nigeria. Now they started using trailer to bring. Has it happened before? When a trailer go to offload for Edo State, you go to offload for Rivers. For what now? For what? He says it's from federal government. For what? So this is the Almajiri economy they want to build, whereby everybody go come, they take money, hand out. Okay, if you now, when we go and queue and get the rice, after sharing, what happens? So people be coming in. It's just that 2014. There's nothing really. That is what, it's either they agree to it, everybody go. Because we can't continue this. These are, now Almajiri we don't become. I've mentioned countries that are federal, Germany, Australia, Canada, India, Brazil, America. These are countries, big countries with good population. Look at where they are. You can't tell me that in the state of Minas Gerais in Brazil goes to Brasilia to go and queue for and then ask, or the state of New South Wales in Australia goes to Canberra. So it doesn't work that way. But this is exactly where they are dragging us to. So P2B coming in is to tell them that, look, we want to run a federation. We are not disturbing anybody. We want to run a federation.
You know what they're doing? They're doing what's called system of gradualism. So
exactly,
gradually,
like
system of gradualism.
Martin Luther King says, is it not tranquilism? We call it. They said they tell the Negro to wait. Everything is the drug of gradualism or so. So it won't work. We know. All
It's a
these things
system
are
of
planned.
gradualism. They're pushing people gradually. They're getting you to
Exactly.
they're getting you to get used to the situation
We
gradually. They hit you a little bit. They allow you to cry a little bit, and then they push hard again. You know, it's just system of gradualism. Poverty forever.
I can never be okay. Now since Tinubu came in, what of the refugee camp? You know, people don't know why there's high cost of food stuff. Farmers where they farm cassava and all those yam where we they from Benue, Middle Belt, Plateau, all this, all of them they refugee camp. So then they carry food, can't give them. Imagine they say, you know, if you they refugee camp, say you are if a Sudanese is somebody from Sudan or Syria is a refugee in Germany. When in the
Let
Germany,
me ask you this question. Do you not think that even the state governors have betrayed their own citizens by collecting money from the federal government because they wanted to give land to herdsmen and remove farmers from the farm? So what were they trying to do? Does that not mean that they betrayed their own citizens, their states?
They did not for the states
Yeah,
that
that's
did it.
the lot of betrayal because right now the lot of foods, the foods are expensive. People are not able to eat.
So that's what I'm
Beggars
saying.
everywhere on the street. You see people with suits, with keys on the road, begging for money just to feed, just to eat.
So you can imagine federal government saying they will, they will bring trailer. Chineke, this thing makes me laugh. So Nigeria has graduated to the center that trailer will just leave Abuja. One go they go a lorry there. This one go they go Taraba. This one go they go Anambra. This one they go to go and deliver rice.
As if we are in a refugee camp.
Now, wow. Now, Nigeria is a massive refugee camp now. That is the meaning. So it's true.
Okay.
Okay, 180 billion. Okay, 36 states, 5 billion. Governor come and take. When you go, governor go decide. Say, there are 21 states, 21 local governments, about 174 town unions. All the president generals when I go come. Then go say, how do we share it? Okay, with everybody go to receive a lot. So this is what life is all about. this is where Almajiri civilization brought us. Is that what we are going to be doing? So this is okay. Where then? How then do we become creative and start to be show some imagination to be able to develop? Nothing. Is that what we should be doing? Almajiri civilization, rice they call. Okay, after rice, wouldn't they bring beans? I mean only rice we could we not go take plantain, mix them.
The question is how many people will actually have access to even that price? If government that could even eat honorary palliative, Indomie, these guys hid it from the people during COVID-19.
That Indomie in the European Union, because I'm here. It was European Union because that time Germany was giving food, all of them. It was European Union that said let them remember Africa. Not that it wasn't Nigerian money. Now from European Union send those palliative. Go and check it. It's not Nigeria didn't buy it and keep for them. It was European Union that that brought it. So luckily it was 2020. So they feel that then go use and do anything. Nigeria. So you see, what back to what I'm saying. People should know that this is the time it is in Nigeria now. Nigeria is now full-blown Almajiri country.
Dr. Otier,
Yes.
I will continue to say this until it sink into the blood of everybody. Nigeria does not have the good system. We don't have any law. What they are doing is the feudal system of government. Go and read your constitution very well. For us to make a conclusion of it, and we are telling our brothers that this is a feudal system, that we don't have any law. They keep on saying we have. How you implement them now? Implement them, we'll see. They cannot implement it. So we not implement them.
Now they worry us.
Why did we wait? You say we get law. Why did we go for that constitutional conference? Was it not the first GJ to do it? Do you know how many forces that they were part and parcel of that constitutional conference? Do you know the forces that stood? That was when we have men that can start ground. Those are the men that forced GJ to go for a constitutional conference. It wasn't because we have law that is so strong.
It was
because we don't have a law that was strong to hold the federated system.
Why do we think that we're going to have a constitution that gives Sharia law and why do you think we're going to be able to manage this country very well? The Sharia law be on one side, fully on one side, operational, and then what do we really think? I mean, like, is something really messing with our mind? What are we thinking?
We are no longer thinking of whether we go manage or not to manage.
How is that going to be possible?
Your constitution mentioned Sharia law. Your constitution mentioned it. That's why they implement.
The thing is, that's why when I say P2B is
Nigeria's it means that we're not even thinking. How is that possible for the country to succeed?
When I say P2B is Nigeria's last chance, I hang my analysis on this. When the man comes in, if they allow him, because he's coming with a good mind for the downtrodden, and then part of it because nobody can do miracle with this constitution. So
I'm only saying it now.
That 2014 constitutional conference, because that was like a compromise on everything. Every part of Nigeria was represented. Every interest group, student union, just market women, everybody, and they all agreed on that very everything. Everybody. In fact, the way it is, Ozeko may say to the extent that they agreed that if you can't do this, two states can decide that let's talk to each other and see if we can share service. So that is the real federalism. That is the meaning.
This Sultan of Sokoto, he was in that confab. Emir of Kano, the late Emir of Kano was in that confab.
All of them.
Alaafin of Oyo, all of them were in that confab.
Wakili Adamawa.
They all signed it. That was because we knew that this constitution we had was a feudal system cannot be operated in the north. That was why we say we don't have a constitution. Even if somebody writes a constitution for us, the one that we were using before, the parliamentary system, was it not someone that wrote it and gave it to us and will now approve it? Was it not working? But this one, they wrote a feudal system which is archaic to the Islamic way of living, which is archaic. They wrote it they modernized it using English and now inscribe the Sharia law into it. When you know that we are multi-ethnic group and a lot of religions in Nigeria, you now push in Sharia law. That was why they said they can operate Sharia law. And the wicked, Obasanjo OBJ said, oh, he's going to die a natural death. How is he going to die a natural death? When they're using it to oppress the people. That was what we're saying. We don't have a constitution. We don't have a law. People say, the law can work. For more than 40 years, has it worked? Has it produced any good man? Any good man, has it produced it? That is what we are saying we don't have.
We know all those. It's not that we do not know.
Now, Lord, they produce good man. I don't know how the argument they would go say.
Okay.
What people that they talk. Now, what they produce Peter Obi.
For United States.
Now, the law that produced Peter Obi.
Let me tell you how the law
who produced Donald Trump. Now, the American law now produced Donald Trump.
Yes.
Who produced
the American
Barack
law
Obama.
Produced Donald Trump.
There is what we call. Listen. The law is there to straighten. The law is there to guide, so that once excesses they come, now the law they tell, that be the meter, that be the thermometer go tell say this thing don't they go SSO is overheating. Then the law enforcer they go come. But if they talk say, if they talk say law no they make any like at this thing what they talk is still leadership. The will inside the leadership.
I will disagree with you on earth and in heaven.
Let me say something. The reason our leadership is not effective is because of the lacuna we have in the law. If the law was independent of the executive, the leadership will automatically sit up. The law will sit them up.
Let me tell you about
it's because there is a lacuna in the law.
Your character,
my brother,
and your
give me one example.
Wait, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Discuss.
Let me give you an example of discuss. Your character starts from the home. They build it from your home. And when you want to mix up in the public, then you are in the public. There is a law threatening you not to break the other person's right. That law makes you behave conform to what the society needs. When you have a law that is weak, when you bring it among human will break that law, and there's nothing to hold them because the law is weak. So the law creates the kind of human being you want to see. Donald Trump was messing up. He was not brought up well. Let me tell you, finish it.
Donald Trump, we have conversation.
Donald Trump, let me finish now. Let me finish. Okay. Donald Trump was using the system. He said it himself. He said, I have to find a way to override the system because the system was made by a man. But when he tried to do it, he now said he went to his school. Do you know why they couldn't get his papers from his school? He signed an agreement and they signed an affidavit with the school that they will never release this document to anybody. That was why they couldn't release it. But the law, the system made him not to come back again, and now he's facing the system that he wants to beat. That means the system will make you stand upright and fight against you when you want to bypass the system. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I get question. I almost could get conversation. Instead of say we have a quarrel, no could get conversation. Show me only one law for Nigeria where we say now they make the people they behave any of the leadership. Show me one law.
Okay, let me just jump in here. No, you don't need to. No, we don't even need to show them one law. You don't need to show him one law. Let us use what's been happening.
Not that you are asked. The person will bring matter for grant. Now I'm making answer because I get grievance on what address. I beg give me only one.
I don't get grievance. Okay, for your constitution, there's a constitution there that talks about quota system.
Make sure you quote them.
Go read them. That's why you go read them by yourself because you don't know your constitution.
Listen now, my brother. For the court of law, I don't know that you be lawyer or you get legal mind.
Lawyer, I not be lawyer.
Okay, listen to me now. The court, if you are, because this is legal matter now, the burden of proof lies on the accuser. That be the law.
Yeah.
So what
Black Panther is saying, you can locate it under federal character something.
I know where in the listen now, I could get conversation. I know where you the quote. I know what you want to try to talk. It be like past person say one quote Bible. You know where, but I know say day. And the thing be saying, when you say federal character, make it reflect. Waiting be your insinuation already with your mind, because maybe now waiting your mind that make you they talk the way you they talk. Federal character.
Okay, let me ask you a question too. How will you talk about federal character when you have a constitution that all of us are born equal before the law? Why should you bring about federal character? That means you are not equal.
Make an answer now. You don't ask question, make an answer. Wait till you they talk, you they contradict yourself. We get people, federal character say, it means say around the country, pick people from not only one side, make it reflect, say this na Nigerians. So every area for Nigeria, they get competent person. Not because you go pack so Yoruba for one place. What about Igbo? What about Hausa? What about so take them. There are people they qualify in all this area, put them, make it reflect, and all of us get this country. That be the meaning of federal character. Just to educate you in a legal way.
But you see, wait, excuse me, Black Panther, what Dr. Ken said, that is the principle. That is not in practice. It is federal. That is where, you see, if you say, listen, if you say you want to do federal character, and you want King's College, Lagos, that you want 100 students admitted, or 200, and each person must score at least 90%.
5 credit.
No. This is to enter 90%. You go to Sokoto State, there are people that get 90, 91, 92. You pack them. You go to Edo, there are people that get at least 90, 91, 97. You pack them.
You say na federal character.
No, I'm coming. So when you do it like this, all the states, that is federal character. Because what we are trying to say is that there is somebody from Oyo State who get 92. There's somebody from Cross River who get 92. Now federal.
Yes. Thank you.
That is federal character. But in practice, then go for Oyo, get like somebody who get 92. Go like Zamfara, get somebody who get 2%. That one na federal. That one na federal character.
CN. You see the way they discuss and they make headway. You go notice now, say, now still leadership. What it make leadership powerful now, willpower. Now the person where they execute that federal character law, he ain't go fit, I ain't go did and say, no, we don't get 3% from Oyo already. We need to get the other one from Ogun. No, I don't agree. No, it's my no. If you do it, I will arrest you. Oh, I'm sorry. So now what they do for Europe and North America, we make the country great. They follow the law. They go always say, do the right thing. Like what Peter will be this, so let us do the right thing. Let us do the right thing. If the law be perfect by itself, now the implementer. Now
can I say something again?
No law. No, before you come in Black Panther, no law. They say you don't feel a law until you practice it or implement it. Otherwise, everything nobody can even remember it. But until you test it, in other words, every law must operate in practice. If it cannot operate in practice, then it means that you have, Englishman will say, why make a law when you can't obey it? So why do we talk of federal character to develop equitably? When we know you can't practice it, you go to Zamfara, you bring people with two marks or 7 marks. But when you go to Akwa Ibom, those that have 7 marks, you say, no, I won't take you. You must get 80 marks. That is where you have a sinister intention, and that is what people don't want. If you want to be federal, we be federal. If we don't want to be federal, then we go our ways. And that's what people are arguing. Because
Let
do
me
you know
just
that?
ask you
Do you
a
know in
question.
the Western world, when they
Mr.
set
Chair, let me explain further for him to even get it clearer. You see, that is why I said one thing to you before I start. My premises was like this, that the law that we have are weak. They made it weak because it's a feudal system, which the South does not even understand. And they have not practiced it before. Now, you said federal character. Do you know that my own father suffered a lot when it comes to federal character? My father waited for the North for 14 years in one rank. And his uncle, let me tell you, federal character, and his uncle, he was very lucky because he had some favor. He rise to the IG of Nigerian police. But my father wanted to go through the system. He stood for one rank for people that my father is a lecturer in police academy. He lectured
The system will mess him up. Honestly speaking,
the system messed him up. His mate, we are commissioner of police. Why is still a chief superintendent in police? His mate rise up to AIG. His mate, my father ended up as a chief.
But Black Panther, my point is, it's not as if I'm not saying the law is completely bad, but I'm only saying that there are a lot of loopholes. Even with this very law,
we are right.
Yeah, but even with this very law, if it's really if it's practiced, if it's put to kind of put to work, we're still going to have a better country. Honestly speaking, if it's truly put to work. But there are a lot of loopholes. For example, you look at when a commissioner of police is answering able to the inspector general of police in Abuja. That's a big deal. You're not going to have an effective security system. You're not going to have an effective security system. Never.
A law that did not create a reserve.
That's a big deal.
Is that a law?
I still ask you one question. Wait, show me one loophole for the law. Just show me one. Say this. Look at this law. See what you be. Like I tell you, say I see the defense say now the implementer, the US law way they there. You know go fit enforce himself. What make us
but
get
they will
police?
not. Okay, now let me.
Enforce
I've watched so many
law enforcement.
I've watched so many videos of like Femi Falana where they complain about the constitution does not give the state governor rights over to kind of like summon the commissioner. The constitution does not give the state governor the rights. Only the president or the IG, Inspector General of Police. So that's why sometimes when the state governor, when there are so much security challenges, the state governor will have to apply to the IG for an approval before the commissioner of police in his state will be able to carry out
says the chief security officer
policy. That's a big deal.
You see that kind of loophole?
I've listened to my senior advocate of Nigeria's son. I've listened to him several times where they explain the loophole in the constitution. There is no doubt about that. I understand that. But my point is, even with that, if it's truly practiced, if we Nigerians truly like the leaders, if they are truly following with the little one that we have, we know that it's not that much. But if they are really following it, we're still going to have a better Nigeria than this very one.
Human being,
just my take.
My uncle, human being is created in a way that if he sees a loophole, we are all the same. We are all.
He's going to take the route.
He's going to take that as an advantage. That is why you have to. Your constitution is never perfect, but you have to make sure you get it up to like 75 to 80%, so that the structure, the law we create, will be firm and will be independent of their own, and they will function without no interference from the state or the federal. You are trying to create equal right among the citizens so that they will not say you are doing injustice to this man and you are doing justice to this man. That is what the law, the constitution has given us. That is why you see a governor is the chief security officer of the state, which your constitution say, but the law also say that he cannot command the commissioner of police to do this except he take order from the IG. That means the governor is under the IG. You see that lacuna there?
Automatically under the IG. That's a big deal in this country. It doesn't matter whether you are from the northern part of the country or you're from the southern part of the country. That's a big deal. It means that the security architecture, it means the security architecture of the state is not in your hands, which means your citizens cannot even hold you accountable.
If you don't get anything right, but get your security right. But you did not get your security right, how do you want to have a good state? So these are what we have been saying. The constitution must not be perfect, but we must have a strong constitution that at least up to 75%, then we can start from there and amend whatever as generation comes, they will amend it.
Did you understand the example that I gave in DC? If the FBI wants to go effect from Northeast DC and arrest in Southeast DC, they will have to inform the community police right there. Otherwise, they will be arrested.
Right. Yeah.
They will be arrested and they will be prosecuted and be taken to courts right there. FBI will be arrested and be taken to courts for entering into their territory without permission.
Do you know that in America, I cannot carry my rifle and go to another state that does not permit me? That is rifle in transit. I can't do it in some states.
Yeah.
The way they talk, so what you go do for Nigeria now? Make you talk. Make you go to say that law.
See,
you know
you go do for Nigeria.
Black Panther.
Take that GJ constitutional reform. Carry that one.
Yes. Now you look. If you want to cure sickness and not a cure symptom, go to cure the cause. Now now make everybody shout a constitutional reform, constitutional right. There. So once you talk all this thing now, it be like say nobody want to even person be like me. I don't want to give interest on because now the symptom they deal with. Once we change that constitution I be the organic. I'm talking about the organic law. We have all those different, but the organic law number one. Once you don't change, everybody will fall into place because all the power of the president it comes from magistrate. Now magistrate they give president power. If not, you know, if you get power. They God they give magistrate power. Now how they do the law, the thing from UK. We get all this law from Britain.
Use that language. You know how they use that language.
So you have to the only thing. Once my brother, make I tell you one thing. I want us to you know how to learn from each other, and we get different profession for here. The day any president enter, he can't use a willpower. He not care say whether I want them. Now he go serve if anybody not support him. The day he enter, I can't get that mind. Say that constitution when they don't do that confab. He can't sign them into law. Bam.
That is the end now.
My brother, thank you. You go just to say everything. Go just the answer in name.
Go just the answer in name. Fast.
By itself. That is why you see people sit down for there because number one, if they don't tell you say Zamfara, make you Zamfara for your own self and your citizens. If not, now while you there.
Now.
The day I went to the first time when I go Vegas. When I went to Vegas, see what be their what you say they get money. I go visit the casino, the biggest in the world. I shall work for there. Now correct job. They pay tax. Government. Now what did they go to they survive for their country, for their state, and they make them. If you go on that, I they tell you, you go on that state. You don't know say get some state for America. Be say 16 years fee marry, white 18 years no go fee. You no go fee for some area 16 no go fee marry. When you come my state, you marry. We go give you license and you go pay your tax. You see that one? Yeah, they come if you go to another area, they just deal on like for example California. You go see and so all those they make all those investors come they come do all their software, all those their high tech people there, farming
their software.
Okay, let me ask you a question on what you said.
Everybody can survive on their own.
If a girl will go there one state where if you marry for say 16 years you stuck, and then he just they live in life jejely. All of a sudden, he get job or something where carry and go state, where then they not they permit 16 years until you reach 18. Maybe you never reach 18. Will that state recognize him as a married person?
Yeah, and they come make an answer. They are not recognizing her. They are recognizing the authority that put her there. We have federal laws.
No,
and in
see the thing they woolly. No, listen. No. I'm not blamed. I'm not trying to get.
I never finished.
The federal law go demarcate them now.
Wait.
Now the place that they come to.
Wait. No. Let me. Maybe I didn't make the question. So if say I don't know the state where in they permit marriage at 16, in marry, all of a sudden you just play around, go one state. When they permit marriage at the age of 16. Now,
I want to answer your question.
The question is,
I don't understand your question.
That title. If there are things where married people they get for that state because their own age high, with that person where they're 16, is he entitled to it, or they go tell and say, well,
crime already.
Make her answer your question. For USA, I don't know if now they USA for them.
The criteria, I don't follow na Black Panther them there.
The criteria where they to become president for US, I believe it's not be there for Nigeria. But if peradventure all of us they come meet for Geneva Convention, all presidents come decide. The president for Nigeria is now primary primary certificate.
Yeah.
When they take go sit down near them, all of them are president for that level, whether they meet, so long they recognize you by your own law for your state. Say you qualify to marry in that same place, they go allow them. Now I did.
Okay.
So president, president.
It's understood. It's under. I think say whether person gone done the pass magas married when he reach there, then go tell and say we not recognize where you carry the status.
Well, like some gun laws now. Let's say for instance now, they say open carriage for Texas. They can't say no open carriage for New York. And you carry your Texas law, they will arrest you for that place. They will arrest you, not be second chop. They will arrest you for New York.
You have to, let me speak to that.
The only way you can do is the federal law, where you go make the gap for you to escape it.
No, you have two laws that speaks to that in the United States. For example, if you're on a transit, you're on a transit and you just stop by, you understand, the law does not hold you because that judgment was given, I think, 1995? You understand that? So the judgment states... No, the judgment states that if you are carrying the firearms, for example, like you're in a transit from one state, let's say, for example, you need a license as a resident. You need a license to carry a firearms maybe for like 5 years. Let's use New Hampshire as an example. License, but the Second Amendment actually does not restrict the citizens of the United States.
That is where I'm going to.
Yeah, as long as you are a US citizen, the Second Amendment does not restrict you from carrying firearms, no matter what state you are from. But
no matter what state you are going.
Yes, no matter what state you are going. So if you're on a transit, and the law says that maybe your firearms supposed to be your trunk, or according to your state, it's supposed to be your trunk, depending on the state of the law. The law of that state is supposed to be your trunk, and you now put at the back seats, and maybe police detector find that you're carrying a firearm and it's in a place where it's not supposed, it's in a location where it's not supposed to be, and your maybe MIT, which is Massachusetts, did not restrict you from putting it in your trunk. They just say you have the right to carry firearms. So if they arrest you, you're going to win the case because you are in the transit.
Yeah,
because of this, the Second Amendment automatically knocks it out. You understand that? Now, if you want to stay in that state, you have to do what's called change of residence, number one.
Yeah.
Then you have to go get the permit now to transfer it back to the truck according to the state law. So that's how it is, you know.
You see, Dr. CM, you see how the law they tight fist everybody. You see how the law they tight fist. When you go come from here, you go come from here. That is the kind of law I they talk. Something that we function. This thing they function on its own. No, they go read the book for you. They go just read them for you, and they go apply them. No hose bed. They go apply them. That is why everybody they always deal with the Second Amendment right. Now that one will guide you.
Mr. Panther, the beauty, when you come here for US, UK, civilized world, first world, one of the beauty way they see for them are the way things they work. They say, see as the law they work for here. The beauty of every law is still the willpower that is present within the law enforcer or the leader to enforce them. Now, every way they see beautiful. For example, you know, say one time when they say of a war against indiscipline, it's you know, go fit throw paper for ground. You know, go fit smoke for year. Now, law. Once you do them, they don't bap you. Then they take bribe. They go, you see, then they can't say if you be woman, they wear trouser. Now they go make sure say as once they see you, see the way they go pound on you, they arrest you. So the whole country, they go say you must paint your house once in a year. You must put flag for your front of your house. That time, see everybody, they put flag. So now everything boy to leadership. Now I could be say, I want to give the leadership where this country deserve. I want to give them. Not that the one be say, you be Agbero. So who you want to make it come off a road, where you be Agbero too. So everywhere don't scatter. This person go thief money.
Why, Black Panther, I'm asking you this question. Why is there no law for, is it that the grass does not grow in Nigeria? Why is everywhere dusty? Is it that there's the
Lagos State has a law that guides that one, but the problem is that
what's really wrong with our people? There should be a law. You can't leave the compound open like that. That's why people don't have jobs, because if you plant grass, if everybody's planting grass and you have people that will take care of the grass, I mean, people will be busy.
Make I ask you, wait first. That's not the job. What would they? Let me tell you, you were there. If you get house you be for anywhere, the only time you go want to make somebody they can't cut grass for you. Now when you get access to spend to pay that person, the first thing first, if you want to do, if you go call somebody they can't work out, do you go pay the person. But if the federal government, right now, you go discover say we not get money, we are only servicing the base we get. The $4 when it remain 4% we get. Not be saying I even correct money because we still they owe the 96 now to the service the debt. Not be saying to pay off some of it, not to service some. Now that kind of country now they say make you can't get go buy even the truck when they wash road. You know that you have to think that is why you see say even road they dusty and if not if now the time we say Nigeria get money we be say our GDP alone. No, but we borrow Japan money. You don't have to go to this
Lagos State had that machine that clears the road from dust before.
My brother, the only time you go want see okay, make I tell you one thing. If you want to see Lagos, be like London, make I give you one tip. And this one is workable. But ask any technician. If they reduce or if they increase, I don't know how we'll use it, either reduce or they increase, or they introduce that legal aspect of the law where we become independent of ourselves. Every state fend for yourself, pay only tax to the federal. All those billions where they enter Lagos accounts, Lagos state accounts, without no thief. You go see and say Lagos could be nothing different. Do you know the GDP of Lagos alone? Make I ask you a question. If you know the GDP of Lagos, how many countries get that kind of GDP to take care of millions of the whole that kind of landscape? Then small Lagos. Now they toss that kind of the money too much for Lagos. It's too much.
And this in Lagos space is very small.
That is what they talk. So look at the land
very
mark.
Small. Yeah,
Lagos, that money, the money too much. Lagos could be like London within a short time. I don't say that immediately, but within a short time.
But have you forgotten Tinubu is holding Lagos Alpha Beta?
No, we they try to the whole all factor, all factor equal. Say everything then normal. Because if we be enter, if Badaru, what's our name? Badaru vibes, Badabo. If he enter I know what they fight for. It means say Tinubu, what you call that when they connect to the novel of the woman of the children mother.
Stronghold will be cut off.
Umbilical cord.
Yes, the umbilical cord will be cut off. You know, so don't finish. There you go see and say Lagos. What did they say? London. Now, what will be the GDP of Lagos compared with the one of London? That's only London economy. Check it on Google. Make you know say.
Remember, if really we want to do federalism the way it should be, like you are proposing all those things, all the oil companies putting head office in Lagos has to move down to the Niger Delta. Otherwise, they can tell you can't operate because that is the meaning of federalism. You know, they say
but that's how it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to be taking oil from a land and you put the headquarters somewhere else.
Because they are paying tax in Lagos. You know, if Chevron that should have been in Yenagoa, no, Chevron is Warri.
That's one thing I love Wiki for, because Wiki fought them.
Chevron should be in Warri Delta. You know, paying tax there. Then is it Ajip should be in Yenagoa? If his head office is somewhere in Yenagoa paying tax, Bayelsa cannot be losing that much. So there are a lot of things that will be rebalanced. But our federalism, we are not practicing it. Do you know that ordinarily, if not that, I don't know why the so-called elite in the north, they don't want to really help their people and they expose them. Do you know they should have, that area should be the richest part. Okay, let's say they will be competing with the Niger Delta. Zamfara is having gold. They have solar, abundant sunshine. They can decide to build a solar plant there and then be sending light to any other people that may need it, and you pay them. You pay. They can do that because it's reliable. Rain might not fall in Kano for months, maybe some few days in the year. The sunshine is there. Then out of their Greek, and then the minerals all over there. But I don't know
dairy farms. Dairy farms, they can have dairy farms.
Exactly. I don't know all these things. Do you know that? Okay, this is ranching we are talking. You ranch your cattle. You ranch them. That's what they why should we be importing milk from Denmark?
To Nigeria, you're welcome. I say to Nigeria right there.
Why should we be importing milk from Denmark? These are something that we give them money. Even on their own, they will be exported. You don't need to just within Nigeria. But all these are what we want to do. But everybody pack it and be looking for oil from Bayelsa. I don't know, oil from Akwa Ibom. That is what is causing the problem, and we are living like a beggar.
It's because of the feudal system we are practicing. That's the problem.
It's the feudal. It's paying me. Yes, please. It's paying me.
I get question for everybody where they there, and I will make you think before you answer me, not just rush. Tell me, think around the whole world. Maybe one video or two or three or four of anything when Nigeria needs, not be say want, it needs to import. Tell me, plus finish or raw. Before you answer, for the finish, before you think, the finish on, check whether we will get the ability, if they give us the knowledge, that we go feel producer from our country, for ourselves. Then check total, which one we go feel import. What we need to import for this country? Check them. What thing Nigeria needs to import for this world? Come their country. Check them. Nothing. But just answer for yourself.
I would say, if I want to answer the question, I would say there are few, but they are not up to 10%.
Just name them. Maybe somebody will tell you how to go feel creator from our own country, because you may not know.
I will talk about stuff that
I know you what you talk
that we don't have defense technology. Defense.
Okay, make I answer. Anybody want to answer that one? Say
something
okay,
like all this. What they call it, anti-something defense, something like this thing. They said you divert if you release anti-missile defense, something. Yeah.
Okay. If I want to answer, make a try whether I go fit answer that your question. What it is go that thing. You go discover, say, when you talk about knowledge in diverse form, for example, like talking about defense or military hardware or software, it's about people going to school. Start. Any country when they get this power, check them. Now knowledge. Now India, where they grow to become a world power now, they have been practicing, developing, having their lab, investing into this thing. Naim. China, when China began, 50 years ago, where China did, make una check. 50. Now only 50, I give 50 years. 50 years, they Dubai did. So the thing be say, now knowledge, now people they share, people they go school, develop their mind. Nigeria get mind. Everything when I go mention now the brain, now mind. If anybody get quick understanding mind, in those days for Babylon, what to make you teach some of you know about Bible here? Quick, the king of Babylon. Not be say want all the wisest men for Israel, for Jerusalem, they bring up now the point want me to make a day with them. The wisest people that get smart mind, now he want and check what he do with them. Because he want to use them to develop a land. So he look for the wisest one. Even today, USC they do that when they started a long time ago. If you get a very wise brain and smart, fast-taking brain, they call it super talent. I think some kind of super talent visa. Go to the embassy. If they assess it and they see the proof,
let me tell you something.
They go give you visa to come to the United States.
What makes
Nigeria
you think that Benin Empire? What makes you think that Benin Empire was so big? What makes you think that? The stuff that US is practicing today, which is visa lottery, was actually started in the Benin Kingdom, Benin Empire. Like talent hunts.
Thank you.
They actually copied, if you go check the history, they actually copy visa lottery system, though the Benin Empire were not calling it visa lottery. You understand? They actually copied that system from the Benin Kingdom.
Okay,
the street light you see today, that the whole world is having street light actually started from Benin Empire, and it's in the Guinness Book of Record. The first country that had street lights.
I wanted to ship in something that if you discover that, look at Nigerians, even person way be say, okay, even person way be say in all go school, school not just formal education. And people say, I would not go any school, but their brain, they tell them, say, this thing, if you put them together, you go produce current. And they do them, and they think how they work. They come, that's not talent. And person way there for street smartness, all those stuff. But you could see, say, for Nigeria, this is what they happen. But if you look at the US, you go see, say, the person will produce this one, a name now, Russian name they get. Now, for Russia, I come from, they take come US. They call it perform, they call they give them all kind of support. The other person go see say now one black man. The Queen Elizabeth doctor when they get one of them, not the black man, not the Igbo guy. Go to the US.
You're talking about it. Did you see this US drone? The US fighter drone. Have you heard about this US fighter drone? It's the drone.
I didn't say one Nigeria is part of the team that built it.
Nah, it's been designed and patented to an Edo man. Is the owner. Is the one that has the patent. That is designing it for the United States. That's a big loss to the Nigerian state.
You see what they talk? What about Philip Emeagwali? You don't hear that name, Babi? You don't who don't hear about that name? Philip Emeagwali.
Philip Emeagwali, yeah.
Okay.
The internet
father, one of the fathers of the internet.
Fathers of the internet, yeah.
He's a mathematical guru. Look, make I tell you one thing. Peter will be with the see for there. He say once Peter need to talk plenty words. Now be one thing, but his words are very from the heart. He say, I know they desperate to be president. The only desperation when they inside me now to see Nigeria work. He saying go if he go assemble the best brains of Nigeria anywhere they day. He go assemble them. At the time when I say when I go surprise say for judiciary the way the thing go somersault. The way it go rejuvenate, everybody go say, wait, the way the financial aspect, financial side of the country, say chairman of CBN, this key position, military aspect, finance, foreign affairs, you go see brain of Nigeria where they help other country, they rise up strongly. They are willing to conserve their father. They are ashamed. Whether they hear the news about Nigeria, they shame. So if you don't look, Peter Obi I go assemble them anywhere they I go bring them. By the time they begin to enter the affair of government, you go surprise say the Chief Justice will be say if you hear them for you as a lawyer, your career don't finish for life. Just go learn how to do carpentry because you don't finish. If they catch you, say you go. By the time they don't do only 3 examples, they don't relegate you to somewhere where they say banana now, or they go learn and that trade. You don't ban that certificate say you be lawyer. You know, if you practice within Nigeria. My brother.
But that's what happens. That's what happens in the Western world. If you are caught, number one, even if you're a lawyer, if you are caught lying, your certificate will be seized.
Now what are they who go now the thing be say now the center they talk say now only manpower. Now
that's why lawyers will always tell their client, tell me the truth. The reason is because they want to be able to tell the judge why you committed this very crime. They don't want to tell the judge, oh, you are innocent, you didn't do it. When actually you did it.
Not the only lawyer.
They debar the New York mayor now. You know New York mayor. They debar him now. He's a lawyer. They debar him because he was supporting lies on the election. They have to debar him.
What will be this man for the? What will be the chief? I don't know the person in this or Tinubu. I don't special aid. I don't know. Will be tonight be former law president of the lawyer. I think the party. The lawmakers, what be that in name? I don't forget. He get one kind of long Yoruba name. Not be the Senate president before this one.
Bajabiamila.
Bajagbia. That guy. Forget I can't pronounce that name. I don't know. Always difficult for me. Bajagbia. That guy was a lawyer in the US. Many of you never know this guy's story. He went and stole his own client money. Bad, not to practice law in the US.
Okay, you know, I think they convict him, Abi.
I said look, when they go read some. If sometimes the Nigerians they like to read, now maybe they quit. They say, okay, we'll go vote for this person. They ban him. You know, go fit do law for US again because he take your own client money. It is against the ethics of lawyer. Now they come bar finish. Your other friend, Ogun State Governor, what it be his name?
Yeah, that Ogun State Governor. Yeah, that one's it.
That
one go jail now.
That one go jail. He know, but he come Nigeria, he become take position of honor. What about Sanwo-Olu? Sanwo-Olu when you go club, go carry fake dollar. Look, my brother, if you name the people will be your leader, you will not say Nigeria not get.
Just listen to the people. Just listen to the people.
What about Omo Agege? What about Moku just talk very fast? What about Omo Agege? What about former Delta State Governor Ibori? What so criminal and then now Tinubu gather together.
As in both them, all of them.
Yes, in a gang.
They say he don't tell when Ibori starting own. Now when he did Uniben, he do.
He did.
Economics and statistics. Say if they go count in Buka for where they Uniben, whether that one where they did that pharmacy faculty or those side. You know, if you know school of farm, you know if you enter Uniben now, by the right hand side, so they go down, you could just see like Obawa campus, you could just see pharmacy, those bungalows where they there. So there's one canteen then where in the line. So Ibori and then guys, they feel just stand in front of the person where they sell, then go line themselves up. One person go lift off one bottle of beer from the fridge. It is saying they pay, in the take hand, collect another one, pass them. That's why you go they pass back. The thing go don't read. You know, when they finish your beer. So now there Ibori start. He start in job before he can graduate, come UK, go where there's a warehouse they call where they sell carpenters tools.
They catch him for theft.
Now there they catch him. He go plant in girlfriend. In girlfriend they work there for the place. So for the what is they call this a warehouse? Think like Focus or something for South somewhere in London. So he go carry mighty TV. When he reach there, he no go scan them because if you scan the thing, there's a way he go demobilize them because now in there this thing, but he no go enter account. So he body go carry the TV come out like say he buy them because the alarm no go show. You know you go and demobilize the thing, but he no know. So he go take stock. They find out all the time. They can't set a trap until they catch it. They catch it, but the man
that was so dumb-headed.
So that was around 1980.
They've been watching him a long time.
Listen, around 88, 89 or something like that. Ibori run con Nigeria. Later, I can't join politics. Immediately, he joined politics. He become governor. Then you know, say the thing never leave. And the thing, 1 year, according to Yoruba, he did blood. So he finished Delta money. 174 charges for a court in Kaduna, they transfer and come Asaba. Listen, that's why they work now. Come Asaba. Now, if they come Asaba, they come fix the judge weighing like. Now come everything discharge and acquitted, discharge. 174 charges. So now the man gone wrong do Dubai, make it go enjoy. Britain here consent
Do you know the people that influenced that judgment? You know the people
extradition
that
request.
influenced that judgment? You know Odile wives? The Odile
We know
of River State.
we know now. So
just go watch any case that woman put her mouth is a dead case.
Discharge and acquitted. Discharge Ibori wrong go Dubai. May you go enjoy and say don't hand over. I don't finish. Now Britain send the extradition request. Now they babam for UAE. Bring and come UK. You go hire lawyer. You know that's the difference between Nigerian lawyer and the Igbo lawyer. Igbo lawyer look the case say no. Say when we go, you plead guilty so that your sentence we go now, we go just temper justice with mercy. But if not to go and argue, there's no way you get escape them.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Because if they lie, this is a big problem to them.
Ibori come here plead guilty, they can't give them reduce the thing. Otherwise, because you know the thing about Nigerian law, that's why sometimes I hate what they do. There are cases you go call your client, say, look, this case, I know you will pay me. But it's better I will approach my professional colleague, the lawyer on the other side. Let us use ADR, alternate dispute resolution. I go call and say we go settle. That's we call settle out of court. But if not to go and argue this, there is no way we go win, and it go hard. So it's better we call the person out, even if you they owe him. Whatever agreement we reach, go be now between me and the lawyer. We go just draft so that gradually the thing go end. But Nigeria go say, make we go court with you. You go claim 100 billion damages. Oh, na lie. When you go there, then go sentence you. But Ibori came here, pleaded guilty. The lawyers tell him plead guilty. He pleaded, and that was it. So he got his own. So our system is just that. That's why sometimes our judicial system messes things up. And do you know why judge in Nigeria, every lawyer, Nigeria here, lawyers are not that too rich, despite the fact that they do the thing. But in Nigeria, before you know, and they are multi-millionaires. Because the money they are charging,
fault. Is the constitution that made the judiciary at the mercy of the federal government now.
Now the money they are charging you, it's not that they are charging you this money because that is the effort they are going to put in the case. They are charging you because as then they charge you as a lawyer, then they charge the one where they go give judge to influence this thing. Do you see it? So that is the way they do their own. That's why in Nigeria, they say if you want to steal money in Nigeria, if you go steal 1 billion because you need 1 billion, you go just die. Steal like 3 or 4 billion. So that when you keep 1 billion your own, you go keep the other 2. Look for one son. So when you tell a son waiting day, he goes, okay, and I know the judge, I know who know him.
It's only Nigeria a lawyer knows that you committed this crime, that this crime is a crime. You actually did it. He will push you to the courts and ask you to say you are not guilty, and he wants to prove that you never committed. Yet you are guilty. It's only in Nigeria. You do that in another country, your license will be taken from you, because as immediately they find out that you are guilty, your client is guilty, and they have proof to it, and they investigate the lawyer that you actually knew that this guy was guilty, your license is gone completely.
It's true. It's true. So
they don't have
once
that. Once we don't get the head, now make you say the reason why they fight for.
Let me just add something.
Not just because of
can I say something, please?
You go say make I just finish now. Deadline. If we don't get, you go talk now. They come. I did grant before now. If Peter Obi enter, the executive has a strong influence over the other 2 arms of government for our country. Even though they say they are all equal according to the book, but the way they empower and package the executive, it get too much influence over the other one. Once you get it right at the executive, my brother, many things go fall into place.
I think to an extent one can argue that the executive can fix most of our problems. But we all know that the people and the executive is a feedback loop. They all feed into each other. Some of the things I've seen in Nigeria, you can see it in so many cases, examples. Like even here in the UK, you want to go and apply for Nigerian passport, even renewal, it could take you up to 5 months. So, and if
One
that,
year, 1
yeah,
year.
see,
1 year now.
that is some crazy stuff, and something that is just a clerical issue, and then they will ask you to go and get postal order. A postal order, who uses postal order in this world anymore? And to tell you that the people too may be partly responsible for this stuff has been happening for over 10, 20 years now. So it's been going on. Nigerians in the UK, the rich ones and poor ones, they've gone on experienced these things, and some of them have gone on to be ministers. They refuse to change it. It's like, how does this even? If you go to Nigerian embassy now, you see the queue, Nigerians queuing around the building, and then you see the post office around there. They will be rushing to the post office to go and get the postal order because it's only Nigerians that need postal order. And
It's true.
literally, it's going to take post office to stop you selling postal order for Nigerian government to move. Postal order, when I was young, it was like an archaic thing. Nobody cared about postal order. Like it wasn't even being used that much. Till now, our federal government is still making us go and get postal order. And somehow people are not outraged and tell them that, okay, you really need to stop this. Even Lekki kitchens, like where they sell Nigerian food in the UK here, even Mama Buka in Nigeria, in the UK here, they take card payment systems. But somehow, our federal government cannot do that. And we allow this thing how can you totally blame the federal government alone? Because this is madness. Our people are literally queuing to go and get postal order. Maybe many of them don't understand that postal order is so ancient. It's like somebody asking you to go and use typewriter to go and write your letter when there is typewriter to go and type this thing. When there is printers to print this stuff. This is the madness we live in, and it's a deliberately manufactured inefficiency. I've never seen this level of
people just
inefficiency.
refuse to think.
And people are not questioning it, that this is, how can we accept this level of inefficiency? 5 months to renew a visa, this is the passport. Like you already have the data, and they will keep you 3 months. They will give you 3 months notice after you.
Even if they do it, they might forget it. They will just go on somewhere.
There are people that will go there. They will say, "Oh, you just missed one thing. Go." And when you go again, that's maybe 3 months. It's going to take you to come back and fix that thing again. And because you have to give you another appointment to come in again. And they will waste your time, waste your time. I spoke to somebody in Nigeria and said, to get a passport, it took him more than a year. It's like, this is something like in the UK, under 2 weeks, you get it. Other nations, do you know what these people are doing to our people? Like, let's say you are in the UK now, you want to go and get a passport, and they are taking that long a time to process it. You will not be able to travel to anywhere. You will not be able to return to Nigeria. Let's say you wanted to come to Nigeria. You can come to Nigeria, but you can't come back, except you have British nationality. You can't come back because they've held your passport. So they are limiting our people's freedom. These people, the way, I don't know what is these people, it's us, because it's us that is experiencing this, and it's us that will still go and become governors, councils, this thing, and still allow the system to remain like that. You can't tell me there are no rich people in the UK that have experienced this thing. Even Bola Tinubu probably experienced it in the UK when he was in the UK. He probably saw the Nigerian system. But somebody said, "Oh, the reason why they don't care is because when they come to the embassy, they just pay money and they get their passport, so they don't care about what the other people are going through." But there must be somebody that was poor once, that wasn't that rich, that went through that process. Many of them, not just some, many of them have gone through the process. Why have they not corrected it? How do we? And this is the same thing that filters into all systems in our country. And you know what we tend to go and do? Say, was like what CM said, that if you want to steal 1,000, this is 1 billion naira for yourself, steal 5 billion. This is the kind of culture we cultivate. Instead of looking out to stop it, we cultivate the culture to carry on the process, because the system is so inefficiently designed. This is not how nations are built. Even the Western system is not even that efficient. The Asians are the ones really running an efficient system right now, and that's why they are developing faster. If you compare the Chinese infrastructure and that of the US, the Chinese infrastructure is surpassing it now. Like,
sorry, Mr. Naja, let me add a point to it so I continue. Look at the way they set up the anti-corruption draft now. They put it under the presidency. Was this supposed to be so?
Huh? He's saying that hold me accountable, like anybody can hold him accountable. That's the problem with all this one. Like that's how they hijack the NNPC one. They will say presidency has to be NNPC, but yeah, they are still
do you
stealing
know
our
that?
oil.
Do you know that in Nigeria, I wanted to buy Wi-Fi. This MiFi, Smile and Airtel. Then I was asked to Google NIN. Do you know that everybody, including Niger, including what's it called, all these other countries, do you know that they are getting Nigeria NIN just like that?
No. There's no
And they said
security
it's
check.
national identification number. So they are giving everybody citizenship. Do you know? Do you guys know that?
I
Yes, we
don't think
do.
they are giving everybody citizenship. Good luck to them. I don't know who is rushing to go and be a Nigerian citizen anyway. With
Yeah.
the 5 months.
Can I just
Brother,
jump in
But this is
here?
a big deal because I experienced
Can
it,
I?
and I was asking somebody that when I was like, everybody,
Can,
including Fulanese, including
why
Cameroonians,
are you worried? Let them come and be a
can
everybody.
I
Nigerian
jump
citizen
in? Can
now.
I
Let's
jump
see
in,
what the
please?
gain is.
Can I jump
Let them,
in?
If
This
it were the
country,
like,
this our
if it
leaders
were,
cannot think,
if
my
it were,
brothers and sisters. Our
Can I?
leaders,
if it
they
Can
were,
I?
run out of ideas.
Can I
I
come
This
think
in,
is
please?
madness.
Prince wants to say something.
Hello. Good evening, everybody.
okay.
Can
Greetings.
you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I've been listening patiently to the discussion. And at this point, I just wanted to jump in. I think to Nigeria. I'm just enjoying your submission. See, I'll quickly touch on the issue of the passport, but that was not actually why I came. I think the problem is that we don't have standard. And for example, in Sweden, you'll be surprised now that you can actually walk into the Nigerian embassy in Sweden and you get your passport same day. Because the Swedish embassy that serves the Scandinavian area, Denmark, Norway, and if you can come from Iceland, it's okay, or you can go to Germany. But the thing is that you can walk in there and you get your passport same day as long as you've already done one before, if it is renewal. And just 2 years ago, 2021, no, 2020, it wasn't like that. In 2020, you have to go the first time, they take your biometrics and you come again, or they'll post it to you. So the point I'm just making is that, and to Nigeria, you are very right there, because we also have to do more. We have to demand more. I think the guys in the Scandinavian, they demanded more. They even went as far as trying to, you know, uh, complain to the public authorities about what's going on in the Nigerian embassy. And just because they wanted to save face, so they quickly adjusted. And, now all you just need to do is
Was
to
it
go
only
there.
to that Scandinavian countries? Only
Yeah,
that
it's only
side?
in Sweden. Yeah, I can confirm to you that in Ireland, in Dublin, I know somebody that's going for his passport next week, and the process is still clumsy. But it's not as clumsy as that of the UK. You still have to go. You pay these a return label. They call it return label. You pay for that. You buy bank. What's it called? The postage, whatever that to Nigeria was talking
A
about.
postal order.
Yeah, you still do that. So they will not post it to you at home, but you still have to go. And you can't still get it same day. But in Sweden, before you come, they already have every of your data in the system. It's only when the only thing you just need to do is to scan your passport to them, your recent passport and photograph, and that's all. And that's how it ought to be. So the problem is that there's no standard setting. You can see two countries, two different situations. If you just move from Dublin to UK, you just discover that it's completely crazy there. And if you move from Sweden to Germany or Italy or Spain, you discover that it's completely crazy there. So that's just the problem we are facing as a nation. No standard way of doing anything. And a piece of, I don't know if you were the one that was talking about that NIN. To Nigeria, it is very, very crucial.
Yes,
It is
it's
very, very
painful.
crucial to Nigeria. Do you know that? Do you know the most heartbreaking thing that can ever happen to any nation when other people can easily get your nationality. Now, tonight, do you know the implication of that? Even if it doesn't matter now, but it is going to matter forever.
And this is
Because
this
those
is a country
Fulani,
under Boko Haram attack. This
yeah,
is a
those
country.
Fulanis, those
Can you imagine?
Nigerians with our NIN, it means that they already have their names, their system, their biodata, their fingerprint, all of them imprinted in our system. So even if it takes 100 years for Nigeria to become a better country, their children, their great grandchildren, their great great grandchildren, they are they are already part of this country called Nigeria. So it may not be important today, but tomorrow it will be important. And because the reason I actually jump into Nigeria, you always talk about this security risk. So this NIN is not something you just dismiss like that. It poses a huge security risk to Nigerians because it's easier for Nigerians, these Fulani guys, to obtain that NIN compared to people in other parts of the country. And the same thing happened during the BVN, what's it called? The voters registration. It was easier for those guys to obtain their voters card than people in the southern part of the country, especially people in the east. It was
My
easier for
brothers
those.
and sisters, I said it's crazy. It's
It's
crazy. I
crazy.
saw it. I was
See,
shocked.
hold
Everybody.
on. Let me
Let me
clarify
make the last
something.
statement. See,
Okay.
there's this thing they call nationality by ancestry. You know, if you can prove that any of your parents, grandparent, great grandparent, if you can prove that they are citizens of the UK, of Ireland, of anywhere, you can, on the basis of that, obtain nationality of that country. So even those young Nigerians that are obtaining our NIN, even if they cannot benefit from it today, it means that they stand a very good opportunity of becoming the president of this country in the future. And these are people that have not integrated into our system. They don't share our values. Some of them, the only thing some of them can even speak is Hausa. They can't speak English. They are united and tied. They are
Some of
umbilical
them can't even speak outside. They speak other languages. They can
other
speak any
languages.
Nigerian
Yeah,
language. Yes.
they are
I said this
umbilical
is
cord
something I
is tied
saw with
with
my
the guys
eyes.
in the north. And you can see all of a sudden, El Rufai is saying that the guys, the only reason El Rufai is trying to discourage any attack on Nigerians is because he said they share common values with the people in the north. To them in the north, they are their brothers. So, to Nigeria, you can see the great security risk that this portends to the nation. They might not benefit anything from it today, but if you look at the bigger picture, it scares me to my bone marrow. Any nation that does not have a secured,
Even
a
s-
secured
let
method,
me
a
let me just
secured
start a little bit.
biodata.
Even say that they're not benefiting, they are benefiting from it because one of the reasons they are going to get it is because of what they want to use it to get. Because there are some certain things you want to do right now in Nigeria, you would need NIA to prove that you are a
You are
Nigerian.
and apart from that, you see these recruits. I'm just saying this to Tunaja because he's very big on securing our nation. And for that, I really salute him for that. Because without security, there's no way you can move any nation forward. Now, these guys, you can imagine the implication if they can enter our army easily. And to make things worse, guys from the north, things are relatively easier. The competitions are not as strife as the way they are in the south. Imagine those guys are in the army, and you can imagine all this Boko Haram attack. There's always a leakage. Who were the people leaking out this information? And now let's actually assume now to
You
Nigeria
are
that we
just going
really
on. You are not letting somebody
no, I'll
challenge your
just finish
point.
now.
You
Round
just
up. Let's
oh, come on.
actually assume now that we really needed to go to a genuine war with these Nigerians, and you have majority of their young people in our army through their obtainance of the NIN. What's going to happen? I think at this point I'll just yield to Nigeria so that you can speak.
Yeah, I don't know why we are all driven by fear and fear of the irrational too. as if like these Nigerians are the problem why Africans and us we are all doing so badly. If you remove all Fulanis from this continent, our problem remains. If you remove all Hausa, your problem still remains. So once you do that calculation, forget all the stuff you're talking about. And then if I go on to address the issues, some of the issues in terms of the minutia, if you look at the northern states and their bordering countries, they are relatively less populated compared to the ones in the left and the right of Nigeria. And in Cameroon alone, we have 4 million Nigerians there, and they are having children with Cameroonians and bringing them all over into Nigeria. And the same thing, about 6 million in almost half of the population of Benin Republic is tied to Nigerians. So are we saying that when it doesn't suit us, we complain about the ones in the north? But if it suits us, it's okay. Let's just pretend as
so to Nigeria, what you are saying is different. When your parent lives in Cameroon and they give birth to you, you are a Nigerian, despite your nationality is Cameroon. You can come into your country where your father was born. But when somebody is living in Niger, is a Nigerian, but because of the border and because of the language, the tone, they will not come to Nigeria and claim that you're from Katsina, obtain the NIM or whatever they call it. That means there's a breach of security there.
There's a breach of security there.
Because that is very dangerous.
But what you are doing now is saying that the people in Cameroon cannot do the same thing.
See. They're not supposed to obtain NIN.
All of them are the same thing. If somebody clock in,
it's even worse in the south and
obtain your
not
security
even the
code.
same.
No.
This kind of stuff is the reason why you're busy fighting each other. You are fighting each other over minutia. While in reality, there are bigger issues to worry about.
Nigeria, you're getting it wrong. Look at what I'm saying.
Let me say something. Let me say something to Nigeria. Let me just say something a bit.
You clearly know what we are talking about here. Have you ever seen even these people from Benin Republic and the Cameroonian people? Have you seen them actually taking part in Nigeria's politics the way the guys from Niger and Chad, the way they do? That is one thing.
Of course, it will, just because the Northerners are not crying about it. That you guys just sit here and cry about this or this. The Northerners may not be crying about it, but it's there. How can you? Let me finish my point.
Let me speak so that you understand.
Let me understand what Nigeria is trying to say.
You can't just be putting one stuff on top of each other. Because if you look at almost 10 million people on each side of Nigeria, that are by and large mostly southern Nigerians or maybe middle belt and this thing. They are Cameroonians that say they can see their town and they speak similar language as people in Nigeria. So how are you, those ones coming to Nigeria and become Nigerians? Nobody's talk. We don't even mention that at all.
Can you allow me to
talk about Northerners alone?
Because you are getting it wrong. Let me speak on that matter. Look, there's nothing wrong if you come from Nigeria and become a citizen of Nigeria. We are not against that. If you go through the due process, you get it, that's good. But when you obtain it because somebody in Nigeria wants to use it to cheat his own fellow Nigerian because of politics, that is a breach on your security. Because you cannot put something in the hands of somebody you don't know that you cannot verify, then it comes in and not become a tyrant.
Let me ask Nigeria, why do we have immigration?
From Benin, and your mother
why do we have immigration? Number one, in the United States, they are called border and protection. Why do we have them? Because it's to restrict unwanted people in our society, to stop bad guys from entering into your country, to monitor them when they enter into your country. That's a breach of security. When people can just get into your country because they can use the NIN to get your passport and they become your citizen. An ISIS member can fly into your country and go straight to get your NIN and went to your immigration, use your NIN to get your passport, and then he becomes your citizen and he's an ISIS member or an Al-Qaeda. Yet we're crying about security. This is a breach of security.
The reason why you have breach of security is mostly Nigerians that are making Nigeria insecure. And if you think Nigeria's problem is because some people are claiming NI, I'm not saying that it's proper behavior or it's not of no consequence to people, especially when it comes down to getting really big jobs and all the rest of it. But that is not significant. And what jobs even? That is not significant issue. The problem in Nigeria is very, very grievous. And if you look at this, the issue that you are highlighting right now is probably more prevalent in the southern regions. I stated it just now. The numbers indicates that the Cameroon and Benin relationship with Nigeria is a lot deeper than even the northern ones that we'd like to mention in terms of the numbers.
Tunede, I'm not even talking about Tunede. I want you to understand that I'm not saying that I'm not even talking about the Nigerians or the Cameroon. I'm saying everybody, all neighboring countries. That's what they're doing, which is wrong. I'm not just saying that, oh, the northern Nigerians are doing it and it's wrong. No, I told you, and I said on this platform, I said the Cameroonians are doing it. People coming from different countries.
Let me ask you this. So those people that are coming into the country now, let's say they, 1% or the 0.5% of them, they join. And tomorrow, the Nigeria becomes strong and they are going to war. They are going to choose not to fight in any war. They will be part of the country, just like many Nigerians are doing right now in America.
Understand how things work. Even in the United States, where they have where they allow people to come in to become citizens, if you want to become a military, because you can become a citizen if you want to be a military. If you get into the United States today and you want to be a military, automatically you're going to be a citizen. They'll give you citizenship. This is where it's really hot. In United States, if you want to become a military and they give you citizenship, there's what called top secret clearance, which means you're not going to share, you're going to sign a legend, you're not going to share secret information with your own country, which means you denounce your country completely. It doesn't matter anything. You denounce your country, you're not going to share any secret. And now they're going to monitor you with your phones, your gadgets, just in case you want to share secret with your own country, because they know you are not a member of their country. So they're going to monitor you. That's why most people who left African countries to become military, majority of them don't stay too long. There's a reason for that. They will just decide to leave because they are constantly monitored on daily basis. Their phone conversations, their emails, they track them always. So they monitor them.
Of course, they track them. That is okay. But our problem.
Okay, now we in Nigeria, the reason for that is because they may want to go do some operation in other country. If that operation leak out, because you may not want people to attack your country. You may not want, for example, if Nigerians or maybe Nigeria want to attack Cameroon tomorrow, and you are a Cameroonian, you obtain citizen, and there is no way to track you to understand if you're going to be communicating with your people back home, because by human nature, you're not going to like it. You may want to also fight to defend that your country. Though you are no longer a member of that your country, you may want to fight to defend that country. But by nature, you wouldn't do that. You're going to want to fight to defend your country.
The illegal ones are smaller, far smaller in population than the ones that are legally.
See, Mr. Tunaja,
let me finish my point. I just started talking and you just interrupted me. Can I say what I need to say?
Wait.
Let me finish what you can't just interrupt me and just tell me to stop.
Let me finish what I'm saying. You can't just interrupt me like that and tell
me to stop talking.
Yeah, we're having let him finish.
Actually. So when somebody is if you look at the ones that legally become Nigerian citizens, like because they have a dad or a mom that is a Nigerian citizen around Nigeria, if you put that number together and put the ones that you're talking about that comes in and say, oh, we are from Nigeria, while we are not really, the ones that are claiming that is tiny compared to the ones that are in the millions that are Nigerians having children all over the place surrounding Nigeria. Those ones are the majority, and the ones that are marrying Nigerians, they are by far the greater population. Are you going to say Nigerians should not marry Nigerians? Nigerians should not marry Cameroonians? Nigerians should not marry Benin Republic people? So,
that's completely different.
Can I say something here? Can I say something here?
Tunaja, let me just give you an
the
idea.
issue you just understand still applies. Those who are still Cameroonians, they still will not want us to attack Cameroon.
Tunaja, let me just tell you something. 1,000 well trained. Just 1,000 well trained. Well trained personnel can take down your whole government in 24 hours. Well trained.
No, they can't. If you had a strong country, that is impossible.
It's not about population. Listen, Tunaja, it's not about population. America does not fight war in other countries.
Why not? Go and take over America with 1,000 now. Good luck.
See,
no, what I'm saying, America does not go to other countries with populations just because they want to take down those countries. With just 50 men, they'll take down the country. They don't need to send 1,000, 3,000. They can take down.
Can I interject, please?
Have you ever tried to fight?
Let's be civil and let us analyze this critically. This thing is not rocket science. It's not rocket science. You don't agree. You don't agree. Go and look for your own type of security that you want. If anybody breach your security, it can pull down your country. It can pull it down. Why do you think America is a superpower? Do you think if they have been doing all sort of things that you are talking now here, they'll become superpower? Don't you know how they stole their technology? China steals their technology every day. So what are you talking? What basis are you talking about? It's just a simple understanding. If somebody steals your NIN, it can bring a very big hole to your security. Just one person.
Oh, the poor ones, or your leaders that are busy going to sell your people to overseas. You're worrying about that. The poor man that doesn't have anything. You are the leaders that are selling your people overseas. You are not worrying about that one.
Are you forgetting this same poor people they're using as Boko Haram? Are you forgetting this same poor people they're using as
the people that they are using as Boko Haram, they are Nigerians. Even if they are Nigerians or
they said West Africa. They said West African ISIS.
So Boko Haram is worrying about citizenship. That's what you are saying. Boko Haram wants to come to Nigeria. Oh no, I'm not a citizen. I'm not going to attack anymore because I'm not a citizen. Come on.
That's not what I'm saying. Did you not hear that they said West African ISIS from other country are the one that are acting as Boko Haram, which means it's not your citizen. This was said by your own government. That is not Nigeria.
Well, you just made the point. Now he's not a citizen and he attacked Nigeria. So why does having a citizenship?
If you now make it easier for them to get citizenship. Okay, now let me tell you now. If you now make somebody who
that has a citizenship will make him a less dangerous, or more dangerous, or less dangerous. What are you trying to say? Nigerians are also as dangerous to Nigeria as any other foreigner. We are
not just Nigeria. Every human being is dangerous to human being.
You can fight somebody that is a citizen. You can find that person out easily because it has its roots right in Nigeria. But when somebody is from outside, illegally got your security data code, is handling.
What are you talking about? The guy that hides the border. Are you aware that they are still looking for the guy? They said it's not in Nigeria.
Evenly everywhere. Don't just target only the north. Apply it evenly everywhere. If you are talking about that, apply it evenly everywhere.
We are just using the north as an example.
But to Nigeria, I applied it to everywhere.
All they hear is people targeting the northerners, like we always do. We just keep targeting northerners because we are not northerners.
Where is the security bridge in Nigeria? Tell me where.
It's from the north.
Everywhere.
Please,
it's not east, west,
it's
south.
Not everywhere. It's from the north.
Allow me to also come in.
Because the south is doing
for 1 minute.
Way different from the north.
Can you let me make a point for 1 minute? Now,
no, this is ridiculous discussion.
Hello,
we are
guys.
even talking about like our situation is different. Every part of Nigeria is messed up. I don't know what we're talking about here.
If you are from the north, good luck to you. Sorry, good luck to you.
Let me contribute. You see,
people are being prejudicial, and you go to other countries, and when they are racist towards you, complain. You do it to your own people, and the same people that are saying Eastern Western man should not do this.
They messed up. Let me ask you a question. The country where you are, which is
go to your north.
You see, if I can
the country where you are, is that how you obtain your citizenship? Were you not profiled?
What is it telling me? Do you have any connection with security code? Do you have any connection?
Can I just come in? And P-Soft and Black Panther, I think you guys are intelligent enough to know that Tunanja is just talking. In my view, he's just talking because he just want to say something. There are some arguments that I personally cannot even get into. For somebody to tell me that the few people coming into, I'm using his word, the few people coming into the country illegally do not pose any kind of security threat, or justifying the same thing by saying that it's happening in another part of the country. We all know where the terrorist belt is in Africa. We all know the
This is
danger
just a
zones in
retarded
Africa.
conversation. I
Now,
don't need this
now
nonsense.
wait, let me finish
This
tonight,
guy is
please. I
retarded,
kept
man.
quiet since. As personally for me, if you put on this cap, your cap, it's very difficult to make any headway with you because it staggers my imagination for somebody that truly loves his nation to say that the few people, even if it is one person that obtains the citizenship of your country illegally, that person presents a threat to your nation.
He's a
If
black
you think there is
person,
nothing, if
dimwit.
you think there's nothing wrong with it, it's completely your cup of tea. If you think this is about the
Oh
north
God.
or
You are in a
it
racial
is
war and you're worrying
completely
about your own
your cup of
species.
tea. See, let me finish, please. It is completely your cup of tea. I've seen you, I know you very well. I've seen you open on issues. If you really want to be open, you are very, very open and you make solid. But if you
Oh,
put on
don't
this cap,
patronize me. Don't
there's
give
a
me
way
that
you just say
nonsense.
this.
You are disassembling. You came here. The purpose you came here for was to get us into tribal discussion. When we are talking about a system that was designed to be super inefficient, that is a critical issue. We apply for passports. It takes this thing how many years? And you come here, you tell us, oh, we get it in this is Scandinavia for within a day or so. But while we in the UK have to wait for 5 months to do that. Some people in Nigeria, it takes them 1 year. And what you come here to do is to come here to divide us again. You people need to learn
Okay,
to recognize
Tunaja,
people
let me
like
ask
Chris.
you, who are the
Chris is
people
a
in
very,
charge of
very
Tunaja,
immigration?
Chris is a very, very
Who are the
dangerous
please,
people?
individual. He talks as if he cares
Tunaja,
about
please.
the truth. He doesn't care about the
Tunaja,
truth.
who do you
He
say
Tunaja,
just
please,
wants to
dividing
make us
us?
weak.
Who
you
do you
are
say
the one.
dividing
Oh,
us?
get on with it.
Tunaja,
I don't want to listen
you
to
are the
nonsense.
one.
I think
I
I'm not
wasn't
there
the
with people
one.
like you forever. I've
See,
met people like you on so many platforms. You act as
Who
if
is
you're
who is
actually trying to
dividing us now?
see,
contribute
Who is
positively.
Tunaja,
dividing
People like
us?
Chris. That's what Chris came to
Tunaja,
contribute. The only contribution
How?
he came here
Tunaja,
to
see,
contribute was
we are
about
four
dividing the
here.
North and the
He
South.
did not divide us now. I was explaining
Oh, that's
something
why he's
that
targeting the
we
North. Why did he not
experienced
talk about
now.
the East? And why did he talk about the West?
See,
Did he not?
see,
Did he
see,
mention the Republic?
Tunaja,
Did he
see,
mention
please,
Cameroon? Why is he mentioning only the
Tunaja,
North?
please,
Are
That's
you
why
Tunaja,
being
he plays the
this
game,
tribalistic?
and you
discussion
all
you
fall
are
for it
talking
all the
about,
time.
Are you
this
being
discussion you are
tribalistic?
talking about,
I'm
please,
not,
Tunaja,
because he's
Why
being
are you
tribalistic. That's what
complaining?
I said. What
Why are you
was the place that I
complaining?
said?
no,
Because I'm complaining because you are targeting the North again.
We
In
are
Tunaja,
order
not
that
please,
will be
targeting the
listening to
north.
this,
We are
Tunaja,
you
saying
I
are
what
didn't
is
start
targeting
the
the
happening in the
North.
north.
discussion. I
It's not
didn't
only
start
Okay,
the
the
North, it's
but
happening
there's no
I
everywhere. It's
didn't
not
issue.
only
start
the
it.
North.
I
The
don't.
discussion
Nah,
was
I
started by
don't have any
Bishop.
problem if anyone even target the North. The reason
See, no,
we're in a
Bishop,
big mess,
Bishop,
go
see,
to all the
That one
immigration
doesn't have a
setup
problem.
today.
And
The
you want to
reason
know
you're
so much,
complaining about,
good luck with that one.
hold on tonight. I'm going to check the head of the immigration. The reason you are
please,
complaining about your passport
please,
not
let
being
me,
done correctly in the UK is because it's one buffon that is being put in the office who knows
please,
nothing from
Oh my
Alamajiri
God.
that's fucking taking care of the office.
please, let me
And I can
quickly
tell you
respond.
that.
To Niger,
I
You
don't
I
see?
have the
take
patience for
exception
this
to
kind
the
of
fact that
conversation. I don't
he
have the
said
energy.
I'm
I
saying
don't even have the
nonsense.
time.
I
If you
take
don't have
exception to the
Tunaja, if you
fact
are
he
not
said I'm
ready,
saying
please,
nonsense. And
please
number
don't see
two,
somebody
I
saying
didn't start
nonsense.
this discussion. I came in because it was Psoft that started the discussion.
Yeah,
And
because
I have
I
not
started
made,
the discussion because it
yeah,
was
but
crazy to me.
this turned
Being a
around,
security personnel for many years, I
no,
know it's a
Bishop,
breach of contract, it's a breach of
let me
security
finish,
in my own country.
Bishop. He
Breach
said,
of
But
security.
he said,
you are also breaching the security by not addressing the East and the West.
Psoft,
How do you
please,
see that? You are being
Niger,
tribalist. You claim to be talking about security.
We
You see
are
how
Niger,
people
talking
please.
behave
about
when you are
security in
being
the
tribalist.
north
You claim you are
now.
talking about
No,
security. You are not.
to
You're just being
Niger,
tribalist.
I have to say this again. You cannot tell me on open forum that I'm saying nonsense. And secondly, you cannot accuse me for saying that I'm saying nonsense. You
Because you
have to
said the
take
same thing
that
about
word
me. You
back.
said the same thing about me that I'm talking for the sake
Mr.
of talking.
Tunaja, let
What
him
do you think
speak
that is?
now.
To
Please,
Niger,
let him
see.
speak.
You see how he's
And
being
secondly,
facetious? He told me that he said it here that I'm talking for just for the
He
sake of
did, all
talking.
of us were here. Cool down, let him
Oh,
speak.
and
Please.
secondly, You cannot accuse
Now
me
we are
for being
arguing. We are supposed to be
divisive.
having constructive
And I
discussion.
didn't
We're
start
arguing.
Let
this
him.
topic.
You are the one arguing now. Let him talk now.
I didn't start this topic. We are all here. The topic was started by Psoft, and I only make my contribution. And I don't see how the fact that I made the position on how you can get your passport in Scandinavian, in Norway, in Ireland, and in UK, I don't see anything divisive about that. I was just updating and giving a situation report. It was Psoft that started this Nigerian thing, and I only contributed. I have not done anything.
Adding to that, you were trying to say that, oh, that's not the major problem. Our real problem is security in the north.
You wait, let me finish.
Now, when I said, here's the deal. When I started the security, I cut across Cameroon, and I talked about Nigerians. These are the people that I met. I talked about the Cameroonians even getting our passports, which is
Did you
a
talk about
security
that?
breach.
I didn't hear you.
I talked about Cameroonians. Let me
Talked
go
about
back.
it now. He talked about it.
I talked about Cameroonians.
He talked about it. What are you saying, Seth?
He talked about it before I mentioned it.
He talked about it.
When I started it, I talked about Cameroonians and I talked about Nigerians. I talked about other people flying into the country. So I wasn't even specific.
All I heard was Northerners. I didn't hear anything
about
Cameroonians.
That's not what I said. People. I said the people. I was giving an example. I was giving facts, statements on what I saw on ground. That was what I was talking about. I said I saw these guys. They were all coming to get NIN. Then I was shocked because what they wanted to use it for. Then I was like, I, as a citizen of Nigeria, I'm getting national identity, what they call it, what's called number, something like that. And then I saw people that don't even speak any Nigerian language, Cameroonians, different countries. They come and then I asked the guy that was issued the NIN, and then I asked him, is this how you give NIN to everybody? He said, do you know what the guy said? He said, Nigeria is fucked. He said, Nigeria is fucked.
I'm just tired of all
they are just doing anything.
I'm just fed up, really. And all these tribalists, your future is in peril in the future. If Africa is going to survive, all these tribalists, you guys have to take a back seat because you guys are just there causing problems. And you guys are the reasons why, because you'll be very, very happy to sell your own fellow brother to a European because you hate them so much. That's what drives me mad about tribalists. They will do anything to hate each other, like our forefathers have done, and that's got us here. And we keep doing the same nonsense over and over again. The world is operating on a racial level now.
Tunaja,
and
please,
we are there worrying about a Fulani man. Let me interject.
Tunaja, hold on.
What did I say first? If you remove a Fulani man, a Hausa man, your problem still remains. But yet, we still go back and argue. I think
Tunaja, hold on. We are all students of history. We all know the problem we have in the country. And we decided to follow the true path to a better nation. We didn't follow the trajectory. We are not following the trajectory of the old whatever people you're talking about.
What is the true path?
We are here. Wait. We are here. Wait, please. Let me land, please. I don't tell somebody that you are saying nonsense. Everybody has his own right.
I'm asking you. Everybody has the right to speak. Statement, true path.
No, wait.
What it is.
Wait now. Look, let me tell you one thing about tribes. You have to disagree to agree. Even in your family, you have to disagree to agree. Sometimes this person has a soft spot, that person has another spot. And if I'm talking about my own brother, because he's having another tongue, I am just discussing that part, then we move to another part. That does not make anybody a tribalist. Because if you say in a conversation, I cannot talk about the North, I cannot talk about the South, or I concentrate talking about the North, make me a hater of the North, that is your own cup of tea. And that is why Nigeria is not progressing. Because we are scared to talk about ourselves.
Wow, that's all we do. What do you mean we're scared?
Look.
That is
you
false.
have to look. I have to tell you that this is to have mutual respect for each other. The politicians have made it such a way that we hate each other. But we are coming with another dimension that we need to know ourselves more. We love ourselves before, but they try to separate us to bring this tribal issue. We are the one talking about tribal issue, that they are bringing tribal issue. You can't tell somebody that was talking about the politician bringing tribal issue, and you are not labeling that person that is talking about is tribalistic.
You're not hearing yourself. If another was hearing what you said, what do you think another would think?
Look. When I say, for instance, now I say I'm talking about an Igbo man. I'm talking about Igbo man, that Igbo in their place, this is what is happening, and it's tantamount to Nigerian security. Does that make me tribalistic?
Pardon?
Does that make me tribalistic if I said, oh, the insecurity we are getting here is coming from the East, because the Easterners, they are too aggressive, they are this. We keep on talking on that because our insecurity is coming from one angle. Then we are debating on it, on how to stop it. Does that make me tribalistic?
Yes, it's going to make it tribalistic. If you say if it's unjust, that's
how.
What makes it tribalistic.
Wait, don't say unjust now, because I just made one statement. If an insecurity is coming from one region, and I am talking about in order to solve the insecurity from that region so that it does not spread to other regions, am I being tribalistic by saying something concerning my uncle, because we are all brothers, concerning my own brother, but is from the north? Does that make me tribalistic? We need to define what is called tribalistic.
It does not make you tribalistic for you to say, if security issue is coming from only one region, and you say
you are not understanding what we are deliberating on. No, you are still not understanding, because your trajectory is taking you to somewhere. We are explaining.
Of course, you want to be tribalistic, eat your cake and have it.
I want you to be focused now on what I am saying. We were talking about insecurity.
This guy, we are focusing
on Niger Republic. That the influx of.
Can I say something? If you go back, let me say something. If you want to look at people, tribes, people who are tribalistic in Nigeria, who are the best people you can point at? Number one is Fulani. It's not even made as an Edo man.
Wow.
Every Edo person is an accommodated person. Every Edo person. It's not even me. The people who are more tribalistic, you can see it in federal character, you can see it in most of the offices. An Edo man does not stand a chance to become president of Nigeria. Never. How? Because of tribes.
Wow.
So it's not even me. It's about these people. If I'm able talking, I'm also talking in their favor, because most of the things that they've done has actually worked against them and against their region and against the Nigeria on a large scale. So if they are opening their border, I was reading today the governor of Texas requested for military personnel from different states to stop immigrants from coming into the country through the border. Why are they doing that? Because they said it's a breach of the security of their country. And we are saying we want to build a country that has security, a system that works. And if we want to do that, we got to do everything right.
Have you noticed that they are very, very serious about the northern border?
I don't know.
Have you noticed that they are worried about the Canadian border, but they are worried about the one that is not their race? See,
because there is listen to me. If I go to Canada with my American documents, I have 3 months to stay there because they have my data. Which means they know that I'm in their country. And if they cross over to my country know that they're in their country. That's why I can work maybe like 3 months over there. And if I come here, they can work 3 months and they can do work on an extension.
When people are being tribalistic, you need to see it for what it is. I don't know what you can.
Do you cross and enter Canada without being profiled? No. Yeah, you're gonna be screened.
That's the thing, peace up. You can see. You are talking about.
Can you just go to Canada with border without being profiled? You're gonna be profiled. There's a reason, but not because they hate you, but because they want to know that you're in the system. Just in case anything happens, they'll be able to track you, know where you are, just so they're able to. If you are the one who's committing crimes, kind of stuff. That's the reason for all this stuff.
That's exactly there is no problem fighting crime. It's when you target only specific people, when the problem exists everywhere.
Tunanja, please. The point is this. That's why I said getting into this argument at times, it's just so funny. So how can, in all sincerity, if we have to be sincere, you compare the situation in Mexico with that in Canada, when you know that most likely any person coming from Canada will be properly documented compared to somebody coming from Mexico. Between Canada and Mexico, which of these countries poses a more security risk? If you are in Mexico, most likely they have your points, they have all your data, so you are easier to trace. So it doesn't take any form of rocket science for the emphasis to be on Mexico. But if we don't want to say it like that, we just want to argue and win, it's fine. It's completely fine. For me, it's not about getting it. The facts are there for everybody to see. The facts are just there. That's why I said, to Nigeria, you know exactly what you are doing. There's no point we are trying to talk and you are busy calling people names. You are just busy saying somebody is speaking nonsense. Just
you
like
did
that.
The same thing to me. I don't know why it's paining you suddenly now. Because when somebody hits you back, you don't like it. That's how bullies behave. You talk, you are soft spoken, you act as if you're not bullying people. You tell them you come here to tell me that I came here to talk because I want to talk. Then when they hit you back, you don't like it.
Yeah, you know why it's never
you are false, you are fake tongue. I feel sorry for people that listen to you.
Yeah, you can see that's another word again. How dare you say that? That you feel so.
I will say it because you are very you speak with a forked tongue. You see, people that speak with a forked tongue, there are some of the worst people. I despise those people so much because they are dangerous. They will tell you one thing, do something behind you.
I think Mona, listen to me. The thing be say, what did they make of this? Sometimes say, now what did be say? If somebody say they talk nonsense, if somebody say they talk, what not make sense to them, not be insult. If somebody say you are fake, now your opinion. All right. So I'm not supposed to make you they vex. If you tell me that they talk nonsense, it means say to you, what are they talking? They make sense. And I will leave them like that. If you say I'm fake, now your opinion.
Normally, I wouldn't even do that, but he's fond of doing this. That's why I thought I should give him back his own. I normally don't respond to him normally when he does these things. Maybe because I've had a long day today. I can't tolerate his nonsense anymore. I just thought I should give him back.
The reason it is paining you because you know.
I beg, make we talk with the make sense.
When you are busy being, when you are busy being, when you are busy being this thing, that's why you don't show up now. If you are so this thing, come up when we're having proper discussion with people that actually are not biased. Then you see how far you go with that nonsense that you are spewing.
I don't show up. Who tell you I don't show up?
You don't show up on another platform. This is the only place you show up where discussion is done.
Let me say something.
When I don't hear say the court don't grant article, say make it can't collect Tinubu information or access to the university document. They're not fit defend them. Why they not go release them? So I don't see that for about 4 hours ago now. They don't release them.
Yes, confirm it.
So
confirm.
That is a bombshell.
Number one, please, let me just say this, please. No matter what we say here, we're just arguing to learn. That does not mean that we are talking nonsense. You understand what I'm saying? And that does not mean because someone say, "Oh, you're talking nonsense." That does not. Sometimes, most of us, we say those things because they want to really know some fact. That does not mean that we are talking nonsense. We are talking intelligently. You understand what I'm saying? Tunaja is not talking nonsense. I know Tunaja very too well. He's just arguing. That I know him. He's just arguing. That does not mean he does not know or he has no intelligence. He's talked about this several times. So that does not mean he doesn't know what he's talking about. You understand what I'm saying?
Even if Tunaja say, Dr. Ken, what do they talk is nonsense. If I twist them, it means what they talk not make sense to me. Now, what you also maybe say, in all day, I don't get the logic inside. They work together, they connect. That is what you mean too. But for Africa, if somebody say you are nonsense, we don't see her from childhood saying a curse. If somebody
because of the way we're brought up.
And now that's not be the way they won't bring us up. Now the way we doubt to understand that we don't want to divorce ourselves from that understanding. Nonsense don't mean say you
you are stupid. It means say, what do they talk? Even stupid, it not even make, not because. It means say, oh my God, if you look dictionary, the meaning of stupid, yourself go even laugh after you already not finished. It not mean anything like say like disrespect. No. If, for example, you know the one, if you are not making sense in what you they do, I go say, no, Dad, you are not making sense. You know that what you are doing is nonsense. There is no sense inside. That's what you mean. As somebody who
No. Hold on, doctor. Doctor, hold on. I got your point.
The context
Doctor.
is also matters, and I can see why Chris doesn't like it. But that was also intended, because what he also did to me was like saying I'm talking for the sake of talking, knowing full well that the point I made is actually valid. They don't confront the actual data that I gave in terms of the east and the west of Nigeria, and they still carry on banging on about the north. It's just like, what is that? And then you say you're not being tribalist.
Look, Tunaja, can I speak? Tunaja, can I speak? All of you are speaking since. No, Dr. Chris, hold on.
I don't know why the anger. I've made my point. Yeah, I simply
I'm tired. I'm tired of talking to people as if their head is welded into tribalism. They can't do anything else. And I just talked about in Nigeria where we have 5 months to apply for visa, and I'm tired of people like this. People like these are the ones causing our problems. This is why in some nations they wipe a lot of people out. These are people like this. They will never grow.
Will you keep quiet? Let somebody talk now.
You see Tunaja has applied for renewal passports, and there's a big problem right there.
This is why Russia did away with 18 million of their citizens, and China caused the death of 50 million people. There's a lot of people like that. I'm tired of it, man. I'm really tired. You have a nation where they are still requiring this in postal order to get a passport, and this. Come on, man. Our men, we are so useless in this world. You can't even imagine how useless we are. And this is a man saying this. This is a man saying this. Go and look at Asian nation, what they are doing.
Tunaja, doctor, Tunaja, please.
This also is annoying me.
Hey, Tunaja, can you please be silent? Let me say something. Tunaja, Tunaja, you are in a public forum, and you are in somebody's channel. When you are speaking, you don't need to break the law of the channel and we talk about insulting people. Yeah.
What is the insult here?
You never insult anybody. No.
No. The channel does not allow you saying stupid idea or something. And I'm trying to tell you what
is the meaning of stupid?
Tribalism.
See. Look, Tunaja, beg, wait, hold on.
It's just exhausted. Men just talk from
Tunaja, please hold on. You can be corrected. You are not an authority when it comes to morals. So let somebody correct you first.
Okay, what are you correcting? You too. Remember, you too. Black Panther. I don't know why you're correcting anybody, because
that is why I'm saying you are not an authority. Likewise,
how can a tribalist correct me?
But we can look, Tunaja. I don't care what you say.
You two were being tribalistic.
Look, Tunaja. Let me tell you one thing. About myself. You cannot get on my nerves.
You're not being tribalistic yourself.
Tunaja, you cannot get on my nerves.
You're not being tribalistic yourself.
Wait, Tunaja, let me correcting
me. How can
somebody let somebody speak now? Tunaja, let somebody speak to correct.
Oh yeah, Mekuna wait. Hey, Mekuna wait. Listen, I beg, Mekuna wait.
No. Let me speak.
I want to ask you a question. No, when you want correct, and that person go correct. The thing be say these people they release for article, Chicago, Tinubu Chicago stuff. What do you? I don't know, Tinaja. What do you think? Say this thing go? What do you expect to go come out from this revelation when they don't release this document now from this Chicago University?
Depends on the data that comes out of it. We don't know what is in the document. I don't understand how can
if you don't
applied for renewal passport and they've not given it to him. You need to understand this shit. He has applied for
what that is highlighting to me, what I saw, they are giving it, but what that is highlighting to me is that when I found out the number, it's terrible. How can you have a nation that is operating like this, designed to be immensely inefficient, and we just sit here and just argue about constitution, tribalism, constitution?
No, Tunaja, let me give you another standing of what's happening.
I won't allow anybody to speak. Let me speak now. What's all this? What is all this? Are we babies here?
Okay, Black Panther, you talk, please.
Make your point, please. You are making a valid point.
Talk.
Make your point.
Yeah.
We cannot continue to speak like kids here.
Exactly.
Look,
yeah, Black Panther, you continue.
Sometimes we make some because the owner of the channel is not on the face here. We keep on telling somebody this one is a tribalist, that one is a tribalist. Who is a tribalist that is fighting for one Nigeria?
The owner of the platform
you call one Nigeria, but you are targeting Northerners. And you do
Look,
that.
To Nigeria, I want you to be silent first.
You wonder why
so
Northerners
don't
don't
take
show
this
up here?
grievance. You don't take the grievance to another person. That is why I want you to understand what is going on. See, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you now.
You can't have it both ways. You are either a nationalist or a tribalist. You can't have it both ways.
Now, wait. See, to Nigeria, I know the game you are playing here. I've been in a lot of forums.
What game?
You cannot do some forums that I am there. You cannot even enter there with what you are saying now.
To you, but not to me.
They will take you off.
Oh God.
They will take you off, not pretending to be a nationalist. You are pretending to be something that you are not.
Oh my God.
Can you ask yourself a question? Why am I following Obi?
Oh,
is it because I'm a tribalist or because Mr. Chris is a tribalist?
Because you are not.
What the hell are you saying?
P2P is not like you.
What the hell are you saying?
People like to say they like to follow P2P, but they are not anything like P2P.
They are not. Then what do you tell that person? That person is an agbadoist.
I've had people like you too, probably, that attack me on this panel when I say something P2P literally said, and you attacked me.
Look,
this is how you behave.
You know what? You know why I'm attacking you.
Let me address.
Let me tell you where I always attack you, which you know.
Tunaja, just a moment. Black Panther, please, just a moment. Let me address Tunaja. I understand his frustration. He talked about passports, why people stay on the queue for a very long time. Now, Tunaja, you need to understand something. If you go to almost every passport office in the offshore, like across the border, if you go there, who are in charge? If we are talking about tribalistic people, who are in charge? Go and check. The people who are in charge are Fulanese. It's not Edo people. Now, because you are talking about tribalistic, so I'm not trying. That's not what we're saying here. What I'm saying is that what is bad is bad, and what is good is good. If it is bad, if it is bad to issue NIN to anybody that gets into Nigeria, is bad. There's no justification to that. We need to understand that. If it is bad, it's bad. It doesn't matter whether it's if it's other people, whether it's from a Fulani people that won't just get it. If it is bad, it's bad. So that's what we're fighting for, a nation. We're trying to make sure that things go in the right direction. Now, if we want things to go in the right direction, then we have to be upright. We have to stand for the truth and allow the truth to prevail. We have to allow the system to work. If that is a subvert of the system, which means they are going back behind the scene. They are using the back door.
I don't know why you didn't explain to Tunaja. You waste your time. Tunaja understands everything. He's trying to change the trajectory. That's what he's trying to do.
It doesn't matter.
Who is involved.
It doesn't matter who is
issuing. You are behaving like a supremacist. You are trying to change China and be in control. You cannot do that
here.
Tell
me the supremacists that I'm what
you cannot do it here. You cannot call anybody. You cannot call anybody a tribalist here. Because nobody has trace of it.
Look at this person on the Alabi saying remove to Nigeria. This kind of behavior. What kind of country is this?
Who tell you say remove to Nigeria now? Who talk say remove to Nigeria? Forget about the chat now. Is the chat with you? Are you talking about the chat or talking about us?
Okay, I guess it's the chat.
Why you changing the trajectory again? You see yourself now, you change them again. Sometimes you will come and say the tribalist, you call this other man tribalist.
If I do say something wrong, I apologize readily. But personally, I'm getting tired of our people. We fall back to this habit so easily. I don't know what it's going to take. Maybe somebody needs to come and invade us and really, really show us what it really means to be weak. Then maybe we'll wake up to reality that we need to band together. Our collective intelligence is so low.
How many years have you stayed in Nigeria?
I've stayed in Nigeria for long enough.
For long enough. How many states have you stayed?
I'm sure probably I stay in a similar amount of states as you have.
You see, let me tell you one thing. My own father was a military man, police force. My uncle was a military man. So I've virtually gone to the north, to the south. I know them. I love them. They are good people. But when you see something that is wrong, even in the East, in the West, when you talk about, you know one thing I hate about Nigeria? When you talk about the problem this man has, he will tell you, because he wants to change the trajectory, he will say you are tribalistic. That is the problem we have in Nigeria.
Sorry, let me
That
just
is
ask
just the
something. Somebody
problem.
was saying that the person controlling the Nigerian embassy in the UK was a Fulani. No, it's a Safari Tunji Isola.
Do I care where it comes from? Do I care where it
This is
comes
my
from?
point, though. This is my point. The guy
Do
was
I
saying
care
that
where it
it's a
comes from?
that is doing all this. We shouldn't be doing this ourselves. It's not getting us anywhere.
What I'm telling you, the head of immigration is Fulani. So eventually he controls all the system. So the head of immigration is Fulani.
But somehow it's working for Scandinavian countries, but somehow not
because
in Nigeria.
Because let me tell you, when I went to renew my passport in DC, I went to renew my passport. It took 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Let me tell you, because they didn't know who I was. They asked me to pay $300 to fast track it for 2 weeks. Then I said no, because I wanted to actually see exactly what. And the head of that in Washington DC is a Fulani man, and he called me. Later, he went to run a background check on me. Then he called me and started apologizing to me. That that is just something like that. And you know what? My passport still stays for 6 weeks. Then I got a text message. The passport is ready, because I said I was going to go pick it. I didn't want to send it to my house. So I went there to pick it up. 6 weeks. But there were people that I met there 5 months. 5 months. They were waiting for their passport. Is that a good thing? I understand the frustration. But what we're saying is that we need to get things right. We need to get the system working so that we don't have to engage or embark on those unnecessary journey anymore. Those things cost a lot. You want to come to Nigeria to do something on a very quick note, you are not able to do that. You have to wait a long time. That's frustrating. I understand that.
To achieve those things, you need to be a total and unadulterated nationalist. That your priority is fixing the nation, not worrying about tribe.
Your society. No. Nadia, let me tell you, calling out the evil in your society does not mean you hate some people. If it's Fulani people that are different on certain, you need to call them to order. If it is the Igbo people, you call them to order. If it is the Yoruba people, you call them to order. You don't say so tribe. We are Black Americans too. They don't say because Black Americans, just because they are Black Americans, so if they are doing evil, that they shouldn't, call them to order. It's just the mentality of the Black people that
you don't call them to order. You don't call them to order as a race. You call them to order as people that are doing something wrong.
Nobody says. Nobody call. No. Chunadia, you are the one who introduced tribalistic stuff here. Nobody ever talked about tribe. And listen, when we say Nigerians, we say Nigerians, and we say Cameroonians, and I said people flying into the country from other countries.
Cameroonians. I didn't hear you once say Cameroonians. That's the first time you are saying it. But in terms of Nigerians, that's the one you focused on.
That couldn't be the first time, because they were all here and everybody listened to me. And after this broadcast, maybe you need to rewind back, go check it when I said it. I said Nigerians, and I said Cameroonians, and I said people flying in from other countries just because they want to get something. They just go get the airline.
If you said that, if you made it like that, that is fine. However, if you made it like that, I will accept it, because I think that is agnostic of all. We are not targeting any particular group. However, where the discussion went was about the Northerners. That is where, when I kept saying no, it's not only about the Northerners.
If they say even if they say that, that's because the majority of it is actually from the north. But I'm against it. However, listen to Nigeria. I'm against that system, because it's not going to make things work. It's not going to make these things really work for us.
Can I interject?
Yes.
Can I interject? To Nigeria, you seem. I want to make you more angry now. You seem to be the defender of the Northerner, and you are now calling us that we are a foreigner, that we are not a nationalist. Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. You are no more Nigeria than me.
Yeah.
Neither is anybody is more Nigeria than you. So you have to get that right.
Yeah.
And you have to know that.
So what does that mean?
Wait. It means that you cannot come under any premises to libel one person that person is a racist.
Oh,
That's a
so
crime. In some countries,
if they call you a tribalist, that makes you less a Nigerian. It might actually make you more of a Nigerian.
You don't label somebody when you don't understand the person. You have to understand the person, then you now argue that fact out that is wrong in this aspect. But when you don't understand the person, you begin to libel the person, and that is wrong. You have to understand. Look at what he explained now. He explained it, and I've been telling you that he didn't. This is what he said. I was going with his trajectory. You never go that trajectory.
Then
but
why
you
is
came
it
on
that
of
when
a
I
sudden
introduce it,
because you heard
no.
You know what you did?
Benin, you still left it and still went for the north.
Let me tell you what you did. You had one aspect, and all of us were focusing on that aspect because there was a reason why we went there. Then you now label this guy. It's wrong.
It's not the first time. If it was like the first time it happened, this happens repeatedly. You keep targeting in north. So let's not pretend that's not what is happening here.
Don't bring any argument.
Don't show up here. People drive them with those type of talk.
To Nigeria, if I have to bring what you label me with, will I be talking to you?
Tell me what I labeled you with.
If I start bringing all what you label me with.
I don't know what I labeled with you.
Okay,
I don't even ever remember
we don't need
you.
to bring. That is the problem we are always bringing. We don't learn how to forget some things. If you are in a forum, nobody is perfect. You can bring up issue that you don't like. You can bring up issue and you stand on that premises, but people will say, okay, let's change it. But you don't bring the issue back after 1 month when they've already settled that issue.
Sorry, and somebody is on the private chat. She wants to come in, or he wants to come in. I don't know if there's any person responsible for bringing people in.
Let him go to Edo to Nigeria. You will see the
person already is at the backstage. Sorry, I mean to say
it's only to Nigeria that can bring him in.
Yeah,
are you sure Nigeria cannot bring people in?
How can I bring people in?
No, Nigeria should bring it in now. Nigeria should bring the person in now. Don't worry, the person will come in now.
See, this thing that we do, and if you expect to fix your nation, and especially the ones at the forefront, you guys technically are the ones at the forefront. Like you are on social media almost every day talking about these things, and you are the ones also talking about tribal supremacy. You guys should be far more nationalists at this stage. You should have known that the problem of the country is universal to all parts of the nation, and you should be focused. This is serious stuff. It's life and death we are in here. It's not a joke business. Our children's lives depend on some of the things we are doing right now. I take it seriously.
Stop preaching that thing to us. We are the obedient. You know what we have been preaching.
I'm telling you what
we know what we have been preaching. You know the same person that is telling us.
If you want the preacher, go and get the pastor. Yeah, I'm not the preacher. I tell you what I think.
Black Panther, can I come in on this? I'll just beg that we if we can change this topic to something more encompassing.
No, this topic is actually quite good because we should have
I'm making a statement. Please let me finish at least before you reject or accept my whatever I'm saying. You know, Black Panther, we've gone through this kind of talk several times, and we know the way it always ends. If it was to be the regular forum where, you know, the usual Nigeria Watch, whatever, you know the way people react and everything, and we all know how it always ends. So we can keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. See, there is a concept called argumentum ad hominem. When you leave the issue at hand and you'll be attacking the personality, no, it's not going to work. I just consider that we have to change it. We all know what all of us stands for anyway. For example, if any person called me a tribalist or whatever, it will not take any hair from my body because I know I'm not. Speaking about something that is wrong does not actually make it look as if you are against that thing or whatever. If we say this is what is actually happening in any section of the country, it doesn't make me a tribalist. So whatever any person feels, it's not actually my business. I just say these things the way I understand it, the way I feel it, and the way I should say it.
You are not a tribalist in this issue. You actually spoke professionally. I never expected you to talk professionally. You actually talk professionally. You know, But it's just
So
that
I don't
because
know
Teenager didn't hear that part.
Okay, let's
I don't
change the
think he
topic
heard that
now.
part.
Let's change
yeah,
let's change
when
it
I
now.
See,
made
this
a
is what
statement,
he's
a
saying.
very
See,
open and profound
I've
statement.
heard Chris talk about these
Listen,
things before, so it's not the
listen to
first time.
Nigeria. I made a very open and profound statement. See, everybody, we were all talking about how there's a problem with passport office in Nigeria. But I came up to give a positive review of the country. At least I mentioned a place where you can actually get it on same day. And I talked about the other approach because I always come like Chris from Dublin. I live in Dublin, I live in Scandinavia. I know the way these things work. So I just gave a general overview, and the next thing I was being attacked. So the point I'm making is that I don't give a damn
No,
about
you
that.
were not
No
attacked
hair,
for
I'm
that.
not going
So
to
just,
lose
you see
any
what he just
strand
did
of
on that. You were
hair
not
from my
attacked for that
body
statement.
because I'm not a tribalist. So any person can call me anything. It's just
You
your
see,
personal
you see what
judgment.
he does is he dissembles. He just literally said he was attacked for saying that Switzerland, this is Scandinavian
Two
countries.
Niger, stop that,
That
stop
is not
that,
what
stop that
happened. The
maneuvering,
reason why
stop that
the
maneuvering.
argument
He
started
was
was
trying
that
to tell
we
you
kept
that he was trying
focusing
to
on the
tell us that
north in terms of
no.
this in registrations.
True
Fake
Niger, he
one.
was trying to tell us that in Scandinavia country, it is not like that. But
But I
in
never
other
attacked him for
country,
that.
Black Panther, there
no,
is no
no.
point.
Okay,
There
He
is
was
no
but
trying
point.
to
Black
make a
Panther.
difference,
There is no
but you
point.
I
attacked
think
him.
we should make a headway. Do we agree
Yeah,
I
that
that's what
didn't.
I'm
issuing
saying.
I
At
didn't
NIN?
say
least,
that.
at
I
least
didn't
Do we
attack
Niger,
him
we
for
all
will
that.
make a
agree?
way.
I don't understand how that is confusing. When he said
No,
it, I didn't say, "Oh, you are lying." Oh, this is no. The area where the argument started from was when we kept focusing on the north as the people that are registering NIN numbers.
Okay,
That's
to
why I said
Niger, I
we
concede
should deal with this
you
as a
won.
national
It's
thing.
okay. You win.
If
okay.
there's nothing
You
to
win.
win, it's just a fact.
Please, to
You
Niger
win to
and
Niger.
and all the panelists, do we all agree that issue NIN to anybody who are not Nigerians? Do we agree that it's wrong? Do
It's
we agree?
Yes,
completely wrong.
It's
100%.
It is
wrong.
wrong.
So if we all agree that, that's fine. So there's no tribalistic here. We all
It's
agree that it's wrong.
completely
That's
wrong.
fine. Then we can
Let's
move
That's
talk
on.
where
on
I wanted this
let's talk on
conversation
the
to go.
issue. Wait, Two Niger, hold on, please. Let's talk on the issue. The court have agreed and has given an order for the former vice president to go ahead and giving the instruction. The court has given instruction that they should release the profile of Agbado to the former vice president. So, what do we take on that?
As the order be given, because I don't know, I've not seen it. As the order be given, kind of,
They
or
couldn't
maybe they're still in
defend.
control.
They couldn't defend it. So virtually it's like that because they couldn't come to defend it.
Well, for
We, we,
me, I'll just
okay.
let's assume that they have actually given the order. I think it's a positive step forward. Let's understand who our current president is. Let's understand him further because there are insinuations left, right, and center that probably there's a mix-up of his name, his former name, his previous, whatever. I don't know, but I think and that Chicago thing will present a lot of information to shed light on the true life of who our current president is. And I keep saying things like that are very crucial. They are
They're
vital
gonna
because
produce us a female name with big bobs.
that's what I'm saying. So you can't have a president that has enough history that foreign powers can use in controlling him. That on its own is a security risk, it's a security breach. So with this court judgment, if it is true, in my opinion, I believe it's a very big step in the positive direction. Apart from just annulling annulling his candidacy for the purpose of annulling it, but it will unravel the man that we have as our president, and it's going to save us a lot if we actually know who truly he is. So that in that case,
He's an
the
impostor.
foreign
An
powers,
impostor.
yeah, the foreign powers, they can't use him to control what the will, aspiration, and the vision of 200 million people and still counting. And if the foreign powers, these Westerners, if they can control Nigeria, literally, it means they can control the whole of the West African sub-region, which is dangerous for the growth and development of Africa as a people. And let's not forget now, Nigeria is the most populous black nation on earth. Imagine you can blackmail the president of Nigeria to do whatever they want him to do their biddings. It's going to be a very, very long way home for every black man on earth. So for me, I think it's a positive way forward. And also, if they release that, we have to look at it on the other way. So if they release the document and there's nothing wrong with that, so it's also a positive thing. At least some of the issues will now be clearer. We can now know that, okay, this is truly who he is. But I don't know how we are going to have a female and a male, and I don't even know. Fighting the documents to be released in the first place already indicated, in my view, that something is wrong. Because if somebody wants to check my record from the university I graduated from, I'll just give you my matriculation number, write any letter you want, and you go and check. It's only when I have something to hide that I'll be looking for courts here and there to stop the process from taking place. So, that's just my view. I need for another person to contribute.
I don't see personally. I'm not sure what will come out of that document. If there was forgery that was done and it was proven in court, they'll probably use it to disqualify him if that was the case, because forgery in terms of Nigerian electoral process has been proven to disqualify candidates. So that could happen, but we don't know. And if you ask me, I think someone like Tinubu is not totally inept. If he went and ran for president, knowing that such information exists out there and people could get to it, that is like the most inept thing. He probably deserved definitely to lose his position as being a president. So we have to be careful about just assuming that there is something revelation in here until we get it. It could be nothing. It could be a bombshell. And I just feel like what we should be focusing on is what these people are doing to our nation. They are basically keeping us underdeveloped. They are keeping our systems highly inefficient. It's just for everywhere I look, the same decay is everywhere, and this is not by accident. That is the focus. If we don't focus on fixing this nation, what is the point of all this long talk? It's not going to get us anywhere.
Can I come in?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, look, Tunaja, in a nation, there is time for everything. There's time to build a nation. There's a time to go into some issue that might cause ripple, and there's a time for you to gather and gather all the ashes and bring it together and continue the building. So what we are doing now, we are on the process, and the process lasts for a time, for a season. So you cannot jump the gun and tell yourself that when you jump the gun, you are going to make it well at the end of the road. No. The process that's why the other people, the people tag them as intelligent, but no, it's because they follow process to actualize where their end point. Now, we have been following the process, and the process is leading to whatever you have or whatever you know about building a nation. We want to get the first thing right, the head. When you get the head right, people will begin, and when the head begin to function according to the system you have, according to the laws you have, people will begin to see him a dependable leader, and people begin to do things right. And as time goes on, we begin to correct the abnormalities that we have within ourselves. We begin to set laws against people using derogative statement about race. Begin to set laws, people using derogative statement about tribe. So these are the kind of build-up we got to start. But we got to start from a point. And the issue of Agbado coming in, I think there's a substantial fact. And we got to start from there, because this is not the first time a leaders in various ends of government that they have come out with illegality. So, but this time, the people that they said they are docile, they are lazy, have now decided to pursue this thing through the law court. They want justice to reign. That is our focus. We want to follow the right path so that they don't look at us as if we are barbarians. We don't want to go to the street. But if you don't do the needful, then they now go to the street, then people will start calling them barbarians. Now they sat down. We have to make sure that all the red flag are turned, they turn all the red flag to green flag. And that is why you see they are pursuing the educational aspect, qualification of a president. And you and I have already been saying this, that this part of the constitution should be expunged out and put a standard so that we don't have a primary school leading a country of 100,000 graduates. Or just for example, we don't want to have that again. We've tried it. Buhari came. We tried it. We messed up the country. Now we don't want to mess it up. We want to start on a trajectory that even if Agbado, let's say for instance, Agbado is a graduate, they went and we see that that thing is right, and we see that it did not rig, then let him be. Let him be. But when we see that a man jumped through the window and decided to clean the house, that person cannot be right because he took an illegal step. That is why everybody is focused on him, that what he's doing is wrong. And if you see, if you are the president now, you as a learned man now, I call you learned because you are more educated than him, per se, quote and unquote. You cannot jump in like that. You will jump in terms of we are having a wrong security network. We are having a wrong economies. You will assemble people with clean record. I'm just speaking your mind now. You assemble people with clean record and you will appoint the right men at the right ministry. So that when you turn back, your confidence will be sure that this man will follow the policy and the dreams that you have for your country. So that is what we are fighting against. We are not saying that we need to do this, but we need to get one step right. Because if you don't get the step of going to the university, getting your school cert, then getting your jam right, you jump one step, you cannot get, you become, your process become illegal, like those that forge primary school certificates. So all the things they got, their professorship, is illegal. So that person's character in learning is F9. So that is what we are talking. What you are saying is right, but we want to get the process right. And we thank God. I will say now, I won't define it now. I will say allegedly. Let us put it that way. Allegedly, what the court did is right. And I knew that the court in America will always go for the things that won't tarnish the image of the judiciary in America. And in America, you don't order the judiciary to stop. You cannot do that. So that is why I was looking, because we are going to have election, and the man in the White House will not want to tarnish his image. That is why I kept silence on that court issue, because I know what's going to happen. It will not, because if he tries it, they are going to use it against him, and he might lose the election. So those are the factors I was looking into, and I know
they will still prosecute him if he does it.
Now it's aiding and abetting a crime.
Yeah,
a crime. Yeah, they will prosecute him.
Crime.
So it's a crime in America. So that is why I was saying that let us wait, because that man, for him to stay in America for this verdict, for the alleged verdict, that means he knows that the American system works, and that's a flag for all that we should get our acts together too in the judiciary. And I believe with that, the judiciary might stand their ground and make the right judgment. That's what I think.
It turns out that Tinubu ordered the retirement of the NIMC, this thing head. Is that why you guys were discussing it? Because he just announced it. He just announced it today. The retirement of.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know, because I asked the question yesterday, because I'm still on ground. I asked the question, that should be like 3 or 4 days ago. I asked the question where I went to, because I wanted to get some stuff done. They said I needed an NIN. I was like, okay, me and my guy, so we went to get the NIN, and I saw people on the queue. So, and then because I have professors who are friends, who are Hausas, who are Fulanese, professors, lecturers. I mean, we travel to different countries together. So I was asking one of them, like, These guys, because they don't even look Nigerians. Because once you see a Nigerian person, you're gonna know. So I was like, these guys, this queue. I mean, like, who are these people? Because they don't look Nigerians. Monthly, I looked at them. And then the outside guy approached one of the guy and wanted to speak Hausa, and he does not even understand as I started speaking Fulani. And the Fulani he's speaking is not even Nigerian Fulani. So the other Fulani does not understand the Fulani. He only understood little about it. So he was like, these guys, he was the one who said these guys are just getting NIN. They are becoming Nigerian citizens. This is crazy. Then I was shocked. Then I went to the guy issued the NIN. I said, you mean everybody's just getting NIN? Everybody without, I mean, like, no profiling. You don't know. Once you get there, you just get it. They just register. That's it. So I was shocked.
NIN, you do require a lot of information to get NIN generally, except you are a minor. And if you're a minor, because now you have to worry about birth certificates and all the rest of it. So the context is slightly different. But like if you like when I was registering for NIN, they asked a lot of questions. A lot. It's not just 1, 2, 3 lines.
It's not really about asking a lot of questions. You have to profile the people. You need, because there is no database in Nigeria. You can't run details against the database. So someone will tell you he's from Katsina. The other will tell you he's from, because it's close to he's coming about, because it's close to either Calabar or Akwa Ibom. He will tell you a particular village from. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it will just tell you. So with mouth, you just from this that. That's it. That's very bad. There should be sort of information, like, bringing your local government of residents, getting those stuff. Those things really count when it comes to getting documentation in any country. They have to go to your roots. Your state of origin has to apply.
Yeah, I think that the way this issue occurs in Nigeria, I think it's occurring all through Nigeria. Where you have people that might, but personally, I really find it astounding that people are fighting to be Nigerian citizens when Nigerians are running the other direction. And there is also the other aspect that people that have money, they don't even care. You just come and do whatever they like with Nigeria and go out. The people that are undermining our country, they come in with luxurious cars, and we welcome them very, very. As a matter of fact, we welcome them more than we welcome Nigerians when they show up at the airport. This is one of the things African Americans even complain about when they come to the continent. When they show up, they will see that because they are black, but they are Americans. The airport people treat the white people better than they treat them. So yes. They say, why do people treat your own people worse than you treat foreigners? But this is what we do. And so when we complain about this, most of these people are poor people. If they are going to be coming to Nigeria to be seeking NIN, they're going to be poor people. They don't have anything to cry home about. I don't even know why they bother. I personally, it's astounding, because where are the jobs? What is the purpose of getting the Nigerian NIN? Would not tell me one of the perks you get. Maybe it's in the future. Your parents did it for that purpose. However, in terms of the issues that Nigeria is actually facing that we need to deal with right now, we actually have to start focusing. Personally, we don't have a lot of time. And if we don't, the window is open right now for us to start changing the country. So let's focus on finding ways to even bring those northerners here. We are not talking to them. We're only talking in sections, in silos. We are talking to each other in silos. The issue is all Nigerian. Can you imagine if all Nigerians are on the same page on an issue? It will be easy to change the country. It will be so easy.
It's difficult for all Nigerians to really be on the same page, because we've been brainwashed for a very long time. We need to first understand that everybody is just talking. You see, the southern Nigeria is going on one side, the northern area is going on the other side. That has been and is still currently ongoing. So, education is very key. A lot of people don't understand that. One of the reasons I love education is because it helps people's IQ. It helps you to really think beyond, borders. But people don't really understand these things, how it works, because uneducated people who don't have access to education, and majority of that happens in the northern part of the country. Majority of it.
Even uneducated people, you see, even if you are uneducated, you didn't read one book in your life, wisdom comes by default. You understand how to reason. And if you engage them
because
more,
the reason I said that, I can't understand how someone will give me 1,000 naira to go vote and I'll pick it up. So
they do that in the south all the time. You haven't seen it in Lagos where they were sharing money in a bus.
Yeah, I see it, but it's crazy. It's crazy because the poverty in the country is so high. Let me quickly speak on that first issue that we're talking about before you got this regards to this.
Yeah, go the Tinubu this thing, or is it the
Yeah,
sack or the document?
the Tinubu stuff. What I would say, just a very brief one. What I would say regards to that is that it's easy. Able to that his data is already outside. They're only looking out to get a formal presentation from the school. It's not as if they don't have access to the data. You understand that? So once you school there and your name is mentioned, if you go to my school, University of Pennsylvania, if I give you just my name and stuff, my picture will first of all show. Most people that bears that name, all of the pictures will come up. You understand what I'm saying? So you might be looking at, oh, if you don't know me in person, you might not really know who. You understand what I'm saying? It will show up. But if you want the school to certify that stuff for you, the school to certify it, kind of like putting a stamp, affirm it like an affirmation. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, he is actually this. That's what they're just looking out for. Not say the guy's data is not there, but whatever comes out there, I really don't care that much. What I really care about is that number one, this guy did not meet the 25% as required by the Nigerian Constitution. Number two, he stole the election and he was sworn in. So I have a case against the Chief Justice of Nigeria. I have a personal case against him because he's sworn in an unconstitutional president. That's my number one point. He sworn in into office. He was not supposed to be a part of it because he knows the constitution. He understood that the constitution actually said you need 25%. So a document was given to him. So is he trying to tell us that he never read through those documents? Is that what he's trying to tell us? You read the document that this guy didn't meet up the 25%. That's a big deal for a chief justice to take that route. Is a big deal. He was the worst or the best he could have done was to resign at that time. Oh, now I'm not going to be a part of this. Okay, I'm going to resign. You can get someone else to do that job. And he did it. He himself has broken the Nigerian constitution by doing that. Because the constitution is very clear. You cannot be in the office. And that's why I said earlier, if Atiku is trying to, if Atiku or any professor they are trying to merge with Peter Obi to see how they can do stuff, if that is going to make Obi to be the president, I said I have no problem with that because it's politics. You see, you have to play the politics. You don't just go one sledgehammer to say, oh, just politics is not rigid. It's not simple. It's not simple. If Obi got there, he's going to do everything. No, but we know that he's going to do some certain things, to change the system a little bit. And so we're not saying that Obi is a saint. He's going to make everybody okay, so that Obi don't get there and then we are asking for heaven on earth, So it's still going to take some little time. It's going to take some little time for him to walk through some certain things.
Can I interject for 1 minute?
Yeah.
You see, what we are looking for, if Obi gets in there, it will be very difficult. It will be very difficult for you to bring in anybody that is not at least 75% upright like Obi. That is just it. It's very difficult for the intruders and the corrupt people to come in back because every structure needs to be changed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But because he will have to do those things, gradually. It's not just going to be like overnight because the system is being. Look at the civil servants. You see what's happening in the civil servant? The most corrupt setup in Nigerian system, the civil servants. you talked about airport when coming in from outside the country, you get to the airport and they don't treat you right. They're trying to extract money from you. Remember, they are civil servants too.
Yeah.
So the trainings, I don't know the type of training they got. So I would have even advised that they even uh, our airport not selling it, but they can be partnership with private companies to manage our airports. That would be better because it's crazy when people don't
I
understand.
think that is what is going on in Terminal 2. So the Terminal 1 is federal, but Terminal 2 is joint venture.
Okay.
These people are sabotaging our systems. The systems are not working. Nothing is working. I fear that this gradualist move that we are doing in Nigeria may not get us anywhere. It's a gradualist move that is like poison that are giving us in drips and drips and drips. Because look at how 23 years. Yes, it's not like nothing has improved, but still there's no real significant strategic change that has happened. It's not like, okay, there's phones in Nigeria, there is internet in Nigeria, but there's still no power supply. Universities are going on strike. People are still poor. The infrastructure is not as developed as it should be compared to others, that's for sure. There is no innovation going on in Nigeria. Do you know when they drew the map of the world in terms of you get bigger with the research and innovation that is happening in that region? Compared to this thing, they are not using landmass now, they're using innovation going on. Africa
Yes.
basically appeared on the map, like the entire Africa just disappeared. So this is how bad things are. It's like we are dead in terms of, because innovation is what determines the future. So if you are not there, you are basically dead. You just don't know it. And this is why the alarm that I am presenting, people don't understand it. Because everywhere I see, the signs are there. And people just think that it's okay. They are not seeing the writings on the wall. Every time there is power failure in Nigeria, the rest of the world is moving on. The rest of the world that has power supply. Because they have 24/7. We are enjoying maybe 6 hours a day, 7 hours a day, maybe 12 hours a day.
Have you wondered why countries where you have winters, countries where you have winter, they have electricity supply 2/7. There are countries like Nigeria where there's so much energy, yet they don't have electricity. Does that make sense?
They've even given up on fixing our refinery. They are telling us to use CNG gas now because they never intend for the refineries to come back. These people, they are killing us slowly. They never intend for all those things to come online. Everything is designed not to work. This is something any nation can put together very quickly. They know how to do this, but they choose not to do it. These are leaders. So I'm telling you, someday they will be reckoning like the kind of stuff you are seeing in some African countries. Because what they are doing to us, they are trying to lure us to sleep, telling us that things are happening, while in actuality they are not changing anything. There's no strategic change. And I don't even hear Tinubu saying anything about negotiating with Americans regarding ECOWAS. The guy has been quiet. He's been exercised with just appointing 45 ministers into his cabinet. 45 ministers, 3 months of government is 45 ministers you are able to bring. And I think from what I gather is one of the largest, even if not the largest cabinet in the Nigerian history. And maybe in many African countries too. For
because maybe he wants to please everybody,
For
that's
what
it.
purpose?
They don't care.
If you see what leaders look like, I hear about Lin Kuan Yew a lot in terms of when CM mentions him, and I also normally when I look at these people, I don't care about the individuals. I go and look at the data and the information about their country and all the rest, which it was very, very, very strong. That country is stupid strong. Like they are using 10% of their population involved in their defense. Do you know how many Nigeria is using? 0.2 if we are lucky.
I was saying on the platform last time that Egypt, you see Egypt, in their constitution is a law, is a requirement that every male child is automatically a military officer. Every male child.
Imagine.
In Egypt, in their constitution. So it doesn't matter whether you officially become a military officer. you are a military officer, so you are expected to train at every given time to be a military. You know, because of their location. You know what I'm saying? So they want to be able to defend their own territory. In Nigeria, you are begging people to even join. People don't want to join the military.
Actually, people want to join. You know, people have to bribe to join the Nigerian military. Do you know that? They have to bribe people to join. This is how bad the people are. They don't want to recruit our youths into the military. They want to keep them defenseless. They want to keep our countries weak, pretending as if they are running it. In actuality, they are running it for foreigners. The so-called people that we thought we got independence from. They are running it for them.
Think about it. Why would Nigerian military allow American military to come give them training? That's opening your own secret, your defense, which means they know the secret about your military, which is not supposed to be. So imagine America allowing other foreign countries to come train their own military.
Imagine that. And then we even send our people there. We even send our people there. Our president is not there getting treatment or day in, day out. How many times do you see American or British or French officials come to the Nigeria for treatment for anything? But no, as a matter of fact, you will not even see a French official come to the UK for anything. Because to them, that's a massive security breach.
Yeah,
but no.
Did you hear what I said? I said top secret clearance. There's a level you get to. Information with you does not go out.
Can I interject and give you guys an information? You see, you know the War College in Nigeria, in Abuja?
Yes.
You know the War College? Yeah. We have some military attaché from other countries, especially the European countries, that come there, bring their officers there for training too in that War College. That was what the Nigerian, government refused to really embark on and develop, because from there you can have a lot of things done there, and they just refuse. The Nigerian government just refused to develop on that.
You cannot honestly, you can't subject your military architecture to other countries' supervision. It's really it's a big concern, because it means your intelligence and everything is exposed, which means you have no secrets. For example, in America, the so-called top secret clearance, you don't get to know that much except the information that they officially, you understand, pull out and give it to you. And if America, for example, America tells you that, oh, we have about 5,000 reserve, just know that it's more than 20,000, because they're never going to give you the real figure of their personnel.
Never. That's national security this year. Now they always have reserves.
That's the national security. They're never going to tell you. So they just tell you it's 5,000, and then the whole world will run with 5,000. But in reality, they have enough more than that. They have more and more and more of it. So if they are coming to train our military, does it mean that our military officers, our personnel here, they don't go to school, they don't have their own kind of skills that they develop among themselves? You understand what I'm saying? If they don't have that, why they should just reflect back to 100, 120, let's say 150 to 200 years ago. If there's no part of the country they could draw a kind of skills from, they should look at the Benin Empire. How was it possible for the Benin Empire, for the Upper Benin there, to summon, to deploy over 100,000 military personnel in a day? That's difficult for countries to still do up to today. But then in the Benin Empire, the Upper Benin can immediately deploy over 100,000 in a single day. How is that possible?
Our people it's not a big deal. When I keep saying this stuff, that these people are standing us down, these things are not hard to do for a nation that means to do something right. See, when I read recently, I talked about Singapore and I was talking about Lin Kuan Yew. When I actually saw him when he was talking, it tells you, when you hear him talk about his country, it's not like he's speaking big grammar. It's very, very simple. It's like, you have to put your people, you have to fix your country, you have to do this, you have to do that. And it was like, like the way he came across, it was like, in a way, he sounded a little bit the way I come across sometimes. But when he says, if you know you are doing the right thing, Don't back down. You have to push it through, because if you keep backing down, then nothing is going to happen. He's really, really a stubborn person, and he believes what he was doing was right for his people, and he pushed and pushed and pushed, and the country has a GDP per capita higher than that of the UK. I think it's even higher than that of America. The country is exceedingly rich because of what that man did. And it's just astounding. The man, you know what he did? Within 3 years, he built more buildings in Singapore than the previous governments that came before him built in 32 years. He came in within 3 years, did that. It tells you what is. See, look at North Korea that was destroyed. Within 4 years, North Korea built an underground.
Destroyed. North Korea.
Completely destroyed. Yeah, they built an underground train line, 100 meters underground, within 4 years. 4 years, a people of about 10 million built an underground, and believe me, not all of them live in Pyongyang, which is the capital of North Korea. They built an underground train line, 100 meters underground, within 4 years. Lagos is still struggling to get theirs running after 11 years. And it's overground.
Lagos project is
overground.
Lagos project is a scam.
You see, if I may just jump in, you see, this is the argument I personally have been making since God knows when. Is if we keep focusing on blaming the colonial masters on anything we like, we are never going to move forward. My argument has been very simple. The colonial master, they did a lot of damage.
They're not masters, please. I don't know. They are colonial powers or colonizers or Europeans.
Yeah. They did a lot of damage. But be that as it may, in moving forward, the responsibility of building our nation depends solely on us. It depends solely. All these other conspiracy theories they are doing, no. If you have a leader with a genuine intention, with genuine love for the development of it, no matter the external influence, that leader will do something tangible. That's exactly the case of North Korea. With all the sanctions from everywhere,
everything,
the direct sanctions, they are still able to do something. So this idea, and to Nigeria, we've also had some skirmishes about this argument. We've had a lot of skirmishes about this argument. I've made the point that we can't keep living the way we are living. It is not only Africa that was colonized. They have gone. We know they still try to influence us. Every nation in the world, every nation is in competition with each other. They are all looking for loopholes against each other so that they take advantage. So we shouldn't be acting as if it is only Africa they are taking advantage from, which does not necessarily mean I'm supporting that. It doesn't also necessarily mean that I've not seen anything wrong with that. But what I'm saying is that ultimately, the what will I say? The responsibility.
No, see, our politicians does not have the capacity to say no.
Ultimately,
I will even go further than that. I don't blame them for what they are doing to us. It's not their fault. The Europeans, I don't blame them for what they are doing to us.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
See,
you are talking like this, man.
Let me make my point. That you have to know how to distinguish blaming and dealing with something as a problem. Like, you don't blame the headache for having headache, but you have to treat the headache.
Exactly.
So, like other people, like you, what Europeans are doing is what they are supposed to do.
Exactly.
You don't blame a leopard for taking the child of a antelope because he has to feed his own child.
Yeah, but we've had this argument many times. People just lay all the blames on the European colonial masters. They still control our leaders. Yes, because
they do.
do.
That is a problem for us to deal with. We shouldn't blame them for it. They are doing what they are supposed to do.
Because
for us to stop them.
Yeah, you actually said your view about the Niger war. You are not even against Nigeria going to war with Niger or whatever. But your view was that what are we going to get from it? It's exactly the same thing the Europeans are doing and we are all crying about. It's exactly the same thing. So my point is that this idea of crying about colonialism that has been gone for how many? Look at India. Do you know the number of...
You know what they do to our leaders?
We all got independent.
Our leaders are very... You know what they do to them? You know what they do to them? they blackmail them because our leaders are very greedy. So what they do is that when you are greedy and then you commit some little stuff, you understand? So the Western world, what they do is that they try as much as possible to push you into office in your country because they are holding you right now by you understand? They are really holding you tight. So when you got into the office, you're going to be doing their bidding. For example, look at Tinubu right now. So Tinubu, anything they tell him, he is likely going to do it. Why? Because he's been, they're blackmailing him.
Yeah, but ultimately, it was his greed. It was his greed that pushed him to that office.
Yes.
Ultimately. So why did he? Because these people, they can't just bring up any person and clean the person. They look at people. They look at the ones that will serve their interest, and they queue up behind that person. And you can't blame them for that. The whole world, we are all in competitions with each other. So you can't blame people
look
that
at
are
how
taking
look at
advantage of your stupidity.
how silly we have been. We have been so silly that we subscribe. Like now, a Nigerian president cannot be a president if he's got criminal record. However, in America, in UK, in short, almost all European and Western nations, you can be a leader even when you have a criminal record. Why? Because they consider the people sovereign. The people have a right to decide whatever they want. So let me let you understand that highlight some aspects that means that we are at a disadvantage. Like many of our leaders often go to the West, and many of us are on their social media. We are on Google, we are on WhatsApp, we are already wittingly or unwittingly compromised one way or the other. I've had conversation with Europeans, like even white people, they were like, Google and this thing, Facebook have enough of them to put them away in prison because of the things they've discussed in all those platforms. Not to mention, we all exist in their medium right now, and for us to be leaders, in Nigeria, you can't be a criminal. And can you imagine that now they have things on all of us if they want to compromise you from being a Nigerian leader or make you do something in their own way? So we disadvantage ourselves without even seeing. In short, these people, it's like what they say, some people are playing checkers while others are playing 3D chess. That is what we are doing. They are playing a totally different game. We have not even started reconciling ourselves to the challenges that we are facing. Our data, we surrender it to them. We are all our family.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, in America, there's a policy. In America, if you sign in any website and you live in the United States, you put your telephone number. The company that owns that website must not store your data outside of America. They track the company. So those companies, if you sign in those into that website has to store your data, has to have a database, a virtual machine that must be running on the server in America, that the server will automatically route your data to America.
Yeah.
So, you understand what I'm saying? The server will automatically, if let's say for example you register on okay, let me use when I was on Grant here. I become still Grant. Do you know that there are some specific websites that I cannot log into? I have to use VPN.
You see?
It was completely barred from Nigeria. No Nigerian network is allowed.
Wow.
I have to use VPN before you are able to. So I have to route my own phone that I'm currently in the United States with the VPN. So otherwise, I would not be able to even log into my bank account in the United States. It was completely locked out because it immediately says that I'm in Africa and I'm using a different network from United States network.
And they shut you out for it.
Please.
Completely.
Can I just collaborate what you just said? Now, in Denmark, they have a national portal. It's like, it's like a social security system. Do you know that if you want to sign in, because if you have to open a bank account, you have to go through that portal for everybody living in Denmark. Do you know that if you buy a Chinese phone, you are not able to use that Chinese phone to sign in just because it's a phone from China? Do you know that? because they programmed the system to read your phone. Yeah, you can't use
to read your devices.
into that national database. And before you do anything in Denmark, it is that app that you must go through that. It is called name ID. You must go through that app.
You see?
So if you are using a Chinese phone or any phone that they cannot trace the IMEI number, you can never sign in. Can you imagine that level of security?
Most sovereign people like Indians, Chinese, Russians, they have their own firewall against this in foreign internet. They basically have their own internet. In other words, really, even the Arab this thing like Saudi Arabia, they think they have access to the kind of internet we do have. It's only our people that are open to everybody, and we forget that we don't even know the concept. How many people we ask in Nigeria, do you know anything about data sovereignty? No, they don't even have an idea what that means because they don't understand that. Yes. And data is God now. Data is more valuable than gold because with AI now, they can pass that information easily and make interpretation of what they need to do with your people. It's like we don't even understand what we are doing.
They can actually mess with your brain too. If you don't know that,
they can present information in front of you that is misleading. We don't have a clue what we are dealing with, and this is what that's why I get impatient. We need to be moving rapidly in one direction. I that's why I subscribe to what Link Wanyu did with his country because they were very, very rapid. I don't think we should even go the Chinese route, the Singapore route, because Chinese one was a little bit more gradualist, but the Singapore one was very rapid change that happened, and that's the kind of change you need in Nigeria. Because if you're too slow, they will catch you. They will catch you and sabotage it. But
if Obi actually got into the office, if Obi actually got into the office and he assembled the best brain around him, that would make things very, because okay, look at the road system. Have you ever wondered who are the designers of our road? How? Who? These people travel.
That is doing all of them.
This Julius Berger cannot.
The good ones are done by Julius Berger, and that is not even that good compared to international standards that you see out there. They are not like that great, but they are okay. Why are Nigerians not building their own construction company that can do all these things? You know, it's only Dangote. Sorry, go ahead. You wanted to say something?
Okay, it's only what I want to say is that the reason I think they're not giving contract to some big contracts to an indigenous company is because majority of them are being fronted by same politicians because same corruption. So my uncle used to do a road in Lagos State. Then when we were growing up, I know how those things used to work. You know, before the money even gets to him as the contractor, it's just a little that is left with him. So he will just do whatever he can. You know what I'm saying? Whatever he can, and he just go away with the rest. You see the system? But if you give the contract to these big companies, you cannot. They bid directly, not using any fronting any company. They bid directly with the government, whether with the federal government or with the state government. They bid directly and they get the contract directly, and money is being paid to them directly from a central bank of Nigeria or whatever bank the state is using. So money is being paid to them. But if you go to indigenous companies don't get direct contracts. Politicians will use their company to get the contract first. The contract can go through to 3 to 4 stages. One politician is going to subcontract it to another politician. That person is going to subcontract out before it gets to the real contractor. So when it gets there, the money is gone. So they will just come, grade the road a little bit, put some little coat on the surface of the soil, and then that's it. Because the contractor needs to pay his workers. You know what I'm saying?
I think. Sorry. I think the issue here is that we don't need to be faster than the gun itself. You see, the problem there is the African problem has been a very long time, and there are some people that have been talking about it. But only that the momentum, like I said, every generation peak from where one other generation stopped. So the momentum has been galvanized and is built up, and the awareness is really coming up. I don't see why we shouldn't have our own satellite that gives us internet service. I don't see why we cannot have it. If India can do it, we can also do it. It's just all about getting your acts together, putting the structure, putting the right people at the right place with vision. You just need to have a leader that have a vision, a foresight, and putting the right people in place just to follow that dream so that you have something to give to the next generation, and the next generation will pass it on like that. That is what has been happening in so many countries. It's not one day, not 1 year. They have a plan for 100 years. So we have to have that long plan. We hand it over to the next generation, and we have a sort of a robust system that works on its own. And not somebody pushing and forcing it. A system that works on its own. We have to have something that if somebody is not there, that system is making people to do the right thing. If you don't do it, they grab you, you are in jail. That is it. We have to go the Chinese way, because if you want to push on for you to have your own, like for you to have your own, what you create, you have to be bold. You have to set a goal for yourself. You have to write the vision. You have to put the vision to work. It only takes one leader to do that. Like what you're saying there, Lee Kuan Yew, that guy was a motivational, and he was rugged. He wanted things to be done, and he believed they can do it. And a lot of things came up from different countries who were against him, but he didn't bloody care. He was focused, because if you are trying to do the right thing, people will come. The Western world will come trying to fraternize with you, push you down, dissuade you. But if you focus on the vision you have for your country, man, the sky is just the limit, and you see the thing, moving on. As you hand it over you must be very conservative, and you must be very selfish with the vision itself. If you are not selfish with the vision, you let it loose, they'll grab it.
Black Panther, you can't believe when you see some of the videos and you see when some Singaporeans, they'll be talking about how proud they are of what he has accomplished, and when they go back to their country, so what it is they take for granted in their country, like when they go elsewhere, it's like, wow, look at what they have accomplished. It's unbelievable. It's quite remarkable, really. If you look at the GDP per capita, how clean the country is, crime and everything. Today they are still carrying out death penalty. They don't play around.
Even there are people are surprised that we are still where we are. They are surprised.
Because they were forceful, and our people is that what we didn't realize is that the people that sold us into slavery and got colonized, their children, because the one that fought the Europeans when they came, because remember Obaronwen, let me give Obaronwen as an example. They exiled Obaronwen, but his child remained. And they had him take over from them, work with the Europeans, and that's how they did it all over the country. And then when they handed over, the people that were responsible for this, they never really changed. Their ideology never changed. They were still friendly with the Europeans. The only difference is that Europeans colonized us, but they were the ones that sold us into slavery. So that culture never changed. They never really fought for their freedom. They never earned it. It was just handed to them. So it meant that we thought we were free, but in reality, colonization carried on until we find a way to change either those people's their mind or remove them. And the way to do that, and I think that it's easy for us to say we should have a leader, but before you get that leader, you have to have the good people band together to be able to create that leader. You can't, the leader is not just going to emerge, because the leader needs people to clear the way for the leader to emerge. That's what I found. Lee Kuan Yew didn't appear from nowhere. People listened to him. People defended him. People kept him alive. While ours, they keep getting killed. Some Sankara got killed. Patrice Lumumba, name them. They just keep getting knocked out the moment they try to do the right thing.
But you know that. But you should note one thing. We have not been tested with good leadership.
We've not. Nigeria has not really had a very good
we are like a virgin land now. Just imagine we are tested with the way we are hungry now. We are tested with good leadership. Don't you know it's going to be
Nigeria
a positive
had
force.
one good leader. If Nigeria had one good leader, you see that Nigerian leader will be so powerful, because he's going to transform the fate of black people all over the world. That's how powerful that leader will become, because it's such an important position right now, and they know it, and maybe that's what is suffocating our leaders, because they fear the enormity of the task ahead of them. And
do you know what it means to be a president? Do you know what it means to be a president of over 200 million people? That's a big deal. a
And
big Nigeria
it's
is a
almost,
very big country.
you have to understand, it's not just only over 200 million, but it's almost like present over the entire Black Africa. That is about 1 billion, because many of them are looking up to Nigeria. Many of
Yes.
them are looking up to definitely West Africa. Then, if you factor in the other, like Kenya, all those other countries, Congo, they're all looking up to Nigeria. If Nigeria gets its act together, unbelievable. If, let's say, Tinubu now did what he said he was going to do for security and ups our military to up to 1 million, Nigeria was, that's the statue of Nigeria will just change. And that's why I said strategically that is the first time any black group or nation has put themselves in a strategic position. They have moved the strategic dial since about 300-400 years ago. We never really came to a point where we can actually defend ourselves.
Nigeria government needs to reduce the number of humanitarian, services.
How do you mean?
If they truly want some security stuff to, you see, these humanitarian services, majority of it are actually even the problem of the country, because they try to, in the southern area, something like, like
Oh, you
in the
mean all
northern
these
part.
palliatives and soft
Yeah,
approach to this thing?
when I say
This is what
humanitarian
they tell
services, like
Africans
all these
every time
foreign
now.
countries trying to offer some help, these guys are actually the one meeting with the terrorists, talking with them, you understand? These are humanitarian services. They are the one related with the terrorists in the bushes.
No terrorist respects a weak government. See, humanitarian, before you see our people, one of the nonsense they say a lot is that, oh, you have to address the underlying issues if you want to solve the security problem. You have to address the underlying issues, as if we don't know that. But you have to be strong as a nation too. You can't tell an Egbero that wants to come and rob you, you know what? I'm going to help your underlying condition first before so you don't rob me. No, they will rob you anyway. Then you can still address the underlying issues. They will still, either way you're going to lose. If you want to help the Agbero, you defend yourself and say, if you come here to steal, I could kill you. My security guard could kill you. But if you want me to actually help you out of that, I will help you go to school. I will train you, give you a job. Then the Agbero is more likely to listen, because now he knows the path to quick money is not there anymore. Why would anybody listen to you when they are looking at the money that they can take away from you? They are looking at you're not secure. And this is why Americans don't even care about negotiating with terrorists. They don't care about talking nonsense to terrorists. If they are doing it, they do it very quietly so that nobody knows that they are doing it.
So, no, in some way, look at it. Let me tell you one thing about the Americans. See, what the CIA is doing is different from what the FBI is doing. The CIA is one contact. They can contact even the worst people to get what they want. Information. They can even lay out with anybody to get information, and that does not make them your friend. If they deem it necessary to take you down after they finish with you, they do that just for security purposes. Because when you want to get information, you don't only get information with the good guys. Sometimes you have to go into the bad guys, play with the bad guys as if you love the bad guys, you like the bad guys, you want to help them. Then when you finish getting what you want to get, you take them out. That is what it is in terms of security. You don't have any friend.
Yeah.
You don't have any friend. But Nigeria, they do friend like Mumuism. They do their Mumuism, and you see those terrorists coming to their base. Can you imagine a terrorist coming to a camp of a military, of a country's military, and taking them out?
And you
Can you imagine that?
You
want to have a conversation with them? You don't have any distress cause. You don't have anything that you can press to say, oh, we're on distress. Then the fighter jet will just come in. Nothing like that.
Does Nigeria have secret police?
Another thing is that collectively
they should, nation, but they barely show
collectively
up.
As a nation.
Because through secret police, you should even know who are the people responsible for this kind of chaos within the country. That's why you have secret police. Like the CIA, you should know where money is coming from.
I must say, to an extent, they are working. If you look at it, what you are Chris, I know you are supposed to speak. To an extent, they are working, because the places where you see that many of these attacks are happening tend to be in rural areas. But the rural area people, they are also people. That is the problem. If you look at this, the security structure of Nigeria, it's just we just don't have enough people to cover all the areas. That is the problem. There, you don't see all the terrorists in the city because they know they are going to get caught. But they always show up in rural areas, in smaller towns where they can do stuff and disappear into the distance. And that is enough to cause IDP camps. That's enough to cause whole villages completely getting eradicated. So that is a problem. And if we don't have the numbers, forget it. You're not going to get anywhere.
But if that's the case, what they should have done is to pay more attention to rural areas, provide more personnel, and put more secret intelligence and personnel in those environments. Because I do believe that in those rural areas, sometimes, somehow, even the villagers, they know these guys, these bad guys. Somehow, sometimes.
True.
So somehow, sometimes they know them.
And Chris wanted to say something.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and what I just wanted to say is that you see all these things we are talking about, we must also factor in one very important thing, and that is we have to give room for at least, if not the best of the best, we have to ensure as a nation that we have a system in place that will allow the best people to fit in every position. So the one we just keep randomly selecting people based on some mundane factors, it's not going to help us. We have to take account of that. Because all these nations that are developing, the nations we are referring to, they harbor every form of corruption. You cannot try that. Some of these nations, they still carry out death penalties, and the West cannot stop them from doing that as long as it's keeping the nation intact, it's keeping everybody intact. But this one that we have double standard up and down in everything we do, double and even triple standard. We cannot emerge as a nation that other people would envy like that. So we really need to the system of selection of our leaders, of people that goes into the university and stuff like that, they have to be transparent. We have to give fair opportunities to the people that truly deserve to be there. And even when it comes to employment, joining military, joining the police, even the secret police, the SSS, whatever, we have to allow the most intelligent people. It's not just only academic intelligence. Now, the standard we have set, we must have to follow those standards. If we don't do that, we'll just be moving in circles, in circles, in circles. And if we don't rise up, it's going to take a toll on most other Black African countries. Because you can imagine how many people do we have in the whole of Africa? It's not just over 500 million, and Nigeria alone is over 200 million of that 500 million. So you can imagine the impact.
Are you referring to West Africa? No. Africa is 1.4 billion.
Sorry, West Africa. I mean, so you can imagine the influence we will have. Just imagine the influence that we will have if we are able to get it right. And all that nations, they will be forced to just follow the trajectory that Nigeria has taken. Other nations will automatically be forced because they see that things are beginning to work in Nigeria. They want to follow our footsteps. And that was where the president that just left, that was where Buhari missed it. Because when Buhari came to power, he had a lot of goodwill. People were ready to do, they were just ready to accept any of his policy. They were ready to accept anything.
He became ill and had to go to master for treatment. And then all hell broke loose. I think I gathered that when he came to office, it appeared that things were going to change. People thought things were going to change. They say he became ill. And some people suspect that whether he was poisoned or something. So he even had to move countries when he became ill. I think somebody said something about whether some of his data got leaked or something like that. So these things our leaders do.
No, it's a sickle cell person.
Yeah, but
he said it. Yeah, it's a sickle cell. He said it one of the interview.
That's the problem. See, today, this is one thing. These Westerners, this is one thing they do. See, today he came back with all the arsenal, the power he has in his hand. See, today there's no institution where whatever he went overseas to be treated for. He didn't deem it fit to replicate a hospital in the country that can handle similar condition in future.
Imagine that.
That's just the way it
And,
works.
you know, army actually build stuff too. Army can build bridges. Army can build
Army, yeah, they do that
dredging.
a
They can
lot.
do all
US
kinds of stuff.
Army, US Army, they have
Why are
world-class
they not
hospitals.
recruiting into the military? If I mean, let's say the police, military, and the intelligence heavily, personally intelligence, I think they should more than triple the intelligence services. If we see, these things are not hard. I keep telling you, all this stuff we are saying, any sane nation would do them. We can say all we like. These leaders don't intend to do them. That's why they are not doing it. They are deliberately not doing them because it's obvious. Can you imagine if Nigeria had like 1 million this is soldiers right now? West Africa, the entire West Africa is our backyard. We own West Africa like that instantly. No one nation will stand and say, take us on. West African soldiers, do you know how many? Ghana has 15,000. Niger has 12,000. They are small countries. And easily, I'm not talking at the scale of Singapore here. Singapore, they use 12% of their 10% of their population in their military. In the case of Nigeria, that 1 million is 0.5%. 0.5%. If you did that, the change is going to make. You can use them to build anything.
So Nigeria, you know that what you are saying now, you know that that is what you see. When we allow political statement or political atmosphere to undermine our reasoning about the nation itself, this is where we will get to. You know, I remember when we were discussing things like this before, we were talking about the right person to be in Aso Rock. We holistically went through Agbado, and some people were saying here that, some people were coming in, they were telling me, why wouldn't you take Agbado? They were, it bounds down to what do we really want for ourselves? Because this was the topic I knew we were saying it here, and we're saying that we shouldn't allow Agbado because Agbado doesn't have the capacity. But people were still arguing with us. Now we can see that we made political statement and allow it to override our love for our nation. That is why we are here today. We now see the defect is creating in the nation, and we have now seen that he has no capacity to really drive on the kind of vision we want to see in the nation. That is why, assuming we looked at the nation itself, and we don't look at our where we come from, where the person come from, but we look at the person and what he has spoken, and from what he has spoken, he knows the problem, and he said these are the local issues we need to solve first before we can stand under the premises of driving home the developmental program. We need to feed ourselves first. We need to have a strong force, military, security second. We need to have this third. Then we start building infrastructure, technological infrastructures and other things. We start putting them to standard and start making good laws that will work for the people. Start making good judiciary, reform so many things, and reform the way we get to power. We were talking about this, but people came and they stand under the premises of tribal and religion and start focusing and saying that. That was what was getting me angry. Because before a man start talking, you will know where he's driving his matter, where he's deriving his own type of idea from. If a man is trying to say something concerning religion or tribalism, before he starts, from when he make 2-3 statements, you will know as an intelligent person that this guy is driving a narrative that will not lead to, to the own ideal that we want a nation first. If we talk about the nation, but they start talking about themselves, but we need a nation. And how do we get it?
It has to be done through nationalists. Nationalists, they are focused
that is it. Now they didn't say that. They now turn it to, it has to be my brother or my sister or my tribesman. That is what they were preaching.
Why do you think I was frustrated with the earlier discussion we were having? Because I feel like if we cannot move, as we are talking right now, I'm typing on Google Nigeria, Singapore. Man, if you look at Singapore on Google, the image of the city, and oh my God, what those people have done. And what we've done is basically, I don't think we have moved far away from our mud buildings that we used to build before. We still have not really gotten our act together. I'm telling you, when you see Nigerians overseas and you see Nigerians in Nigeria, it's like, what is happening here? Are we in a different universe? We are in the same world, though. The same sun that is beating them is the one that is beating us. But I say it, in the end, if the good ones that want to, true nationalists in Nigeria cannot come together, cannot figure out a way to connect and sustain each other, these people are going to win. And if, like, when I check that, when we look at the map of the world in terms of innovation, and we don't get back on that ladder and have a technological revolution, like the way people like Singapore and other countries did, we're going to be in trouble. Our survival is going to be in question.
We are already in trouble now. We are already in trouble.
I guess so. We are in trouble. That's true. We are in trouble. But I'm putting from the context that if we don't get out of it, because we are in trouble now, we are not dead. We have a chance. It could be really, really bad. And if the world gangs up on us, we are in trouble. See, the Europeans were coming here before. They were fighting each other until they had the Berlin Conference. And they said, you know what? Why fight each other?
Right.
Let's come and take everything.
They weren't coming in before. They've always been fighting for a very long time. Fighting themselves.
Then Berlin Conference came in and said, oh, let's not fight each other. Let's take over the continent. And they came and took. What makes you think that it's not going to happen again? What makes you think China, India, and Russia and the West are not going to gang up together? If we remain here, zero innovation, barely any strategic development. If we remain here, if those groups gang up together, they make up about, right now, about 6 point something billion of the population of the world. Why would you just make up? So the ability to dominate us will be so complete that our survival will be in question itself. That's why I am alarmed. That's why when I sound crazy sometimes, this is why. Some of the numbers I'm looking at is terrible. And we need to take it seriously. It's really terrible. I don't understand it, because if other people are innovating and building and we are not, they keep advancing ahead of us. They're talking about quantum technology, regenerative medicine.
Take a look at how is MTN and all the communication company, are they moving out? Who signed that contract that every 3 or 4 years? MTN, I think, like every 5 years, they move out from Nigeria about 5 to 6 trillion naira. Who signed the contract? How is that possible?
Is that the one you're worrying about? How about the one that said we should be using postal order? Who did that? Who? That person needs to be shot. Who did that?
And postal order does not even benefit Nigeria. It benefits our country.
They have payment machine. Even get POS guy there. If you are worried that you cannot get a credit card machine in the UK, get your POS guy from Nigeria to come and take money from people. What is the postal order business? You said, you know how embarrassing that is. You go to the office and they will be looking at you like, okay, these backward people are coming to glue. It's so embarrassing. It's just indicative of how shameless these our leaders are. How they embarrass their people so much. I don't know whether any nation does that.
They refuse to think. They don't know how to think. As we are speaking right now, some of them right here listening, because we are also helping them to think. They can't think. Everything about them is how to get into the office, mop up some money, and take the money out of the country. Think about it. Who signed the contract that MTN every 5 to 6 years or 4 to 5 years, they have to move out over 5 to 6 trillion naira out of Nigerian economy? Who signed such contract? So you can invest that money back into the country.
Now, Obasanjo sign now. Obasanjo I sign now.
Who signed such contracts?
Is that not madness?
Do you know what that means? Is it possible for a company in America, after you make so much money, then you move out that money from United States up to where? How? It doesn't matter whether you're an investor. If you want to be a part of my system, you're a part of my system. If you want to be a part of America, as you're going there as an investor, you are going to be a part of it. They will give you citizenship. They'll give you their passport. You invest in their country, you create jobs opportunity. The money you are making in the country, you invest it back to the country. That's how it's been done. There's somebody signed a contract whereby 5 to 6 trillion naira is being moved out of the country every 4 to 5 or 6 years. And we're crying.
And MTN isn't it a South African company?
It's a South African country now. It has taken over the East and the West.
When I saw Nigerians are doing the same thing to them, though. Nigerians are dominating their finances. They're like they are going into many African countries with their banks. Nigeria is owning the banking sector in many countries.
I do not think Nigerians are bringing back their money because those countries are not stupid.
Maybe you are right.
Yeah. But,
I mean, Nigerians are very terrible at holding on to wealth.
If Nigerians are bringing, this is my take. I think Nigerians are taking the money overseas, not bringing it back to the Nigerian system. But in America, if you are an American citizen, you have a company in other country. You don't send that money back to other country. You send it back to your own country. Otherwise, it's a criminal offense.
Now jail, they see so now. 20 years.
Straight to jail.
These things are not hard. It's only hard because these traitors are still the ones running our governments. And you see, from the nationalists within the countries, they will do this thing, and Pan-Africanists from the continental level. I think all of them need to start branching and working together. Because why I say that in terms of you want to have a Pan-Africanist work with nationalists, you are Pan-Africanist when you come to the continent, but in terms of the nation, you have to be nationalist. And the reason why it's good to work together is because it's harder to break apart. Because when you're international, it takes a lot more effort to crack you down on you and all the rest of it. You are a little bit more resilient. And because you have to have, and then you also have to be, to an extent, have a diasporan angle too. So that gives you another layer of security and the resilience. But the ones that want to make this change, they really need to start banding at the areas where the power concentrates, like in leadership, as Black Panther said. Because many Nigerians talk about leadership. But for that leader to get there, that leader that has that clear head to get there, you have to have paved the way for that leader to be able to show up there. The people, I'm sure right now, most of our community are conscious of this. That's the truth, and that's the good thing. A lot of our people now want things to change. This is why many people were against, almost roundly, most people are against the war in Niger. Nobody wants that, because most of our people are woken up to the fact that we don't want to go and protect the French interests or American interests there. They want us to do something that is good for our own people.
You cannot fight your neighbor now. That is bad.
It's bad on so many levels. And then because of what? Because French people are there, or because of this thing. So I personally, I saw that as an opportunity that Tinubu again may just squander like our people keep squandering opportunity. You know what the opportunity is? The French soldiers, they want to remain there. The French people want to carry on getting uranium from there. They want the pipeline from Nigeria to go through Niger and straight to this in Europe. And American military bases there. They want to also remain there so that
pipeline no go work again.
You see that? So many interests are there. So now, if Tinubu could have said, you know what? This is a problem. These people are saying they want the French people out. They don't want to give you this in the uranium anymore. Yeah, look at the pipeline. Billions of dollars wants to go to waste. America, hey, I'm not even sure they're going to let you stay there anymore before long. They're going to still ask you to leave. And Russia is going to move in. You know what? If you want us to work together, this is what we want. You know that deal you gave to Indians? We want that. We want at least some of those. And the deal, the stuff the French people are doing with the Francophone countries, you need to end it. You want to stop
Tunaja, let me give you an information. Tunaja, have you heard it? The American government just sent in their new ambassador to Niger, but they are not going to let him him meet the military head. But what they want to do is for her to dialogue and let them see how they will fizzle out the problem, solve it, so that there will be no war. You see, it was yesterday.
You remember they want to the Nigerians, they want America to leave. they've gone to American embassy. They said America should leave their territory.
And you know, there is a bit of a division between the Americans and the French right now, because the Americans just care about themselves, because they are technically. You see, this is the European.
This is
it's a cold war now.
Somehow
There's a cold war now.
suspicious somehow. I'm somehow suspicious. This guy that took over was trained by American military. How was that possible?
Many of them that took over in West Africa, like Mali, they were trained by Americans too. That's the problem.
And the same America, they don't training Nigerian military. Don't you see there's a big problem?
Even Bin Laden was also trained by them, not till he turned against them. They used him before. So that's just the style. That's what every nation.
I think, yeah, you are right. I think we were making too much of a big deal because they are trained by America. They are also trained by their countries. They are also trained by maybe other nations too. Yeah. We just pinpoint that because Americans were involved. Yeah, but however, they were able to turn and say, we don't want the French in our countries anymore. I think that is why,
because they've been exposed. You see, they've been exposed to some form of data. They've been exposed to some information. They've been exposed. You see, these guys don't really have their minds, or except they are exposed to some information, some data, because someone must have spoken to them about some certain stuff. If you look at, like, America is no longer funding a Ukraine war. This is where I'm being skeptical. America is no longer funding Ukraine war. They told Ukraine completely that the Congress said we're not going to be able to pass more money to give you to help you. So you have to see how you can get other countries to fund your war. And European countries too are saying that they are broke now because Russia is not supplying a lot of stuff. Now they're broke. Now this is why I really do not want Nigeria to go into Niger. Because I think that the subsidy money, they may want to use it to fight the Ukraine war, because if Nigeria eventually with ECOWAS went into Niger to fight, then America is going to say, hey, we have equipment. Can you buy from us? You see that? And then the French people are going to say, oh, we have equipment to support you. Come and buy from us. So Nigeria will be happy to buy those equipment, and they give them billions of billions. So that will be subsidy money, the money that was supposed to be used for the Nigerian people, as they said, will now be used to buy military equipment. And those guys will not have money because the law allows them, when they sell equipment, they should use the money. You understand what I'm saying? So they should come to take money from the purse. So they should use the money to, you know, go do whatever they want to, whatever war they want to go fight. They should use the money. So Nigeria will be sponsoring somehow by proxy the Ukraine war.
Yeah.
There's a Cold War going on. I don't know if people know the Cold War going on between America and France. I don't know if you guys know what went on with the Australian deal, the nuclear deal. I don't know if anybody knew what went on.
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah.
Where the Australia was used to.
Well,
that Cold War is still going on. Forget about it. Do you know why French is playing alongside with America sometimes? Because America is the leader of NATO. That is just all. That is the string that held them together. Apart from the historical antecedent, what they had, the friendship. But this man, Macron, has really come out to speak to on that issue of the nuclear deal with Australia. So that thing is really bothering that guy, because that was a big chunk of, you know, money and superiority for them to have taken. But Australia pulled it on, and that was all.
What I think is happening,
Australia is like the second part of America.
Yeah, let me just read the point I'm making. That's what they call a European tribalism going on there. See, the leaders of Europe, in short, the Western Alliance, is the Anglo-Saxons. It's not just only America, it includes the British, Australia, and the rest of it. Who is busy chewing stuff, the Black Panther? So it includes America and this in Australia, New Zealand. They call them the Five Eyes. So what you are seeing basically in Africa, in Niger right now, is that the Americans seems to be protecting their own interests, which is this Anglo-Saxon interest, but not necessarily worrying about France as much. They are fine maybe if the Nigerian new government kicks the French out, but they want to protect the American military base there. And this is the trick. This Nigerian government have to try to navigate. Maybe they don't have to because there's still Wagner there. But the problem is America could get ugly and support this in France and use their own local forces. I mean, or even maybe their own soldiers to cause a massive war in Niger. So hence the Nigerian leaders, even the military ones, will be thinking twice and thinking, you know what? Let's split them. Let's kick the French out, keep the Americans, and avoid a massive war here.
Do you know they can strike a deal with this military regime in Niger? America can strike a deal with them. Yes.
America is almost already struck a deal.
What I'm able thinking, that's what I'm able thinking. That's what I'm able thinking is that why we're saying all this, America is already striking a deal.
Yeah, that's why they are not calling it a coup. America is not calling it a coup because they don't want to stop the money going to the country. Because if they did, America automatically by law stops sending money to the country and they will break off contact completely. But America kept that bridge on. Why do you think they're doing that? Because they know the country is not absolutely wanting to kick them out. Remember, the French said earlier on, which was a very big threat. He said, we are not going to let anything compromise our national interest. That is a signal for war. If America has supported it, America would have declared coup. And then they would have tried to find a way to intervene in which they can. This is what I mean. This is how dangerous this military that you put in your country, how they are. America is 1,000 and the French are 1,500. That is strong enough to take over the military, the presidential palace in Nigeria.
Yeah, but you see, there's a law. They cannot do that because it's not their land.
What law? Good luck with that one.
No, they cannot evade just because they gave them because these guys too, they are not the Nigerians too, they are not alone because they have foreign countries too backing them. So it's going to be really tough if America
is going to back them when Americans come with their jets and their soldiers on the ground. And
it doesn't. There are people, my friend. Yeah, there are countries. Americans too. They're always careful too. Forget about whether they have all the equipment, this, that. Of course, those equipment too can be taken out in seconds.
They are also careful. They're also careful.
So it's not safe.
I understand that, but if let's say the Nigerian government said we are going to kick American troops out, we are going to kick Nigerian troops out. Yes,
they're not going to. They're going to do it. They're going to do diplomatically. For example, just like the video that I saw, where the people are protesting that they should leave, and they put that video. If they do it for like 4 or 5 days, America will leave.
No, you know what? You may have a point there. You see, this is I always whenever I say something,
they'll do it diplomatically. They're not going to come out straight.
Because if you look at what happened in Afghanistan recently. Yeah, it was just the Taliban. It's not like they are special. It was just the Taliban. They came to power and boom, Americans were out of the country. People were literally falling out of the aircraft. Americans were escaping the country. So yeah, I think it's not impossible for the Nigerian regime, if they have balls, to kick the French out and kick the Americans out. My concern still, even with the ones like Mali and all the others, they're taking Mali government have been in that government now for almost 2 years, if not more. What have they done so far? By this time with Lin Kuan Yew, you will see transformational stuff happening. But yes, they've made the French. They've removed French as their national official language. They've kicked the French troops out. But what else? Did you just replace the French with the Russians? What else? Although I've had him, the Mali government, I've had him say so. I think the Burkina Faso one, not the Mali one. The Burkina Faso one was talking about how the people need to develop. That guy, I like that young man. He seems to be really, really want their people to develop. And he said he's going to challenge the people in his country to actually enable development to happen in that country. But he's been in office now, going to how long? I think was it not this year he took over? Okay, this year, so I can give him a bit of a break. But Mali has been in office for about 2 years. All I've seen is them kicking out the French and recruiting slightly more soldiers, double the size of their military, which is from 20,000 to 40,000, which is no big deal. But nothing else. I don't see a massive construction drive. I don't see anything.
You see what I think really developed a nation is small scale business. You see, if government is involved,
and with small businesses. If you look at American economy, they contribute the most into American economy. These small businesses, these stores we're looking at. So I think African countries needs to look into those environment. Looking at small scale businesses. Allowing people to have access to funds to build just little factories where they can employ 5, 10, 20 people. Like that, if it's spread across the country, see poverty level will reduce drastically. But if we're looking or waiting for one giant company to just build one big factory and employ 10,000, that's just 10,000 people. But if these little businesses is spread across the country, that's millions of jobs.
Is Mali still under the sanction of ECOWAS? I don't know. I think that too may be affecting their development if they are prevented from importing stuff and
Mali is still under the sanction.
So that may be affecting them, because in the case of North Korea, they are under sanctions, but China didn't sanction them. So they were able to import materials into North Korea to rebuild their country. So that is what Mali doesn't have. Mali only has Russia right now, and I hope they really intend to make a change. And if they do, this guy is laughing like Olumide. What's going on?
I better tune that thing down small.
Wow, he sounded like Olumide there. So the Malian this thing approach to this is not, for me. I'm not very satisfied. I want to see a country, because if let's say Mali or Burkina Faso or Guinea it's one thing to just say you don't want Europeans there, but what are you doing with your people? Why are you not marshalling them to build? You say, okay, yeah, we may not have a lot of technical expertise, but let's start building our country.
Let me tell you, you see this Western world, with what I've seen, they're not going to give out their technology. Believe me, they can only partner with China. China will likely give out their own technology, build factories around them.
You got to steal it. You got to steal it.
Exactly. It's not by permission now.
But this person, I just told you, just to log into my app, just because I'm in Nigeria, it was not that possible anymore. You understand? So if you look at that on, if they say they are sanctioning a country, just imagine what type of sanction they could be going through. So what type of sanction? What type of access? Majority of these things is owned by the Western world, Western countries. Majority of most of the things we're using. Look at the 4G, for example, is owned by America. What type of sanction America is actually sanctioning when they say we're sanctioning a country? Or if America decides to shut down their 4G right now, maybe in Niger, that means Niger will have to pay more to have access to internet. Then they sanction Niger and say, okay, this is 4G. We own 4G and we want to sanction you through 4G. So if you are paying maybe in a year, maybe you are paying 500 million, or let's say $200 million, and then maybe they increase it for you to like $500 million. That's a lot of money. So Nigerians will have to pay more to make costs. You understand that? They will have to pay more taxes because they want to meet up. So what about sanction? Are they really sanctioning people? So that's why I think that they will really need China, because China will be able to step some certain things down for them, and then they can have trade. See, a lot happens when they talk about sanctioning. It's not just about a lot happens. If America say we are sanctioning you, it's a big deal. If America sanctions any country, it's a big deal. Believe me, it's a big deal because eventually most of the things that majority of the countries are using is owned by America, and they could just switch a button and you're gone. Look at MTN. I think, is it MTN or Glo? Are you aware it's actually being owned by AT&T United States? AT&T? Yeah, just check it out. MTN is owned by AT&T. Either MTN or Glo. Just check it out. You're gonna see.
Yeah,
then you're gonna see the other one is owned. Then you're gonna see the other one owned by Verizon. So which means because I was asking questions on ground, why is data so expensive? I have 2 Wi-Fi. Why do I have to buy 2 Wi-Fi? And I have to recharge it to the Wi-Fi with a 20,000 naira. just in case there's a network failure on this one, you know, then if you look at how much are they remitting back to either AT&T or Verizon, you know,
Yeah.
because the technology is not owned by them, it's not owned by Africa, it's owned by the Western world. And then you have to pay for those virtual machines, those servers being spread across Nigeria.
We just need a leader that knows how to strike a deal. That's just it.
Yes.
Most leaders, they don't really know how to strike a deal. They don't really know how to. They have everything to strike the deal. They have all the resources to strike the deal. They don't work on that. What they work on is what they will give them after the deal. Most especially African leaders. That's what they look at.
They are not, because they are not ruling their people. I don't think they probably even think that they are actually the leaders of their people. They probably feel that the Europeans are actual our leaders
they are looters of the people. Looters of the people.
I describe them as caretakers. They are just like caretakers taking care of the job that the Europeans left for them to do. And this is where the master truly comes in, where those people treat those people that are, because that's why you see them running to the UK all the time, joining the Privy Council of the UK. What are you doing in the Privy Council of the UK? Privy Council is like you share secrets between the monarch and the subjects, basically, and trusted subjects. So how are our people being trusted by the West? It means that these people are operating at a level that we are not even seeing, like the secret societies, like the Freemason society that the monarch heads in the UK. They are all in part of it. Some of these are elites, so they are not accounting to us, and this is why they are doing what they are doing. There is no other reason. What kind of people, no matter how bad you are as a leader, if you are leading for your people, we should be seeing the kind of development you see in Asia right now. These people are not leading for us, because the people, they are doing a lot of things to us in terms of, sabotaging us. But they are not sabotaging us so badly that if these leaders actually see themselves as leaders, that it will be this bad. North Korea has been sanctioned for how many decades? They are still more advanced and more developed in almost every way than us. Iran has been sanctioned and for how many decades? They are still more developed and everything more than us. So it tells you that something is seriously wrong with our leaders. These people are serving. They are not being, some of them, they are not even being forced. They are serving willingly against us. Does it look like they are being coerced? Buhari the other day was like, oh, some people want to destroy this country. Some people literally want to destroy their foreigners. That's what Buhari said.
Do you know what it means for a president to go outside and say that his own country's youth are very lazy? Just imagine the president of the United States going on. Think about it. That's your leader.
I don't know where he's coming from, but in some sense, I do understand where he's coming from. Because if you go to Nigeria right now, I'm telling you,
Obama almost said it.
You cannot say that. You cannot say that on the public platform against your country.
Let me say this. Maybe this is where he's coming from. That may actually mean that he may have a point. See, I work with Nigerians on a daily basis. Even till today, I'm still working with them, even in Nigeria. What you tend to see is that they lack discipline. They lack.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's because they feel like whether they are doing is not working.
To Nigeria, if I may just stop you there, sorry. See, the point is that even if Nigerians, we are even lazier than what Buhari has portrayed, but he, as a leader, he shouldn't be saying that.
On the public pulpits.
No, you shouldn't say that.
Yeah, he was saying that in Germany.
To foreigners, for that matter. Oh my God.
He was saying that in Germany. He ought not to have said that. I agree with you completely.
He repeated it in the United States.
Yeah, he shouldn't be saying that in public. And he kept repeating and repeating it.
He kept repeating it. Oh my God.
On Independence Day, or when universities are graduating, he's talking to the students. He's saying it in such a way to motivate the youth. Not that he was just saying it to bring down everybody, to show how useless the youths are. Imagine if it was to be a youth occasion in Nigeria, a youth event, and the leader is saying that I've realized that the youth, they are not taking the opportunities that are available to them. Are you that lazy? It's a different thing altogether. How can a leader of how many million people will go into the world stage and bring everybody down?
You see, that's what goes back to the earlier point that I made. You are looking at it from the point of view that they see themselves as our leaders. They see
Of
themselves
course,
as
yes.
caretakers.
Yes,
They
yes.
don't see us as their people.
Yes.
That is the problem. They run to the Western countries all the time. They are literally telling you who their masters are constantly. They don't. That's why they come across like master told me to look after these children. He coming back to master's media and telling them that the children are lazy. And why are you surprised? Because he doesn't have a shame. They are not his children. Who goes out to his to foreigners to go and tell the other people that their children are lazy?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's not what they do. These people, they don't see us as their people.
Even when he was called to order, he kept defending it and he kept repeating it. And
you know the funniest things? His cabinet members were defending him.
That's what I'm saying. That's
they
the
were
point I was
defending
going
him.
to make. The party people were saying, is it not true? Are the youths not lazy? Even if they are lazy, the onus does not allow the leader to go and say that in a public forum, international forum. So how can you inspire your
leader that was supposed to go out to sell Nigerian talents?
How can you
that was
inspire
what he
your
was supposed
country
to
like
do?
that?
And the concept of calling the youth lazy is a very, very, it sounds simple at first, but it's a little bit layered because you can't call a people lazy when you don't give them any marching order. There is no purpose to Nigeria. What is the purpose Nigerians exist for? Just to survive on a daily basis, like mouse on a cartwheel. That's all. There's no purpose. There's no agenda that these people are looking forward to, and then their lives are blighted with low wages, terrible power supply, aggressive this government. Nothing works the way it's meant to work. Why would you expect them to be motivated to do anything? Youths can kill and die for their own nations. Look at the Japanese during the time when they were confronting the Americans during the Second World War. The Japanese scientists were designing these torpedoes, and they designed it in such a way that at first they put a way for the person that will be riding the torpedo to be able to escape before the torpedo exploded. But when they designed it, the people that designed it said, "This is a suicide torpedo. Why are you designing something that is going to kill the person?" Then the people say they dismiss it. The people that developed this technology, they said, no. They wrote they wrote their petition in blood to tell the leaders that they are serious about what they are talking about, that they need this thing built. And because of that, their seniors, when they saw how serious, because it's an ancient thing that they do, where if you write something in blood, in your own blood, the two of them, they wrote it in blood, and they said they would allow them to keep developing it. When the war went on, they saw that the war was getting hard for them with the Americans. Then they flagged the project for the project to go ahead. Guess what happened? Then they said that they let them go and look for pilots that are going to pilot these torpedoes. And the pilots, when they went to the piloting school, they were volunteering. They said they separated the ones that have already had children. They say, if you've had children, stay away, don't come here, don't join. Then the ones that haven't had children, they were rushing to go and join. These are people that are going to die for their country. That torpedo, you're not going to come back. You're going to die. They were rushing to join. A nation, the people can only do that for a nation when they know the nation has an agenda. They believe in the agenda of that nation. Our youths are reflecting what is going on. What do you expect? The leaders are not leaders. They're not leading them. They're just keeping them alive. Like people, when you put hens inside a cage, when you have them in a poultry and you're not feeding them well, you just pour what they call agbado in there now and again, and the hen just rush around. They eat each other, and some of them are not doing so well, and you call them lazy. That is exactly what our leaders are doing to us. They are not feeding us anything. They are keeping us caged, awaiting the day when their masters will come back and do whatever they like with us. Whether they know that or not, that is what they are doing. Wittingly or unwittingly, they are keeping us underdeveloped. They are making sure nothing works. They are literally making sure of it. See, there's no way you will tell me that a nation will have people go and get postal order in 2023. I think that nation intends well for these people. No way. You keep them for 5 months to get a passport
So
deliberately.
this postal order, I see the thing.
No, because it's a flagship now.
Shagari na do am now.
You know what? No. That's just where it starts from. It's so many places. You have a postal order issue. You take 5 months to do this thing. And do you know that our bank apps that we have in Nigeria, it's like if you want to pay somebody money, it's like Russian roulette. You're like, oh, I want to transfer. The thing will not work. You do it again. It will not work. It's like nothing works in this country. Even bank app, they have money. They can't even get it to work properly. What is? It's like I've never had a situation I want to send money from a UK app. It doesn't work. Nigeria, you like it's like you're starting a motor. It didn't work. No, let's do it again. You enter, it didn't work. Then you sometimes you give up. Other times you come back again. Nothing Nigerians touch, they get it to work. It's like they make us so inefficient. Everything we do is less efficient. If a Nigerian joins the internet, this conversation now from Nigeria, chances are that their network will glitch and keep glitching. If they have video showing up, that's even worse.
Do you know what? Nigeria is on autopilot now. You don't know before.
They are just feeding us scraps, that all the other parts of the world are fed on, and just I don't know, man. These people, they want to kill us. They want to kill us. They are just out there to finish us off. And I'm not in the business of allowing just sitting here and just go down into the wilderness willingly and quietly. I'm not going to allow these leaders get away with it. I'm going to be calling them out until I drop, because in the end, I'm still going to die anyway. So you might as well just say your piece while you're around, because our children are going to pay the price for all this stuff that they are doing right now.
See, that is why I'm saying that if we have the right leadership in now, the people will start to, because we have not tasted right leadership before. That is where the problem is. We've not tested it. So I am still under a positive form. I'm seeing on positive side now that if we test the right leadership, there's going to be a propelling force that might propel us to even be more faster than the Asian tiger. I'm seeing that. I'm seeing it. Because it has this African blood in it that we can be propelled by good leadership if we have it. Or if we don't have it, it's going to be a very big problem.
But look at what the Labour Party people that have been elected into office are doing now. They are all there taking their so-called stipends from National Assembly. They are not making any noise in terms of changing anything.
They are enjoying right now, enjoying money. Many of them must have bought big cars right now.
Yeah, you see what I was talking about before, that you need nationalists, people that are dedicated to restoring a nation, that their job for the next 10, 20 years they are going to be committed to is restoring the nation. Nothing else matters. Whether it's their head, whether their head is on the block or anybody, they will give anything to do this job. Those are people are the ones that make things happen. If you don't have those people, P2B too will fail, because you have to have the people around him that means to do the right thing, because they will sabotage him.
If they want to mess those new Labour Party guys up, they'll just throw them some change. That's the way Nigeria system is. They'll throw them some change.
Accept it.
They'll give them some change. They'll give them some contract, and they will not do those contracts, and they will use those contracts to blackmail them, and they will never talk again. Never.
Not even one of them have come out to complain. Has there been any one Labour House of Assembly member that has come out to complain about what is going on in the House of Assembly? Not one. Not even one. It's like ridiculous. Out of how many? More than 20 of them there. Not even one has come and say, you know what? I'm against this payments, this that you are doing. I'm against this subsidy, this palliative nonsense. Why are we calling it palliative? Palliative is people that are about to die. So you don't see them making noise. What if they say?
Are you aware that money the government wants to share for a bag of rice could actually build just small factories across the country, that money, and give employment?
For bag of what?
The money they want to share to buy a bag of rice to start supplying different states.
Oh God.
Yeah, could build factory. Think about it. How much did Obafemi spend in that Modena refinery? Think about it.
I think somebody said once that this thing that what was that some of the House of Assembly members who have not been paid for a while now since they got into office. Or like if they are not being paid, isn't that sort of that problem? It's like, why is it that everything seems to be taking us by surprise? Like, didn't you know you are going to get House of Assembly members? Why did you have their salaries ready? I don't see Nigeria. Some of the things that
If
go on in
they
that
got
country
paid,
is
are they
just
going to come on air to tell us that they got paid? Do they ever come on air to tell us they got paid? They don't
none
tell
of them said
people.
anything. They didn't say anything, and we don't know whether it's true because somebody is saying it doesn't mean it's true, or it's everybody that hasn't gotten paid. Maybe it's just a way of covering up for some of the nonsense we had from Akpabio. So we know full well these leaders are not leading. They talk about people stealing our oil. Not one of the big oil thieves have ever been brought forward for us to try.
Have you seen a poor man that steal oil?
Sponsors of terrorism.
No poor man has the capacity to steal oil. It has
with a badge on a big ship like they have that can carry millions of barrels of oil.
Have you seen a ship before when they say, "Oh, these guys they're stealing"? What are we talking about? Have you seen a ship?
They know.
If a ship is carrying crude oil, it's still big. If a ship is empty, it's as big like.
They all know who is stealing it. They know where the money is going to. They know the account. So all those, I don't even like to dabble into that area because many people, if we have a leadership that comes in now, many people are going to jail now. You people should know that now. That is why they are fighting with their life now. That's why they are fighting because they know that they are going to go jail. This is economic sabotage. They are going to go to jail. It's not a soothsayer, whatever. In fact, look, just say for instance, now there's a military takeover in Nigeria. Don't you know many of them are going to jail? Yeah. They are going to do a military.
If that happens in Nigeria, military takeover, they are finished. Believe me.
If you see, if I'm like you know, if let's say someone like me, I was part of a military coup in Nigeria. If I'm telling you something, there's no way you are not going to find things of direct sabotage of your nation by these leaders. There's no way you're not going to find. It's one thing to go into a meeting and not negotiate very well, but it's another one to go in there and see clear sabotage. You are likely to see it, and if I see that, I'm telling you, you're going to die. I'm not going to spare you. You're not going to last a week. Literally, I'm not going to care then, because these people have caused a lot of lives to be lost in our country, and our people have suffered for decades because of them. And see, if that happens, if nationalists come to power, if the old houses of power in Nigeria, if they don't shift their approach to the way they are governing the country, like in other words, governing for foreigners, then they have to be moved. Because this is what the Chinese did. This is what any other nation would do. If they like, even the French, they pushed their elites. There was a time they pushed their monarchy. Even the Russians did the same thing. The Russians completely eliminated all their monarchy. Everything. They destroyed everything. They're like, bye-bye. We don't want to see you anymore. People have killed us enough. If that kind of stuff, if Nigeria gets to a point whereby you have a military leader coming and they find that the people are betraying the country, given where we are, if the elites don't change direction, they should
all of
them be removed. All of them. If he has to take a massive revolution to turn Nigeria around and turn the entire black race around, remember, it's not only about Nigeria. It needs to happen because these people don't seem to understand. It's like they just become Oyibo, but in black skin. They don't seem to care about us at all. That's basically it. They don't care. If you see, I've been in the UK for how many decades now, and you go to this in central London, and you see, once you see Nigerians there, it's like, Jesus, why are these people treating our people like this? These are Nigerians doing it to us. If it was an Igbo man doing it to us, we'll be accusing them of racism. Nigerians doing this to their own fellow people constantly. You see how they are angry. They are Nigerians, whenever they go to their embassy, they are always upset. Because their embassy keeps upsetting the people. Why would the people be motivated to serve the nation? Even with all that, some of them still die for their country. Even with all this, our people are not bad people. I keep saying it. People sometimes think that our people are wicked and more vindictive and quite violent and tribalistic. Even as much as we are tribalistic as we're talking here, Even the UK is more tribalistic than us. You don't understand how UK people are tribalistic. How many this is Scottish prime ministers have you had in the UK? How many have you had in the UK? Most of the people that are governing the UK are basically from one university. See, Western countries are very, very tribalistic.
They're not going to let Scottish lie rule.
I got the Brown didn't make it in. I got the Brown made it in.
They give them wahala now. They give them wahala.
They don't give them chance. Or Irish Prime Minister, Jesus Christ! No, you're going to kill them. They're going to have a heart attack if you give them Irish Prime Minister. They are so tribal. They even have what they call the North and South divide, like literally. And this is not imaginary; it's real. That's the whole development is in the South. Oh my God! If Nigeria says sometimes we complain, the whole major. Don't you look at the UK now? You hear about London. London is in the South. Manchester is up in this. Manchester is nothing close to London in terms of the capital London controls, and the city of London alone is worth more than Manchester 10 times over. The city that city of London, that square mile, that is its own territory. That is a global city.
The city is big, massive development where they there.
Yeah, that square mile in the heart of London is a sovereign territory. You can't mess with that. That area is its own. This thing is a financial hub of the world. Man, the money that is slushing in that area, the power that is slushing in that area, they control the UK. They basically control the UK.
You're talking about just UK. They control the whole world. In our election, we always tell them, UK, take your hands off our election. Because once our election is coming, every politician in America, they are all shaking. They don't know what comment is going to come out for especially, they call it Beckham Pass. They don't know. Just one short comment, just a little comment about the candidate that they think they prefer. And that candidate is likely. They're not going to say they prefer that candidate. They're going to come out and say, oh, he's a good guy. He used to do this. You just see all American eyes. It's torn right now. Everybody is looking at that candidate, and that candidate is likely to win. So they influence elections around the world.
It's a bit of a shame, and for me, I will keep repeating that until the good people that are having these discussions purge themselves of tribal supremacy, religious supremacy, and focus.
Now, don't forget, say UK now the ancestral home now. UK is the ancestral home. Your president, not the Scottish man.
Yeah. See, America can go to war for UK as a citizen. They will tell UK, sit down. We'll go to war for you.
Oh yeah, those ones are like brothers, and they will fight the French for the UK.
Yeah.
They are willing to fight the French for the UK. That's how those guys are tribal. You don't mess with the UK. You see, the other day when the UK and France, they were arguing over what, just fishes in the water. The UK sent warship into the water, into the channel. They call it the channel, the British Channel, because every little thing they are threatening each other. It's like Europeans, when they mean business, They don't play around. They really mean business.
Look at UK. Whatever is happening around the world, if UK is not going, America will pretend as if they don't know what's happening. But let UK just make a comment and say, "Oh, we're gonna be taking power. We're gonna listen." The next day, you see America will say, "Oh, we already sent 500 military. We already sent." Do you understand that?
Now you begin to pick up on it. You begin to pick up on what's going on. That is. See, I was in the UK. America invaded Iraq. And then there was the time they wanted to actually invade Syria. I was in the UK. The opposition party leader in the UK blocked the bill from going through. The next day, Obama backed off. He wasn't going to invade Syria anymore. He changed his mind because the UK turned. So it tells you what is happening. That people don't understand how connected the Anglo-Saxons are. They are really, really tightly knit. And it took me, I think it's about 2-3 years I began to realize that even because the way they were fighting to leave the European Union, it doesn't make sense. Why would the UK want to leave the European Union? That is his continent. It gives it more power and economy. But no, they don't want it because they know that European Union control. It gives France and Germany too much power, so they want to go back to their original power with the Americans and the. Guess what? They used it to stab France in the back and took the nuclear deal from with the Australians from the French.
Did you ever hear America asking them not to leave European Union? They supported it.
No, what's his name? Obama was a little bit like, oh, if you leave, you're going to be back in the queue in terms of negotiating trade policy. But they were not telling them not to leave.
Obama is no longer in power. The government in power. They were
Trump
like
supported it big time. Trump supported
big
it.
time. Once you're in power, you're going to do their bidding. And yet, when during the election, and they said they didn't really like what Trump, the way Trump talks. That was just all. They don't really like the way he talks in the public. That was just all.
Once you look at Canada, America, UK, Australia, New Zealand, you are dealing with the people that truly control the world. These people, for better or for worse, you have to admire them. These guys won the First World War and won the Second World War. They are basically the ones that actually won it. And this is why they control everything. In reality, all this stuff you hear about NATO, it's like them controlling us to an extent. That's how they control Europeans too. And that's why the UK doesn't like the idea of getting sucked up by Europeans, and the Germans and the French gang up on them. So they pulled out of it and they went back to their original state, collaborating with America. Look at what happened after that. Americans went into Ukraine. Now they sever the pipeline from Russia to Europe. Now you guess where China, Germany, and other European countries are getting their gas supply from now? America.
And yeah, remember Trump said it. You know, remember during that time they were building that pipeline from Russia to Germany. Trump said, "We spend a lot of money to protect your water, and then you are buying oil from Russia. Very soon, Russia tomorrow. If Russia have problem with you tomorrow, then you're gonna ask us to send you oil. We're spending a lot of money in European country, and they're not doing trade. It's not very fair. Now they're not doing a very good deal with the European countries. You know what? Now they're taking gas pipe. You know what I'm saying? So
can you imagine that?
They are paying a lot of money. They are paying a lot of money.
Hold on. I want you to take your time to imagine the magnitude of what you just said. Trump criticizing Russia. You know, Trump loves Russia. But when it comes down to the Anglo-Saxon interest, he criticized Russia. He said, why are you people getting gas from Russia?
Trump never likes
it to come to their side. He wants it to come to their own side. That's the only time you hear Trump criticizing Russia. He doesn't criticize Russia or anything else, other than when it comes to taking stuff from their own mouth.
But when it comes to the interest of his country, he criticized Russia and he wanted the deal for his country.
Mm-hmm.
You see,
because they believe that they need to control it. And if not for his country, from like African countries that they control, like in Nigeria now, Nigeria wants to supply them gas and goes through Niger to Europe. That's what they want to put in place right now until. And in a way, if you think about it, maybe that's what the Russians too are doing, because they went and cut off the gas supply to Russia.
Maybe it's like a payback.
Yeah, Russia wants to go and cut their own off too in Niger.
No, Russia want to blow it up so that they want to strangulate them. Because Russia is not going to forgive them. Russia is not going to forgive them. Russia is going to strangulate that project, and that project will not have a head. No way, they will have head.
And you know, funny enough, 2 years ago when we were having this conversation, I was saying that Russia would be stupid. I even say it to China too. They would be stupid not to empower African countries now. Strategically, it makes sense. Because if you empower African countries, you are denying your enemies power. Because the power most of them, the Europeans have, comes from Africa, because they're getting cheap resources, getting cheap human resources from this in Africa. So if you empower Africans, then the Africans will deny them access to those things, thereby making them weaker against China and against Russia. Russia is the one playing it openly right now. Russia is taking Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, and now maybe even Niger. And Niger is very strategic for this in the Western interest. And if they cut off Niger, it's almost 50-50 now. They've hit America where it hurts too, and they hit Europeans where it hurts, because now that pipeline is done. They are not getting that pipeline through to Europe anymore. They have to go through another direction, and that's if there's not going to be something that's going to result in Nigeria that puts Nigeria more closer to Russia. Because do you know Nigeria actually applied to join BRICS? What if the BRICS accepts Nigeria?
And then which means Nigeria is going to be against the Western country, Western world too.
At least not as close anymore, and they may start having a bigger voice because they're not going to be that scared anymore. Because if Nigeria, I don't understand why Nigerians are so scared even. I don't know why the governments are scared of Western.
They're criminals. They're big black men. They're criminals. They steal money. They take it abroad. They keep the money in their bank. So these guys know them. You understand? So these guys know how you're keeping $2 billion in my country. I'm not. You know what it means. $1 billion. Our politicians are the richest politicians in the world.
Yeah, you're right there.
They steal money, take it abroad. They keep the money in West Fargo Bank, Bank of America, Swiss Bank. Imagine Shomole, as small as Edo State was, or as small as Edo State is, with the population of about 6 million people, Shomole was able to mop up $2 billion to keep in foreign banks. Think about it, $2 billion.
Most of all that money now, according to what they say, they don't even put it in their name. It's just based on numbers. And if anything happens to them, the money disappears.
The problem, the thing is that the reason why they are able to steal so much, there's this clause, this security vote that these governors and the president take. That money does not need to be approved by the National Assembly. It is the governors that determine that money, that amount of fund. And also, they don't need to tell anybody how they spend it. And during
I complained about this money before here. I complained about that money.
Sorry, what do you call this money again?
Security vote.
It's called security vote.
Security. They take whatever they like. It is not approved by the State Assembly, and they don't get to disclose how they spend that money. Can you just imagine that?
Guess how much Lagos State owns? Lagos State owns 1.2 billion monthly.
But how much is Edo State? You are talking about
Edo State should be around $500,000, $500,000 naira.
It's close.
500 million. 500 million.
I think it's 600 million. Check. I think it's online. 600 million naira. 500, 600.
You mean National Assembly doesn't have any way of making them account for what they did with the money? There has to be
nobody. They call it security vote. Nobody.
That one is bad though. You have to have a system of accountability and transparency.
That money is actually supposed to be spent for to provide equipment for the police, for the vigilantes. You know what I'm saying, to ensure that the security
under their own discretion. Under
their discretion.
That is bribery now. You are basically bribing them because the money you don't know how it's being spent. They can give it to their missus.
But what are you going to do? Exactly to Nigeria, they said that's the purpose of the fund, because
they don't account for the money,
so they don't need to tell the people how it is spent. So
to Nigeria, you never see when I complain about this thing. It's in the constitution now. You don't know.
It's there. It's right there.
Yeah. It's right there.
That is wrong. If it is there and they don't have any means, like Senate committee that can question their uses and stuff.
They don't want it to be for public scrutiny, because if the public knows what they do with the money, it's no longer security again. So you can see the way we deceive ourselves.
Don't you know that was why they said they don't want state police? Don't you know that's what, if they bring state police, that money is gone. If they bring state police, that money is gone, because that money was meant for policing under the watchful eye of the governor. But now they used, because the constitution said anyhow they spend the money, they cannot be questioned anyhow they spend the money, and that money cannot be scrutinized by any law. Therefore they have that money and do whatever they want with the money, because that money was meant to have like a security outfit for the state. But now they turned the law. That was why we were saying that the military wrote a wrong law, because that was the way of paying back for the governors, so that they'll be loyal to the center. That is the reason, so that they'll be loyal, and nobody know. Nigeria don't even know about this money. Nigeria doesn't even know at all. Any cool money, 5 billion, no questioning, just take up for account. So that was why I was saying that any governor that finish as a governor in Nigeria doesn't even have any authority to say he want to steal money, because this money is going to your account every month, 500 million every month. Counter now for 4 years.
Benefits, that is being given to them, and yet they still steal a lot of money, take it abroad, put it in the bank.
In the end, they are going to be doing all these things until the ones are capable of forcing this change.
They will start flinging back their money back to the country. They're going to be crying.
I think some of all these things we're talking about right now is probably ways that they get bribed. They get bribed by giving them something in an envelope. They get bribed by the kind of stuff you saw with Akpabio recently. This is how they get bribed. Like in Western people, when they give them this aid, this is another way they get bribed. They are basically bribing them to keep quiet. And if they don't take the money, then they face the consequences. You have a Paul Biya next door in Cameroon. They say most of the time he's spending time enjoying himself in Switzerland. These hotels. Like sometimes he stays in that hotel as if it's his house. These people, they are not running the country for their people. Until we are serious, we get conscious of that.
When I saw Buhari begging to take a loan of $800 million, going from one country to another country, begging for $800 million, begging to take a loan. Then I remember Mark Zuckerberg, who gave America $1 billion for election one time.
Imagine.
Boom.
Imagine.
I was like, my whole country is begging to take a loan of 800 million people, and they are going to one country to another country. But here is one little guy giving $1 billion. He first of all gets $500 million and another $500 million when he said, there were going to be a lot of ballot papers. The ballot papers were not enough to be spread around, and he gave another $500 million. In the
Singapore population is about, I think, almost 20 times less than that of Nigeria. And they won't be begging for $800 million because, and their GDP is almost that of our own GDP, yet we are 200 million people. I think their population, let me see what their population is. I think it's just around 10 million, if I'm not mistaken. So, which is a very, very tiny country, really. When you think about it, it's not even the population of Lagos. And yet, these will have a lot more money than we do.
Nigeria don't have anything to go on. Nigeria is not supposed to be borrowing money. See, if you see the money they are stealing in Nigeria, my brother, in short, you got to meet one of the politicians. Let them give you hints.
I just use those states. As small as those state is, a governor was able to mop out $2 billion and keep in the bank.
Unbelievable.
So if you then look at Lagos State that makes a lot of money, it means that someone would have had $10 billion in his account overseas.
Oh my God. I thought, no, hold on. I'm just looking at some data right now. I thought Nigerian GDP was greater than that of Singapore. But actually, the total GDP of Singapore is higher than that of Nigeria, actually. Oh my God. Nigeria GDP is just heading towards 500 billion US dollars. Singapore has exceeded that.
I told you we are falling. We are falling. I must tell you, we are falling.
Hi.
And that's the country Singapore is a country less than 20 million people.
Tiny country, we are barely 12 million. Let me confirm the population again. Barely 12 million in population. It's just embarrassing, really. Oh my God. They are 5.4 million.
5 what?
5.4 million
population.
God. Yes. Oh my God.
That's like a those states. Oh God.
You see what I mean? I don't think they are even giving us scraps anymore. They're not even giving us scraps. How can 5 point something million people have this a bigger GDP than Nigeria.
With over 200 million population.
And they didn't colonize anybody. Oh. They just run their country well. They didn't even steal any of our wealth.
Is it not Singapore you are talking about?
Yeah.
But we all got independence at about the same time. You know, they were part of what was this country again? I forgot. We all got independence at the same time.
Is it Malaysia?
Yeah, with Malaysia.
They were part of Malaysia somehow.
Yeah, they were part of Malaysia. It's this religious thing that separated them from Malaysia. It's
now Singapore can't collect palm oil, not for Nigeria.
It was actually Malaysia.
Edo
State.
It was Malaysia that came to Edo to palm oil.
And that institution, Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, you can imagine as way back as in the 60s, we had that kind of an institution. And now that's the Malaysia that crawled into Edo State to pick some seedlings. They are now one of the top palm oil exporter in the whole world. The same white colonized them, the same people. We went through the same trauma, the same colonial master.
So the Nigerian population is more than 40 times the population of Singapore. And they have a higher GDP. That hurts. And like these guys said, President is begging for $800 million. When you have $200 million,
each time World Economic Forum is having a meeting, they will run there, not because they have anything to contribute, to beg for money.
No. These 200 million, we can't keep getting disgraced by these leaders like this.
These people cannot make use of the human resources that they have. They have over 200 million people.
How does 5 million people generate 500 billion? That is the most optimal use of a population I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like that. And their military, like I said, is about 10% of their population. This is the most optimal use of a population I've ever seen. That is crazy. I was looking at the number. I thought their number was around 300 and something billion. When I checked it again, they are now showing 2023 15 billion US dollars, and that is nominal GDP. But the normal GDP with PPP is 757 billion. That is why Nigeria is struggling to reach 500 billion. 5 million people did this. It tells you what I've been complaining about, that this is not right. What we are seeing in our African countries is not normal. Are they a different breed from us? They are just human beings like us. It's not normal.
I mean, I don't know. Is it that we're under spiritual attack? I hardly believe these things. I don't get it.
Oh my! I even thought their population was up to 10 million. That one shocked me. When I saw 5 million, I was shocked there. I thought that was.
So now today, not the surprise.
Yes,
now the surprise. What did happen?
There's this guy in the comment section every time. I think Tony Africa that always says that the black man is not capable of leading itself.
Are you talking about Jude? That one is always calling us now.
They talk through now. Sometimes they make sense.
So the reason I'm bringing that up is because of the question. We are just all asking ourselves, what is really the problem? Because of this question, it is self-examination. That's the truth. What's really the problem?
One, we don't know who we are.
Is it the skin? Is it the mentality?
We don't know what we have. We don't know that we have the resources, the human resources to take over the world economy. We got it. We can dictate it because what we have, we can use it as a leverage for other nations, against other nations. But we don't know how to strike deals. Our people strike deals for themselves.
I mean,
So when they throw dollars to them, when they throw dollars to them, they run crazy as if dollars. You understand what I'm saying? When they give them little money, dollars, their heads get bigger and bigger somehow.
Just to add more context to the discussion, I just checked Nigeria's number on a fair basis so that I can check the same thing. Nigeria GDP, to be fair, because the last time I checked it was for 2022 or so, it was less than 500 billion. But for 2023, from what I can see here, it's showing 574 billion, which is about 50 billion just above that of this in Singapore. But still, though, it is still a massive difference where you have a country of our 5 million.
It is very massive now. 200 compared to 5 million.
It's like population of Lagos is bigger than it 2 to 3 times over or 4 times over.
See, if we really annex Lagos can make that GDP. Lagos, honorary Lagos. If we cut corruption, Lagos can amount that GDP as you see. But we don't know how to manage our resources. We don't know how to strike deal. All we need is just to carry that paper money, put for bank. We don't know how to create. Our leaders have lost it.
And they speak a lot of English. They can't even explain. Our leaders speak too much English.
Wow, and their military, the total of their military, including reserve, is 420,000 from a population of 5 million.
And that's about the same size of our military.
Oh no, that's bigger than ours. Ours is the max altogether is 200,000 or so.
And 230,000.
How do you feel as a person now that your country, 200 million people, we have just like 5 million people? They have that's like 10% of the population.
Just look at their defense budget. Their defense budget is 17 billion US dollars.
That's our total. Our budget is like 21 billion.
Our defense budget, there was a time it was about 1 billion. I think now it's crept up to around 4 billion. But yet Singapore's budget
is it not naira?
No, it's dollars. You want to kill our soldiers? Jesus Christ. It's Nigeria. Where they want
Nigeria, we don't know how to share money again.
Black Panther, I can live in Naira.
They don't chop the money. They get money again.
Our soldiers will just start begging Boko Haram for salary and joining bandits. What's the point now? If it's
Naira. Nigeria day, so money, they go to print money anyhow. You never know anything.
They spend more than 4 times on their defense than we do on our entire defense.
Okay, look at what baffled me a lot.
5 million.
When they wanted to buy that jet, I went and done my own research. Doing research, I even met some military personnel, and they told me about the Tokeno, that nonsense Tokeno jet. I was amazed that our military generals went there and told us that is the best aircraft. An aircraft they use for surveillance, for drug peddlers.
God.
I was tired. They use it to survey the land for a case of all this border control and peddler. When they meet that, they use it again to train pilots that are just graduating from pilot school. They use it to train them because there's a level of weapon you can carry.
2 things are involved. Is it that the generals were not wise? They've been cheated, or
they don't align now money. They won't cut
they
money.
Stole the money.
They cut money. They stole money.
Or they stole the money. Yeah, and then went for that. Because I don't think that they are that very unwise. But I saw that Tokano jet when they were bidding for it. I was laughing.
Propeller jet. Propeller.
Tucano,
propeller.
Do you know when I was listening to the news and they said Nigeria is trying to get this aircraft from America and they call it Tucano? I'm like, what kind of aircraft is it called Tucano? When I went and checked it, looked like a World War II aircraft. I'm like, what is this? What kind of aircraft? What is wrong with us? We are, even the World War II aircraft, we are struggling to. They should be giving it to us for free.
My
Like,
brother.
you know how they want to dump stuff away, like they want to dump rubbish in other countries. That should be something they should be giving up for free.
They should have just built one for themselves instead of spending the money.
It's ridiculous.
I
It took
say
them
it's
years.
a propeller engine. It cannot go more than 10. You know, if you reach 5,000 feet. Propeller.
It's ridiculous. I don't understand how that we have our ambition are completely. These our leaders have reduced it to nothing.
Even that to Kano.
That's what they want to take. That's what they want to take to Niger to go and demonstrate superpower.
Do you guys even realize that it was after we paid for the Tucano before the Americans produced it, to tell you how outdated that Tucano was?
Outdated one.
We played, and they have to, before they started building it. That's why it took over 2 years. You know, it's not something they had. It's not a state-of-the-art technology.
Of course, it looks like a World War II aircraft. I'm telling you, there are some World War II aircraft that look more advanced than some Tucanos.
You guys know what they call propeller engine?
What they did was to put some components together, and then it's just like a refurbishing. They just refurbish the stuff. And then
why can't they buy F-16?
Some changes,
refurbishing.
Why can't they buy F-16?
Exactly.
They can buy F-16 jet, the best fighter air. The best fighter. When I say F-15,
you know why they can't buy that? Because the generals are going to ask for like $100 billion. So the president wouldn't want you guys just go and bring that to Kano. Go and bring it.
Nigeria, as an African nation, got F-16 20 functional. Don't forget, all the African they bend down.
Okay, now there were also issues surrounding it. They didn't even want to sell to Nigeria because Nigerian military were actually committed too many crimes. You know, according to the satellite.
You mean like Americans that are bombing marriage ceremonies and all kinds of ceremonies.
If you can strike a good deal, look, you have everything to tie their neck. All these people neck. American neck. You have everything.
You have leverage.
They will sell it. They have leverage now.
Leverage.
We are not using it.
Even the Tucano jet, Nigerian government have to sign that they're not going to use it. I want you to think about that. They have to sign that they're not going to use it against Nigeria. That's the type of leaders we have.
Nigeria Patriots said I should use GDP per capita to get a better picture of what is happening with Niger, with Singapore and Nigeria. That is, you are trying to increase our shame, but it's all right. It's okay. Let's see what we are going to find out on that one. So Nigeria GDP per capita, is $2,500, and that of Singapore GDP per capita is 91,100.
Oh.
Yeah, every Nigerian has to have all
this war when they talk, say they want to fight. We know they fight any war. All these are just rubbish. They can. How are you going to fund the war? Let me even ask the question. Who is it? European? I'll give money to fight war. People are suffering now. They are fighting Ukraine war. It hasn't ended. Billions every day. They are tired now. Then they'll come and enter African war that will never end. African war not the end now.
And if you look at one thing I noticed about Singapore is that one of the things they wrote here that is very interesting that we want to pay attention to is that their military seems to be tied to Americans, Germany, and Israel. Yeah, in terms of foreign suppliers of ammunition and stuff like that. Israel is the key operative term there. Israel is one of those countries that resembles Singapore. They are small, but they punch
Israel
above
have the best secret police in the world now.
Yeah, they punch above their weight. They are small, but they punch above their weight. And if you look at
those guys are
Israel, I think Israel is partly what influenced this in Lee Kuan Yew to an extent in terms of his vision. Because if you look at Lee Kuan Yew's vision, it's so radical and so fast and so this thing is so like what they call it how do they put it, the extreme. And that's how Israel approaches it. So they are
very, very extreme. Climb now. That is how to climb. You have to be like that.
They are very, very extreme, and Israel has a massive military too. And the same thing with Singapore. Because they understand if you're small, you have to punch above your weight. And we are big.
Do you know how many F-16 Israel have? Israel have over more than 50 F-16.
Yeah.
That thing is what we call. If you know what you know why they tag F-15 as one of the best fighters. America used F-16 to blow down a satellite that was beyond any reach of any air fighter jet. They now try F-16. F-16 went more than 10,000 feet and blew the satellite down. It was one man. You go and look at go and Google it. You see why the reason why they called there's one name they call F-16. They said whether they call it like a tiger or the fighters, whatever. It was the best aircraft ever that can fight tussle on air. And
oh my God! I think you underestimated Israel's number of F-16. I'm looking at numbers ranging from 175 F-16 to 300.
Remember, Israel surrounded with lions. So
I even underrate and
yeah, you underestimated it. Like 200 and this is Forbes. They are talking about. This is Forbes. This is a relatively prestigious, high-level. This
that means they have more than that.
362 F-16
fighter jets. You see,
they have one of the highest, most effective military equipment in the whole world.
Let me find out.
And you know that America supplied them all their aircraft. All.
Yeah, if you look at America,
I'm trying to find out how many F-16 Nigeria has. Nigeria may have
even the American that you're talking about, those aircraft are being built by Israeli too in America.
It's a joint venture now.
They don't want to. They actually own the technology, Israel.
Man, that F-16,
Nigeria doesn't have one F-16.
Well, where?
I thought they bought one early this year.
They know by who go sell and give them. America must give approval for that jet. Any country who want buy America must give approval.
Tinubu did not apply. Let him go apply now.
They're born away to apply, get money.
Hi.
Maybe he's going to borrow money from China or from
other
Russia.
Countries are using their crude oil now to build their economy so that they will now be using other things to develop their country. Now we don't even know what we are using the oil to do. We don't even know what. It's a shame for it to be the 7th largest crude oil producer in the world, and you cannot even talk. You cannot even say this is what you have used it to do. It's crazy. Look at Dubai.
Does it not shock us when they want to return Abacha money? Then Nigeria government have to sign an agreement on what they want to use the money to do before the country.
They know us now. They know us that we are looters.
That is so embarrassing. So embarrassing that a country is repatriating a stolen money and that you have to sign a contract, tie the money to a particular project. Otherwise, that country is not going to release the money back to the country where the money was stolen from. Think about that.
That crude oil, me I make the thing dry so that our brain will reset.
I don't think it's going to reset. There are many African countries that don't have crude oil. They are complete rubbish too. So I don't think it's going to reset anything. We are dealing with the wrong problems here.
These people, they are alive. Sometimes that's why I was asking some questions at the beginning of this election. I said, are these people Nigerians? Are they thinking like me, or are they thinking like us?
They are Igbo people. They are Igbo people.
Can never think like
Nigerians.
How can you be stealing your country? Stealing? Is that the purpose why we are a country? Just to steal?
Okay, let's even assume they stole. So you can't even invest the money back into the system to create jobs opportunity. You took the money out. Abacha stole. Abacha alone. That's the one that was discovered. Over $5 billion. $5 billion.
Look at
5
the
billion.
Nigerian
And the one they
military.
see be that too.
You know the debate they are having in Nigerian military now because they are debating between the F-16 and the J100 CE.
They are
And
crazy. Let them go and buy F-16. Oh, maybe they're not talking J something here. Oh.
let me just read it. I say a glimpse of the future of Nigeria. There is an ongoing debate in Nigeria by the defense community on the best medium-sized single-engine multi-role combat aircraft to suit Nigeria's current and future.
I want you to mark that word. I want you to mark that. I want you to mark it. They say single engine, right?
Yes.
Single. Think about it. How can the military be even be considering a single engine?
Can you imagine?
A military that wants to succeed.
See, for me, that's one. But look at what they said for Nigeria's current and future requirements. The future is going drones and robotic. And these people, they think F-16 is going to see. I saw a documentary where the drones were competing against the best pilots they have in America, and 99% of the time, the drone won the conflict. Our Nigerians are still. Oh God!
The Ukraine war. Ukraine used the drone to bring down 800 armor tank, Russian armor tank, 800 within 1 month. 800 with drone. 800 is there on their record now. 800. I was following
drones are
800.
not afraid of crashing. Drones are not human beings. They can take more risk. They can fly in any direction. They don't suffer G forces. They don't have any other nonsense. They just go after what they want to go after, and they are more deadly. And our leaders should be thinking in this line, and they really need to start having a bit more.
They're not thinking how to loot that money that they think. They're
talking like a single engine. So when the engine is shut down, maybe something happens, there's a failure. There will be no other engine to
and do you know that F-16
that money will just be wasted.
F-16 is the third generation aircraft too. Now America is on the fifth generation and the sixth now. F-16 is third generation. Oh, it can fight well. America has built the fifth to sixth generation now. They are getting to the sixth generation. While Russia is still on the fifth generation. We don't know where they go. We don't know where they go.
No, these people are not serious. They are not serious. They are standing on, and they are not. It's not like they've got it all. They are debating it for the future. You know how Nigerians talk about debating.
They don't even know what
it's going to be for the next 10 years. They are going to be thinking, oh no, it's going to be 10 years time. We will think about deploying, get one F-16. When Israel has 360.
That time would buy dollar for 10,000 naira.
God. I'm telling you, these leaders, they want to lead us into a hole. They want to lead us. They are not in trend to. They don't have ambition.
These are leaders. We'll soon carry all of them, go through inside bush very soon. Forest.
Sooner or later, if they don't change their ways, I fear that Africans will be so. Because look at the numbers. If Africans start understanding these numbers, they are going to be furious about what these leaders have subjected them to, and they may go after people and nations. I feel bad for this because when this type of things happen, a lot of innocent people perish. They will go after anybody. The youth will go after anybody.
When your defense is very weak, when your defense is very weak as a nation, you are prone to attack. You're prone to an attack from powerful countries. Why do we think the North Korea, they are building their military? Why do we think they're doing that? Because they know that somehow, someday, this Western world, they don't let go. The day you challenge their interest, they may want to, force things out of you. We'll be over reliance on this Western world for military, stuff.
Do you know that
we've not gotten anything, and we're not getting better.
Nigeria went and bought about 20 armor tank from China. 20.
Yeah.
Instead of them to find a way to buy fighter jet from them. They know they wouldn't think that one at all.
Personally, if I was strategizing for
let me tell you, Nigerian folks are always afraid to fly. They are always afraid to fly.
See, okay, aircraft is good when you're fighting maybe like this in Boko Haram, getting over their head and dropping whatever you want to drop. Yeah, they are very useful. But the ones where you really want to, especially if you want to worry about international interference and all the rest, the ones you want to worry about is ground-based vehicles that are very, very light, and structures that are going to defend you against the enemies you have out there. Because if you look at, let's say you are taking on America, what you have is the people that have superiority in the air. They're going to throw a lot of bombs at you. You prepare for that, and you don't want to have command centers where they can come at you and destroy your command centers easily. You want to have it in a way that they cannot be able to find it. Even if they try, they will find somewhere. They will not find most of it.
Nigeria not go last 2 minutes for the hand now.
Oh, it depends on. You see, that's the thing. It depends on who you are fighting.
America will not come on land now. They will never come on land. Now air battle now.
And then you can bomb ground until you get tired of bombing ground now.
Bomb everywhere, bomb everywhere.
When you get tired of bombing the ground, you get tired, you come ground by force.
The thing is, if you secure airspace, right? If you actually have the necessary gadget to secure airspace, even this F-16, they'll be afraid to enter into your airspace because you will shoot it down, because you have all the necessary equipment to do that. Because
F-16 have the capacity to fly supersonic. That's why they are afraid of the aircraft.
Even if there's nothing that cannot be shut down. There's nothing that cannot be shut down from the air. The thing is, they will use technology somehow. That's why they have to track you. They don't just move. Those things, they have to track you. They have to know your exact location, because they don't waste time. They'll just, once they run, they are gone, because if they waste time, they'll be shut down. You understand that? So
that aircraft is fight, I beg. God.
They have to track you quickly and do whatever they want to do very quickly, and then they take off. You understand what I'm saying? So Nigerian defense system is very weak. They don't even have all this.
We don't have anything now.
Nothing. They are just.
People go buy to Kano.
Let me tell you another thing. If you look across the whole country, military is spread across the country on the streets. How do you want the country to win a battle against insurgency when your military has been overstressed on the street on daily basis? I've never seen where such happens in any country. Never. Your military is on the street on daily basis. Military supposed to be in the bar.
I spoke to military officials, like one military official at least. He said, "How are you supposed to, when something is happening in a remote village, you're supposed to get there? And sometimes when you're going there, it's so far, and you are worried about ambushes too, and all the rest. And sometimes it could be at night. How are you supposed to do all that if you don't have people already in those areas? It's a very, very difficult thing. This is why you have to have people. If you notice, I said it earlier on. These people, they only attack areas that people are not populated. Like there's not a lot of security people. It's not because our security people are incapable. They are capable when they encounter them. It's because they go where they are not. That's where they actually do a lot of damage. And hence, you need the numbers to man those areas. And that is the real problem that we are facing. It's only Boko Haram that has literally gone after our security agents, defeated them even sometimes in their barracks or in their whatever they set up. They've gone and attacked them, but it's been a long time since they were able to succeed in doing that. So
why can't they use that to Kanu the bot? Let them use it against Boko Haram. I'm going to see how
by the time you summon it to Kanu, by the time you fly to Kanu, let's say
Boko Haram will shoot it down. They will shoot it down.
Hold on, let's say Tukano is not in every state. If he's in Kaduna and the stuff is happening in
it's Kaduna that they base it now. It's all in Kaduna now. 20.
Yeah, and then how is he supposed to get to Plateau when or Benue when the militants are doing what they want to do?
No, be fighter jet then call him.
Fighter jet, so he's going to just start flying. It's going to take 5 hours to get there. By the time they are done and gone.
No, that's why we need like F-16 that can do within 5 minutes. It don't reach the way they go. Blow the thing, scatter, come out.
It's going to take 30 minutes. And if the moment they know you have F-16s, and F-16s, remember they can drop bombs. But remember when they drop bombs, they could drop bombs that kills everybody, including the militants. So they are not as effective. They are not as effective. You have to still be on the ground.
And another thing, one of the reasons the insurgency in Nigeria is taking a little bit longer is because they know that Nigeria military are actually lacking equipment. Believe me, if they knew there are enough equipment, there will be no insurgency in Nigeria. Believe me.
Lie, there will be no insurgency.
It will stop. But because they knew that They don't have enough equipment, so that's how can our military be managing?
And we have money. We have money.
Mm.
There's
A
money.
whole military that is defending the country is managing to spend money on is managing budgets.
Akata General stole 190 billion. Nothing they happen. Nothing they happen.
And we have
Nigeria
military in the country. And we have
Nigeria
military in the country. And they are seeing all these things.
190 billion. Nigeria is still moving on. Only God know how many they will steal again. Another 190 billion. Not be wahala with this. 190 billion.
In the end, I will keep repeating until we are ready to change some of all these things. Everything will fall into place. The moment you get the right people in place, you will be surprised how everything gets fixed very, very quickly. And you just have a sane nation. It's like somebody that had a headache and the headache goes away. Like, wow, okay, I can see clearly now. That's what it's going to be like when we have a good leadership.
We need a forceful leadership, a leadership that know they send. That is why I am comfortable with Obi for a start. After Obi, the other one, maybe they behave like communist people. That is what I want. Everybody serious, work. If you mess up, you go to jail or they do something anyhow.
And one of the reasons why, to an extent, I did support. Originally, the person I supported in the race was Wiki, because I supported Wiki because I felt like he was a good communicator and he was a very, very forceful person. And Wiki is the kind of person that doesn't like to take second place. I'm not sure.
That man a drunkard.
Yeah, that drunken
thing. Yeah, but let me say
something.
Do you really know that if it was Wiki that was in Labour Party, do you really know that they would have been afraid to win the election against him?
Before don't fight, everybody will not enter street.
They would have been afraid to win the election against him.
Everybody go don't enter street. We cannot the whole, the whole younger. Everybody don't enter street.
We don't know that.
You know the whole anger at all. You know send anybody.
It might calm down when
we will all die here. Now so go tell
the next chairman would have been afraid to ring the election against Wiki. But because they know that Obi is somehow calm, because they would have been afraid of the Niger Delta. Oh, we don't know what's going to happen, that kind of stuff. And like that, man, okay, let him just go. That was actually the mistake that PDP also made. PDP would have been the one in power.
It was a mistake that they made. They will cut them. That oil,
they will cut all the pipeline. It would have even threatened the Nigerian state as a country, like kind of like maybe a breakup.
That is why I'm so angry with Asari Dokubo. With all the leverage you people have, you are behaving like Muron.
Aside of I think they are bribing them of the South too. They are also very culpable with some of the things that they are doing.
Very culpable, very.
And they are not. All Nigeria is doing similar stuff. In the southwest, you see it. In the north, you see it. All those so-called imams and they talk and emirs. They are all traitors.
All of them that are all traitors.
They keep their people poor. All of them they are not that different. And I think this is why the only way to deal with these people, you have to have some kind of nationalist movement that takes them into account. And this is why I want them to be part of the conversation. Because when you get there, that's when you really start having, and believe me, these are elites, they are total cowards. They will back down fast.
See, what is going to happen there? What is going to happen will depend on what this judiciary will speak. Because you know one thing, there was a certain time Dino Malai made a fundamental statement in the National Assembly. He said the direction of the people is like this. If we continue to strangulate the people, there will be a time where they will come after every one of us in this chamber. He told them now.
Even this guy said it. Amechi said it too. Amechi said it too. Amechi said one day the people of Nigeria will stone the leaders.
They will come after them directly, not rioting. They will come after them directly. Not right. No, we go run. No, nowhere go wrong. Go, and it's going to happen. We want to see what the judiciary will do. Let them continue doing it.
Exactly.
The direction of the people now, we don't know.
Whatever is going to happen, you will start seeing when the judges pass this. I think the judgment, the nature of the judgment will be very, very important.
Very important.
When is this going to come out now? I can't wait for one of them to come out because we still have till November, December to finish the entire process.
It's going to be ending of this month or early next month. The judgment will come up because the time is getting very closer.
The expiring date is very long, though.
They want to make that 180 days elapse because they cannot pass through.
They want to make sure that these guys stay in office all through the period of judgment. That's what they're doing. So they kind of like, I think the judges are kind of like, okay, let him just rule for some time, stay, and then just pass a judgment and then it's gone. You understand? Because it's just too obvious that you cannot judge against the people. You can't just judge against the people. The people voted and they know who they voted for.
As we are here now, do you know the mindset of those military young boys? Their blood they hot too.
They're angry. Let me tell you. You know why? They also feel the heat. Remember, they have families too. They're feeling the heat. You know how much they pay recruits, like normal, maybe one sergeant, something like that. You know how much they pay them? 53,000 naira.
For this poor crisis. So. May they not let those boys vest. So
your military officer is earning, which is actually the lowest rank, 53,000 naira, and they have large number of them.
And they are giving their generals armored car. Can you imagine?
Yeah,
they are giving their generals armored car.
You are paying these guys 53,000 naira every month. 53,000 naira every month. Then you have bag of rice goes up to about 40,000 to 42,000 naira, and then you have other stuff. I said biscuit. I went out to buy biscuits. 2,000. Is it 2,000 or 3,000 naira
for biscuit?
Yeah.
Biscuit.
So
2,000 naira.
Yeah, which means about 3,000 naira. Which means these little kids that usually go to school, that you give them biscuits, that they're paying by biscuit, is completely gone.
It's very painful, very, very painful. So no more children. Children will not enjoy their youthful age, their young age again.
Yeah. So what they eventually did was to make sure that kids don't have the best of life or whatever life they think they want to get. So maybe if their parent is able to get maybe one bag of rice, they can eat rice in the morning, rice in the afternoon, rice in the night, then rice in the morning, rice in the afternoon, rice in the night.
Ordinary biscuit 2,000.
That's just biscuits. I was like, what's really wrong? Something is wrong in this country. Something is wrong. Something is wrong somewhere.
They will fight. They go people for blood they ought to. Hey, judiciary, please, Mona save Nigeria. So people are hot.
Let me tell you, if there is a single spark in one corner in Nigeria, I do not really want war, but somehow it looks as if that's what's going to solve the problem. Because number one, I'm looking at Dangote's refinery. They're going to take it down with anger. $80 billion will just be gone.
Knockout, honorary knockout, spark one, put up for the
$80 billion will just be gone that way.
That's it.
I mean, these guys are not thinking.
They are not thinking now.
If there should be any spark in Nigeria regarding to this shit, including those who claim to support Tinubu, they will
how much is coke now? How much is coke?
The plastic is 250.
That one, see, they are rich, bro. They feel buy that one small. But that biscuit tonight, my head is touch.
Yeah, I mean, as the guy want today, the plastic is 250, and then the
bottle, uncle. The glass
I don't know
bottle.
about it. I've not
Okay.
bought a bottle. I bought. So I went to. My friends went to this guy. It's called Mama Put. You know Mama Put?
Yeah, Mama Put, yeah. Now that they like to chop. Now they chop that place, they like that thing very well.
My
Mama
friend,
Put
till
out.
tomorrow. Till tomorrow.
Me. Now they eat too. I
It's
they go there.
Mama
I
Put.
straight and they go there. I know they go all those big restaurants. And Mama Put straight.
Now, one spoon is 200 naira. One scoop.
For rice.
Yes, one scoop is 200 naira. So if you want more, they put 400 naira, two scoop. And then
Nigeria don't enter.
Then if you want one of the small chicken like the side of the wing, it's like that one is 2,500 naira.
For chicken wings.
Yeah. For the chicken wing. You know they already sliced it. That small chicken wing is 2,500. Then if it's a little bit bigger, it's about 3,000 naira.
For food.
So if you compare that to people making maybe like the civil servant, people who they're being paid maybe like the 30,000 or 50,000 naira, believe me, they are not living. I think they are, how would I call it?
We are ready for them. Maybe Judiciary mess of us.
They are just maybe they are existing or I say you're gonna see beggars, beg suits. Do you know what it means for somebody with 3-4 kids on the street and he's telling you, I don't know how to get money to give to to buy food for these kids. He has no clue.
Can you imagine that?
He has no clue. I saw them because when we went on ground, we tried to take kind of like, we have to be among the people, try to really know what's going on, how people are feeling. Let me tell you, bro, not even those who voted Tinubu want him to be there any longer. Not even those who voted him want him to be there any longer.
What